Pirate King. By R. A. Salvatore. Prelude. Suljak, one of the 5 high captains ruling Luskan and a former commander of one of the most successful pirate crews ever to terrorize the Sword Coast, was not easily intimidated. An extrovert who typically bellowed before he considered his roar, his voice often rang loudest among the ruling council. Even the Arcane Brotherhood, who many knew to be the true power in the city, were hard-pressed to cow him. He ruled Ship Suljak, and commanded a solid collection of merchants and thugs from Suljak Lodge, in the south-central section of Luskan. It was not a showy or grand place, certainly nothing to match the strength of High Captain Turl's fortified castle, or High Captain Kith's mighty tower, but it was well defended and situated comfortably near the residence of Rethnir, Suljak's closest ally among the captains. Still, Suljak found himself on unsteady ground as he walked into the room in 10 Oaks, the palace of Ship Rethnir. The old man Rethnir wasn't there, and wasn't supposed to be. He spoke through what seemed to be the least intimidating man in the room, the youngest of his 3 sons. But Suljak knew that appearances could be deceiving. Kensidon, a small man, well-dressed in dull gray and black tones, and well-groomed, with his hair cut short in all the appropriate angles and clips, sat with a leg crossed over one knee in a comfortable chair in the center back of the plain room. He was sometimes called the Crow, as he always wore a high-collared black cape, and high black shoes that tied tightly halfway up his calf. He walked with an awkward gait, stiff-legged like a bird. Put that together with his long, hooked nose, and any who saw him would immediately understand the nickname, even a year ago, before Head first donned the high-collared cape. Any minor wizard could easily discern that there was magic in that garment, powerful magic, and such items were often reputed to effect changes on their bearer. As with the renowned girdle of Dwarvenkind, which gradually imparted the characteristics of a dwarf to its wearer, so too Kensidon's cloak seemed to be acting upon him. His gait grew a bit more awkward, and his nose a bit longer and more hooked. His muscles were not taut, and his hands were not calloused. Unlike many of Rethnir's men, Kensidon didn't decorate his dark brown hair. He carried nothing flashy at all on his person. Furthermore, the cushions of the seat made him appear even smaller, but somehow, inexplicably, all of it seemed to work for him. Kensidon was the center of the room, with everyone leaning in to hear his every soft-spoken word. And whenever he happened to twitch or shift in his seat, those nearest him inevitably jumped and glanced nervously around. Except, of course, for the dwarf who stood behind and to the right of Kensidon's chair. The dwarf's burly arms were crossed over his barrel chest, their flowing lines of corded muscles broken by the black, beaded braids of his thick beard. His weapons stabbed up diagonally behind him, spiked heads dangling at the end of glass steel chains. No one wanted a piece of that one, not even Suljak. Kensidon's friend, recently imported muscle from the east, had waged a series of fights along the docks that had left any and all opposing him dead or wishing they were. "How fares your father?" Suljak asked Kensidon, though he hadn't yet pried his eyes from the dangerous dwarf. He took his seat before and to the side of Kensidon. "Rethnir is well," Kensidon answered. "For an old man?" Suljak dared remark, and Kensidon nearly nodded. "There is a rumor that he wishes to retire, or that he already has," Suljak went on. Kensidon put his elbows on the arms of his chair, finger-locked his hands together, and rested his chin upon them in a pensive pose. "Will he announce you as his replacement?" Suljak pressed. The younger man, barely past his mid-20s, chuckled a bit at that, and Suljak cleared his throat. "Would that eventuality displease you?" asked the Crow. "You know me better than that," Suljak protested. "And what of the other 3? Suljak paused to consider that for a moment, then shrugged. "It's not unexpected." "Welcomed?" "Perhaps, but with a wary eye turned your way. The high captains live well, and don't wish to upset the balance." "Their ambition falls victim to success, you mean?" Again Suljak shrugged and said lightheartedly, "Isn't enough ever enough?" "No," Kensidon answered simply, with blunt and brutal honesty, and once again Suljak found himself on shifting sands. Suljak glanced around at the many attendants, then dismissed his own. Kensidon did likewise except for his dwarf bodyguard. Suljak looked past the seated man sourly. "Speak freely," Kensidon said. Suljak nodded toward the dwarf. "He's deaf," Kensidon explained. "Can't hear a thing," the dwarf confirmed. Suljak shook his head. What he meant to say needed saying, he told himself, and so he started, "You are serious about going after the Brotherhood?" Kensidon sat expressionless, emotionless. "There are more than 100 wizards who call the host tower home," Suljak announced. No response, not a whit. "Many of them archmages." "You presume that they speak and act with a singular mind," said Kensidon finally. "Arklam Grief holds them fast." "No one holds a wizard fast," Kensidon replied. "Theirs is the most selfish and self-serving of professions. Some say that Grief has cheated death itself. Death is a patient opponent." Suljak blew out a frustrated sigh. He consorts with devils. He blurted. Grief is not to be taken lightly. I take no one lightly, Kensidin assured him, a clear edge to his words. Suljak sighed again and managed to calm himself. I'm wary of them, is all, he explained more quietly. Even the people of Luskan know it now, that we 5 high captains, your father among us, are puppets to the master Arklum Greeth. I've been so long under his thumb I've forgotten the feel of wind breaking over the prow of my own ship. Might be that it's time to take back the wheel. Past time. And all we need is for Arklum Greeth to continue to feel secure in his superiority. He weaves too many threads, and only a few need unravel to unwind his tapestry of power. Suljak shook his head, clearly less than confident. Thrice Lucky is secured? Kensidin asked. Maimon sailed this morning, yes. Is he to meet with Lord Brambleberry of Waterdeep? He knows what he is to do, Kensidin replied. Suljak scowled, understanding that to mean that Suljak need not know. Secrecy was power, he understood, though he was far too emotional a thug to ever keep a secret for long. It hit Suljak then, and he looked at Kensidin with even more respect, if that was possible. Secrecy was the weight of the man, the pull that had everyone constantly leaning toward him. Kensidin had many pieces in play, and no one saw more than a few of them. That was Kensidin's strength. Everyone around him stood on shifting sand, while he was rooted in bedrock. So it's Dudermont, you say? Suljak asked, determined to at least begin weaving the young man's threads into some sensible pattern. He shook his head at the irony of that possibility. Sea Sprite's captain is a true hero of the people, Kensidin replied. Perhaps the only hero for the people of Luskan, who have no one to speak for them in the halls of power. Suljak smirked at the insult, reminding himself that if it were a barb aimed at him then logic aimed it at Kensidin's own father as well. Dudermont is unbending in principle, and therein lies our opportunity, Kensidin explained. He is no friend of the Brotherhood, surely. The best war is a proxy war, I suppose, said Suljak. No, Kensidin corrected, the best war is a proxy war when no one knows the true power behind it. Suljak chuckled at that, and wasn't about to disagree. His laughter remained tempered, however, by the reality that was Kensidin the Crow. His partner, his ally man he dared not trust. A man from whom he could never, escape. Suljak knows enough, but not too much? Rethner asked when Kensidin joined him a short while later. Kensidin spent a few moments studying his father before nodding his assent. How old Rethner looked these days, with his pallid skin sagging below his eyes and down his cheeks, leaving great flopping jowls. He had thinned considerably in the last year or so, and his skin, so leathery from years at sea, had little resilience left. He walked stiff-legged and bolt upright, for his back had locked securely in place. And when he talked, he sounded as if he had his mouth stuffed with fabric, his voice muffled and weak. Enough to throw himself on my sword, Kensidin replied, but he will not. You trust him? Kensidin nodded. He and I want the same thing. We have no desire to serve under the thumb of Arklum Greeth. As I have, you mean, Rethner retorted, but Kensidin was shaking his head even as the old man spoke the words. You put in place everything upon which I now build, he said. Without your long reach, I wouldn't dare move against Greeth. Suljak appreciates this, as well? Like a starving man viewing a feast at a distant table. He wants a seat at that table. Neither of us will feast without the other. You're watching him closely, then? Yes. Rethner gave a wheezing laugh. And Suljak is too stupid to betray me in a manner that I couldn't anticipate, Kensidin added, and Rethner's laugh became a quick scowl. Kurth is the one to watch, not Suljak, said Kensidin. Rethner considered the words for a few moments, then nodded his agreement. High Captain Kurth, out there on Closeguard Island and so close to the host tower, was possibly the strongest of the 5 high captains, and surely the only one who could stand 1-to-1 against Ship Rethner. And Kurth was so very clever, whereas, Rethner had to admit, his friend Suljak often had to be led to the trough with a carrot. Your brother is in Mirabar? Rethner asked. Kensidin nodded. Fate has been kind to us. No, Rethner corrected. Arklum Greeth has erred. His mistresses of the South Tower and North Tower both hold vested interests in his planned infiltration and domination of their homeland, interests that are diametrically opposed. Arklum Greeth is too prideful and cocksure to recognize the insecurity of his position. I doubt he understands Arabeth Roram's anger. She is aboard Thrice Lucky, seeking Sea Sprite. And Lord Brambleberry awaits Dudermont at Waterdeep, Rethner stated, nodding in approval. Kensidin the Crow allowed a rare smile to crease his emotionless facade. He quickly suppressed it, though, reminding himself of the dangers of pride. Surely, Kensidin had much to be proud of. He was a juggler with many balls in the air, seamlessly and surely spinning their orbits. He was 2 steps ahead of Arklam Greith in the east, and facilitating unwitting allies in the south. His considerable investments bags of gold had been well spent. The arcane brotherhood must fail in the east, Refner remarked. Maximum pain and exposure, Kensidon agreed. And beware over Wizard Shadowmantle, the old High Captain warned, referring to the moon elf, Valindra, mistress of the North Tower. She will become incensed if Greith is set back in his plans for dominion over the Silver Marches, a place she loathes. And she will blame over Wizard Arabeth Roram of the South Tower, daughter of Marchiani Lastal, for who stands to lose as much as Arabeth by Arklam Greith's power grab? Refner started to talk, but he just looked upon his son, flashed a smile of complete confidence, and nodded. The boy understood it, all of it. He had overlooked nothing. The arcane brotherhood must fail in the east, he said again, only to savor the words. I will not disappoint you, the crow promised. Weaving the tapestry. A million changed uncountable changes, every day, every heartbeat of every day. That is the nature of things, of the world, with every decision a crossroad, every drop of rain an instrument both of destruction and creation, every animal hunting and every animal eaten changing the present just a bit. On a larger level, it's hardly and rarely noticeable, but those multitude of pieces that comprise every image are not constants, nor, necessarily, are constant in the way we view them. My friends and I are not the norm for the folk of fair have traveled half the world, for me both under and above. Most people will never see the wider world outside of their town, or even the more distant parts of the cities of their births. Theirs is a small and familiar existence, a place of comfort and routine, parochial in their church, selective in their lifelong friends. I could not suffer such an existence. Boredom builds like smothering walls, and the tiny changes of everyday existence would never cut large enough windows in those opaque barriers. Of my companions, I think Regis could most accept such a life, so long as the food was plentiful and not bland and he was given some manner of contact with the goings-on of the wider world outside. I have often wondered how many hours a halfling might lie on the same spot on the shore of the same lake with the same unbaited line tied to his toe. Has Wolfgar moved back to a similar existence? Has he shrunk his world, recoiling from the harder truths of reality? It's possible for him, with his deep emotional scars, but never would it be possible for Catti-brie to go with him to such a life of steadfast routine. Of that I'm most certain. The wanderlust grips her as it grips me, forcing us along the road even apart along our separate roads, and confident in the love we share and the eventual reunions. And Bruenor, as I witness daily, battles the smallness of his existence with growls and grumbles. He is the king of Mithril Hall, with riches untold at his fingertips. His every wish can be granted by a host of subjects loyal to him unto death. He accepts the responsibilities of his lineage, and fits that throne well, but it galls him every day as surely as if he was tied to his kingly seat. He has often found and will often find again excuses to get himself out of the hall on some mission or other, whatever the danger. He knows, as Catti-brie and I know, that stasis is boredom and boredom is a wee piece of death itself. For we measure our lives by the changes, by the moments of the unusual. Perhaps that manifests itself in the first glimpse of a new city, or the first breath of air on a tall mountain, a swim in a river cold from the melt or a frenzied battle in the shadows of Kelvin's cairn. The unusual experiences are those that create the memories, and a tendy of memories is more life than a year of routine. I remember my first sail aboard Sea Sprite, for example, as keenly as my first kiss from Catti-brie, and though that journey lasted mere 10 days in a life more than 3/4 of the way through a century, the memories of that voyage play out more vividly than some of the years I spent in House Duerden, trapped in the routine of a drow boy's repetitive duties. It's true that many of the wealthier folk I have known, lords of Waterdeep even, will open their purses wide for a journey to a far-off place of respite. Even if a particular journey does not go as anticipated for them, with unpleasant weather or unpleasant company, or foul food or even minor illnesses, to a one, the lords would claim the trip worth the effort and the gold. What they valued most for their trouble and treasure was not the actual journey, but the memory of it that remained behind, the memory of it that they will carry to their graves. Life is in the experiencing, to be sure, but it's just as much in the recollection and in the telling. Contrastingly, I see in Mithril Hall many dwarves, particularly older folk, who revel in the routine, whose every step mirrors those of the day before. Every meal, every hour of work, every chop with the pick or bang with the hammer follows the pattern ingrained throughout the years. There is a game of delusion at work here, I know, though I wouldn't say it aloud. It's an unspoken and internal logic that drives them ever on in the same place. It's even chanted in an old dwarven song. For this I did on yesterday. And not to Moradin's hall did I fly. SOS to do it again'll keep me well. And today I shall not die. The logic is simple and straightforward, and the trap is easily set, for if I did these things the day before and do these same things today, I can reasonably assume that the result will not change. And the result is that I will be alive tomorrow to do these things yet again. Thus do the mundane and the routine become faithful sessurants of continued life. But I have to wonder, even if the premise were true, even if doing the same thing daily would ensure immortality, would a year of such existence not already be the same as the most troubling possibility of death? From my perspective, this ill-fated logic ensures the opposite of that delusional promise. To live a decade in such a state is to ensure the swiftest path to death, for it is to ensure the swiftest passage of the decade, an unremarkable recollection that will flitter by without a pause, the years of mere existence. For in those hours and heartbeats and passing days, there is no variance, no outstanding memory, no first kiss. To seek the road and embrace change could well lead to a shorter life in these dangerous times, and Fayrod in those hours, days, years, whatever the measure, I will have lived a longer life by far than the smith who ever taps the same hammer to the same familiar spot on the same familiar metal. For life is experience, and longevity is, in the end, measured by memory, and those with 1,000 tales to tell have indeed lived longer than any who embrace the mundane. Drizzt Do'Urden. Chapter. Fair winds and following seas. Sails billowing, timbers creaking, water spraying high from her prow, thrice lucky leaped across the swells with the grace of a dancer. All the multitude of sounds blended together in a musical chorus, both invigorating and inspiring, and it occurred to young Captain Maimon that if he had hired a band of musicians to rouse his crew, their work would add little to the natural music all around them. The chase was on, and every man and woman aboard felt it, and heard it. Maimon stood forward and starboard, holding fast to a guide rope, his brown hair waving in the wind, his black shirt half unbuttoned and flapping refreshingly and noisily, bouncing out enough to show a tar-black scar across the left side of his chest. "They are close," came a woman's voice from behind him, and Maimon half turned to regard over wizard Arabeth Roram, mistress of the South Tower. "Your magic tells you so, Can't you feel it?" The woman answered, and gave a coy toss of her head so that her waist-length red hair caught the wind and flipped back behind her. Her blouse was as open as Maimon's shirt, and the young man couldn't help but look admiringly at the alluring creature. He thought of the previous night, and the night before that, and before that as well, off the whole enjoyable journey. Arabeth had promised him a wonderful and exciting sail in addition to the rather large sum Shed offered for her passage, and Maimon couldn't honestly say that Shed disappointed him. She was around his age, just past 30, intelligent, attractive, sometimes brazen, sometimes coy, and just enough of each to keep Maimon and every other man around her off balance and keenly interested in pursuing her. Arabeth knew her power well, and Maimon knew that she knew it, but still, he couldn't shake himself free of her. Arabeth stepped up beside him and playfully brushed her fingers through his thick hair. He glanced around quickly, hoping none of the crew had seen, for the action only accentuated that he was quite young to be captaining a ship, and that he looked even younger. His build was slight, wiry yet strong, his features boyish and his eyes a delicate light blue. While his hands were calloused, like those of any honest seaman, his skin had not yet taken on the weathered, leathery look of a man too much under the sparkling sun. Arabeth dared to run her hand under the open fold of his shirt, her fingers dancing across his smooth skin to the rougher place where skin and tar had melded together, and it occurred to Maimon that he typically kept his shirt open just a bit more for exactly the reason of revealing a hint of that scar, that badge of honor, that reminder to all around that he had spent most of his life with a blade in his hand. "You are a paradox," Arabeth remarked, and Maimon merely smiled. "Gentle and strong, soft and rough, kind and merciless, an artist and a warrior. With your lute in hand, you sing with the voice of the sirens, and with your sword in hand, you fight with the tenacity of a draw weapons master. You find this off-putting?" Arabeth laughed. "I would drag you to your cabin right now," she replied, "but they are close." As if on cue, Maimon was certain Arabeth had used some magic to confirm her prediction before Shed offered. Ida crewman from the crow's nest shouted down, "Sails! Sails on the horizon!" "Two ships," Arabeth said to Maimon. "Two ships." The man in the nest called down. "See Sprite and Quelch's folly," said Arabeth. "As I told you when we left Luskan." Maimon could only chuckle helplessly at the manipulative wizard. He reminded himself of the pleasures of the journey, and of the hefty bag of gold awaiting its completion. He thought, too, in terms bitter and sweet, of Sea Sprite and Dudermont, his old ship, his old captain. "Aye, captain, that's Argus wretch or am the son of a barbarian king and an orc queen," Waylon Mykendi said. He winced as he finished, reminding himself of the cultured man he served. He scanned Dudermont head to toe, from his neatly trimmed beard and hair to his tall and spotless black boots. The captain showed more gray in his hair, but still not much for a man of more than 50 years, and that only made him appear more regal and impressive. "A bottle of the finest wine for Doma's shearing veil, then," Dudermont said in a light tone that put Mykendi back at ease. "Against all of my doubts, the information you garnered from him was correct, and we've finally got that filthy pirate before us." He clapped Mykendi on the back and glanced back over his shoulder and up to see Sprite's wizard, who sat on the edge of the poop deck, his skinny legs dangling under his heavy robes. "And soon in range of our catapult," Dudermont added loudly, catching the attention of the mage, Robillard, "if our resident wizard there can get the sails straining." Cheat to win, Robillard replied, and with a dramatic flourish he waggled his fingers, the ring that allowed him control over a fickle air elemental, sending forth another mighty gust of wind that made Sea Sprite's timbers creak. I grow weary of the chase, Dudermont retorted, his way of saying that he was eager to finally confront the beastly pirate he pursued. Less so than I, the wizard replied. Dudermont didn't argue that point, and he knew that the benefit of Robillard's magic filling the sails was mitigated by the strong following winds. In calmer seas, Sea Sprite could still rush along, propelled by the wizard and his ring, while their quarry would typically flee at a crawl. The captain clapped Mykendy on the shoulder and led him to the side, in view of Sea Sprite's new and greatly improved catapult. Heavily banded in metal strapping, the dwarven weapon could heave a larger payload. The throwing arm and basket strained under the weight of many lengths of chain, laid out for maximum extension by gunners rich in experience. How long? Dudermont asked the sighting officer, who stood beside the catapult, spyglass in hand. We could hit her now with a ball of pitch, Mykendy, but getting the chains up high enough to shred her sails, that'll take another 50 yards closing. 1 yard for every gust, Dudermont said with a sigh of feigned resignation. We need a stronger wizard. You'd be looking for Elminster himself, then, Robillard shot back. And he'd probably burn your sails in some demented attempt at a colorful flourish. But please, hire him on. I would enjoy a holiday, and would enjoy more the sight of you swimming back to Luskan. This time Dudermont's sigh was real. So was Robillard's grin. Sea Sprite's timbers creaked again, forward-leaning masts driving the prow hard against the dark water. Soon after, everyone on the deck, even the seemingly dispassionate wizard, waited with breath held for the barked command, tack starboard. Sea Sprite bent over in a water-swirling hard turn, bending her masts out of the way for the aft catapult to let fly. And let fly she did, the dwarven siege engine screeching and creaking, hurling several hundred pounds of wrapped metal through the air. The chains burst open to near full length as they soared, and whipped in above the deck of Quelch's Folly, slashing her sails. As the wounded pirate ship slowed, Sea Sprite tacked hard back to port. A flurry of activity on the pirate's deck showed her archers preparing for the fight, and Sea Sprite's crack crew responded in kind, aligning themselves along the port rail, composite bows in hand. But it was Robillard who, by design, struck first. In addition to constructing the necessary spells to defend against magical attacks, the wizard used an enchanted censer and brought forth a denizen from the elemental plane of air. It appeared like a waterspout, but with hints of a human form, a roiling of air powerful enough to suck up and hold water within it to better define its dimensions. Loyal and obedient because of the ring Robillard wore, the cloud-like pet all but invisibly floated over the rail of Sea Sprite and glided toward Quelch's Folly. Captain Dudermont lifted his hand high and looked to Robillard for guidance. Alongside her fast and straight, he instructed the helmsman. Not to rake? Wailon Mykendy asked, echoing perfectly the sentiments of the helmsman, for normally Sea Sprite would cripple her opponent and come in broadside to the pirate's taffrail, giving Sea Sprite's archers greater latitude and mobility. Robillard had convinced Dudermont of a new plan for the ruffians of Quelch's Folly, a plan more straightforward and more devastating to a crew deserving of no quarter. Sea Sprite closed archers on both decks lifted their bows. Hold for me, Dudermont called along his line, his hand still high in the air. More than one man on Sea Sprite's deck rubbed his arm against his sweating face, more than one rolled eager fingers over his drawn bowstring. Dudermont was asking them to cede the initiative, to let the pirates shoot first. Trained, seasoned, and trusting in their captain, they obliged. And so Argus' crew let fly right into the suddenly howling winds of Robillard's air elemental. The creature rose up above the dark water and began to spin with such suddenness and velocity that by the time the arrows of Argus archers cleared their bows, they were soaring straight into a growing tornado, a waterspout. Robillard willed the creature right to the side of Quelch's Folly, its winds so strong that they deterred any attempt to reload the bows. Then, with only a few yards separating Sea Sprite from the pirate, the wizard nodded to Dudermont, who counted down from 3 precisely the time Robillard needed to simply dismiss his elemental and the winds with it. Argus' crew, mistakenly thinking the wind to be as much a defense as a deterrent to their own attacks, had barely moved for cover when the volley crossed deck to deck. They are good, Arabeth remarked to Maimon as the two stared into a scrying bowl she had empowered to give them a close-up view of the distant battle. Following the barrage of arrows, a second catapult shot sent hundreds of small stones raking the deck of Quelch's Folly. With brutal efficiency, Sea Sprite sidled up to the pirate ship, grapnels and boarding planks flying. It will be all but over before we get there, Maimon said. Before you get there, you mean, Arabeth said with a wink. She cast a quick spell and faded from sight. Put up your proper pennant, else Sea Sprite sinks you beside her. Maimon laughed at the disembodied voice of the invisible mage and started to respond, but a flash out on the water told him that Arabeth had already created a dimensional portal to rush away. Up Luskan's dock flag. Maimon called to his crew. Thrice Lucky was in a wonderful position, for she had no outstanding crimes or warrants against her. With a flag of Luskan's wharf above her, stating a clear intent to side with Dudermont, she would be well received. And of course Maimon would side with Dudermont against Argus Wretch. Though Maimon, too, was considered a pirate of sorts, he was nothing akin to the wretched Wretch whose last name had been taken with pride, albeit misspelled. Wretch was a murderer, and took great pleasure in torturing and killing even helpless civilians. Maimon wouldn't abide that, and part of the reason he had agreed to take Arabeth out was to see, at long last, the downfall of the dreadful pirate. He realized he was leaning over the rail. His greatest pleasure would be crossing swords with Wretch himself. But Maimon knew Dudermont too well to believe that the battle would last that long. Take up a song, the young captain, who was also a renowned bard, commanded, and his crew did just that, singing rousing praises to Thrice Lucky, warning her enemies, beware or be swimming. Maimon shook his thick brown locks from his face, his light blue eyesorbs that made him look much younger than his 29 years squinting as he measured the fast-closing distance. Dudermont's men were already on the deck. Robillard found himself quickly bored. He had expected better out of Argus Wretch, though had wondered for a long time if the man's impressive reputation had been exaggerated by the ruthlessness of his tactics. Robillard, formerly of the Host Tower of the Arcane, had known many such men, rather ordinary in terms of conventional intelligence or prowess, but seeming above that because they were unbounded by morality. Sails poured in aft. The man in the crow's nest shouted down. Robillard waved his hand, casting a spell to enhance his vision, his gaze locking on the pennant climbing the new ship's rigging. Thrice lucky, he muttered, noting young Captain Maimon standing mid-rail. Go home, boy. With a disgusted sigh, Robillard dismissed Maimon and his boat and turned his attention to the fight at hand. He brought his pet air elemental back to him, then used his ring to enact a spell of levitation. On his command, the elemental shoved him across the expanse toward Quelch's Folly. He visually scoured the deck as he glided in, seeking her wizard. Dudermont and his crack crew weren't to be outdone with swords, he well knew, and so the only potential damage would be wrought by magic. He floated over the pirate's rail, caught a rope to halt his drift, and calmly reached out to tap a nearby pirate, releasing a shock of electrical magic as he did. That man hopped weirdly once or twice, his long hair dancing crazily, then he fell over, twitching. Robillard didn't watch it. He glanced from battle to battle, and anywhere it seemed as though a pirate was getting the best of one of Dudermont's men, he flicked his finger in that direction, sending forth a stream of magical missiles that laid the pirate low. But where was her wizard? And where was Wretch? Cowering in the hold, no doubt, Robillard muttered to himself. He released the levitation spell and began calmly striding across the deck. A pirate rushed at him from the side and slashed his saber hard against the wizard, but of course Robillard had well prepared his defenses for any such crude attempts. The saber hit his skin and would have done no more against solid rock, a magical barrier blocking it fully. Then the pirate went up into the air, caught by Robillard's elemental. He flew out over the rail, flailing insanely, to splash into the cold ocean waters. A favor for an old friend? Came a magical whisper in Robillard's ear, and in a voice he surely recognized. Arabeth Roram? He mouthed in disbelief, and in sadness, for what might that promising young lass be doing at sea with the likes of Argus Wretch? Robillard sighed again, dropped another pair of pirates with a missile volley, loosed his air elemental on yet another group, and moved to the hatch. He glanced around, then removed the hatch with a mighty gust of wind. Using his ring again to buoy him, for he didn't want to bother with a ladder, the wizard floated down below decks. What little fight remained in Argus Wretch's crew dissipated at the approach of the second ship, for Thrice Lucky had declared her allegiance with Dudermont. With expert handling, Maimon's crew brought their vessel up alongside Quelch's Folly, opposite Sea Sprite, and quickly set their boarding planks. Maimon led the way, but he didn't get 2 steps from his own deck before Dudermont himself appeared at the other end of the plank, staring at him with what seemed a mixture of curiosity and disdain. Sail past, Sea Sprite's captain said. We fly Luskan's banner, Maimon replied. Dudermont didn't blink. Have we come to this, then, my captain? Maimon asked. The choice was yours. The choice, Maimon echoed. Was it to be made only with your approval? He kept approaching as he spoke, and dared hop down to the deck beside Dudermont. He looked back at his hesitant crew, and waved them forward. Come now, my old captain, Maimon said, there is no reason we cannot share an ocean so large, a coast so long. And yet, in such a large ocean, you somehow find your way to my side. For old time's sake, Maimon said with a disarming chuckle, and despite himself, Dudermont couldn't suppress his smile. Have you killed the wretched wretch? Maimon asked. We will have him soon enough. You and I, perhaps, if we're clever, Maimon offered, and when Dudermont looked at him curiously, he added a knowing wink. Maimon motioned Dudermont to follow and led him toward the captain's quarters, though the door had already been ripped open and the anteroom appeared empty. Wretch is rumored to always have a means of escape, Maimon explained as they crossed the threshold into the private room, exactly as Arabeth had instructed Maimon to do. All pirates do, Deutermont replied. Where is yours? Maimon stopped and regarded Deutermont out of the corner of his eye for a few moments, but otherwise let the jab pass. Or are you implying that you have an idea where Wretch's escape might be found? Deutermont asked when his joke flattened. Maimon led the captain through a secret door and into Wretch's private quarters. The room was gaudily adorned with booty from a variety of places and with a variety of designs, rarely complementary. Glass mixed with metalwork, fancy edge and block, and a rainbow of colors left onlookers more dizzy than impressed. Of course, anyone who knew Captain Argus Wretch, with his red and white striped shirt, white green sash, and bright blue pants, would have thought the room perfectly within the wide parameters of the man's curious sensibilities. The moment of quiet distraction also brought a revelation to the two that Maimon had expected. A conversation from below drifted through a small grate in the corner of the room, and the sound of a cultured woman's voice fully captured Deutermont's attention. I care nothing for the likes of Argus Wretch, the woman said. He is an ugly and ill-tempered dog, who should be put down. Yet you are here, a man's voice. Robillard's voice answered. Because I fear Arklam Greeth more than I fear Sea Sprite, or any of the other pretend pirate hunters sailing the Sword Coast. Pretend? Is this not a pirate? Is it not caught? You know Sea Sprite is a show, the woman argued. You are a facade offered by the high captains so the peasants believe they're being protected. So the high captains approve of piracy? Asked an obviously doubting Robillard. The woman laughed. The Arcane Brotherhood operates the pirate trade, to great profit. Whether the high captains approve or disapprove is not important, because they don't dare oppose Arklam Greeth. Feign not your ignorance of this, brother Robillard. You served at the host tower for years. It was a different time. Indeed, the woman agreed. But now is as now is, and now is the time of Arklam Greeth. You fear him? Am terrified of him, and horrified of what he is, the woman answered without the slightest hesitation. And I pray that someone will rise up and rid the host tower of him and his many minions. But am not that person. I take pride in my prowess as an over-wizard and in my heritage as daughter of the Marchion of Mirabar. Arabeth Roram, Deutermont mouthed in recognition. But I wouldn't involve my father in this, for he is already entangled with the Brotherhood's designs on the Silver Marches. Luskan would be well served by being rid of Arklam Greeth. Even prisoners' carnival might then be brought back under lawful and orderly control. But he will outlive my children's children or outexist them, I mean, since he long ago stopped drawing breath. Lich, Robillard said quietly. It's true, then. I am gone, Arabeth answered. Do you intend to stop me? I would be well within my province to arrest you here and now. But will you? Robillard sighed, and up above, Deutermont and Maimon heard a quick chant and the sizzle of magical release as Arabeth spirited away. The implications of her revelations rumors made true before Deutermont's very ears hung silently in the air between Deutermont and Maimon. I don't serve Arklam Greeth, if that's what you're wondering, Maimon said. But then, I am no pirate. Indeed, replied an obviously unconvinced Deutermont. As a soldier is no murderer, said Maimon. Soldiers can be murderers, Deutermont deadpanned. So can lords and ladies, high captains and archmages, pirates and pirate hunters alike. You forgot peasants, said Deutermont. And chickens. Chickens can kill, I've been told. Maimon tipped his fingers against his forehead in salute and surrender. Wretches escape? Deutermont asked, and Maimon moved to the back of the cabin. He fumbled about a small set of shelves there, moving trinkets and statues and books alike, until finally he smiled and tugged a hidden lever. The wall pulled open, revealing an empty shaft. An escape boat, Maimon reasoned, and Deutermont started for the door. If he knew it was Sea Sprite pursuing him, he is long gone, Maimon said, and Deutermont stopped. Wretch is no fool, nor is he loyal enough to follow his ship and crew to the depths. He no doubt recognized that it was Sea Sprite chasing him, and relieved himself of his command quietly and quickly. These escape boats are clever things, some submerge for many hours and are possessed of magical propulsion that can return them to a design point of recall. You can take pride, though, for the escape boats are often referred to as Deuterboats. Deutermont's eyes narrowed. It's something, at least, Maimon offered. Deutermont's handsome face soured and he headed through the door. You won't catch him, Maimon called after him. The young man-bard, pirate, captain sighed and chuckled helplessly, knowing full well that Wretch was likely already back in Luskan, and knowing the ways of Kensidon, his employer, he wondered if the notorious pirate wasn't already being compensated for sacrificing his ship. Arabeth had come out there for a reason, to have that conversation with Robillard within earshot of Captain Deutermont. It all started to come together for clever Maimon. Kensidin was soon to be a high captain, and the ambitious warlord was working hard to change the very definition of that title. Despite his deep resentment, Maimon found himself glancing at the door through which Dudermont had exited. Despite his falling out with his former captain, he felt uneasy about the prospect of this too noble man being used as a pawn. And Arabeth Roram had just seen to that. She was a good ship, best I ever had, Argus Wretch protested. Best of a bad lot, then, Kensidin replied. He saw Hay was always sitting, it seemed, before the blustering, gaudy pirate, his dark and somber clothing so in contrast to Argus Wretch's display of mismatched colors. Salt in your throat, ye damned crow. Wretch cursed. And lost me a good crew, too. Most of your crew never left Luskan. You used a band of wharf-rats and a few of your own you wished to be rid of. Captain Wretch, don't play me for a fool. Well, Wretch stammered. Well, good enough, then. But still a crew, and still workin' for me. And I lost Folly. Don't you forget that. Why would I forget that which I ordered? And why would I forget that for which you were compensated? Compensated? The pirate blustered. Kensidin looked at Wretch's hip, where the bag of gold hung. Gold's all well and fine, Wretch said, but I need a ship, and am not for finding one with any ease. Would sell to Argus Wretch, knowing that Dudermont got his last and is after him? In good time, said Kensidin. Spend your gold on delicacies. Patience. Patience. I'm a man of the sea. Kensidin shifted in his seat, planting one elbow on the arm of the chair, forearm up. He pointed his index finger and rested his temple against it, staring at Wretch pensively, and with obvious annoyance. I can put you back to sea this very day. Good, Dot. I doubt you'll think so. The deadpan clued Wretch into Kensidin's true meaning. Rumors had been filtering around Luskan that several of Kensidin's enemies had been dropped into the deep waters outside the harbor. Well, I can be a bit patient, no doubt. No doubt, Kensidin echoed. And it will be well worth your time, I assure you. You'll get me a good ship? Kensidin gave a little chuckle. Would Sea Sprite suffice? Argus Wretch's bloodshot eyes popped open wide and the man seemed to simply freeze in place. He stayed like that for a very long time, so long that Kensidin simply looked past him to several of Rethnir's lieutenants who stood against the walls of the room. I'm sure it will, Kensidin said, and the men laughed. To Wretch, he added, go and play, and he waved the man away. As Wretch exited through one door, Suljak came in through another. Do you think that wise? The High Captain asked. The crow shrugged and smirked as if it hardly mattered. You intend to give him Sea Sprite, Dot? We're a long way from having Sea Sprite. Agreed, said Suljak. But you just promised. Nothing at all, said Kensidin. I asked if he thought Sea Sprite would suffice, nothing more. Not to his ears. Kensidin chuckled as he reached over the side of his seat to retrieve his glass of whiskey, along with a bag of potent leaves and shoots. He downed the drink in one gulp and brought the leaves up below his nose, inhaling deeply of their powerful aroma. Hellbrag, Suljak warned. With Dudermont looking for him? Hell hide. Suljak's shake of his head revealed his doubts, but Kensidin brought his herbs up beneath his nose again and seemed not to care. Seemed not to care because he didn't. His plans were flowing exactly as he had predicted. Niphathes is in the east? Kensidin merely chuckled. Chapter. Defying expectations. The large moonstone hanging around Catibri's neck glowed suddenly and fiercely, and she brought a hand up to clench it. Devils, said Driz Duerden. So Marchion Elastil's emissary wasn't lying. Tell ye as much, said the dwarf Torgar Hammerstriker, who had been of Elastil's court only a few short years before. Elastil's a shooting pain in a dwarf's arse, but he's not so much the liar, and he's wanting the trade. Always the trade. Been more than 5 years since we went through Mirabar on our road that bringed us home, King Bruenor Battlehammer added. Elastil lost a lot to our passing, and his nobles ain't been happy with him for a long time. He's reachin' out to us. And to him, Drizzt added, nodding down in the direction of Abood, master of the newly formed kingdom of many arrows. The world's gone gutbuster, Bruenor muttered, a phrase referring to his wildest guardsmen and which Bruenor had aptly appropriated as a synonym for crazy. Better world, then, Thibbeldorf Puent, leader of said guardsmen, was quick to respond. When we're done with this, you're going back to Mirabar, Bruenor said to Torgar. Torgar's eyes widened and he blanched at the notion. As me own emissary. Elastil done good and we're needing to tell him he done good. And not one's better for telling him that than Torgar Hammerstriker. Torgar seemed less than convinced, to be sure, but he nodded. He had pledged his loyalty to King Bruenor and would follow his king's commands without complaint. Business here first, I'm thinking, Bruenor said. The dwarf king looked at Catti-brie, who had turned to stare off in the direction the gemstone amulet indicated. The westering sun backlit her, reflecting off the red and purple blouse she wore, a shirt that had once been the magical robes of a gnome wizard. Bruenner's adopted daughter was in her late 30s, not old in the counting of a dwarf, but near middle-aged for a human. And though she still had that luminescence, a beauty that radiated from within, luster to her auburn hair and the sparkle of youth in her large blue eyes, Bruenner could see the changes that had come over her. She had Talmeril the Heartseeker, her deadly bow, slung over one shoulder, though of late, Drizzt was the one with that bow in hand. Catti-brie had become a wizard, and one with a tutor as fine as any in the land. Alustriel herself, the Lady of Silvery Moon and of the famed Seven Sisters, had taken Catti-brie in as a student shortly after the stalemated war between Bruenner's dwarves and King Abold's orcs. Other than the bow, Catti-brie carried only a small dagger, one that seemed hardly used as it sat on her hip. An assortment of wands lined her belt, though, and she wore a pair of powerfully enchanted rings, including one that she claimed could bring the stars themselves down from the sky upon her enemies. "They're not far," she said in a voice still melodic and filled with wonder. "They?" asked Drizzt. Such a creature would not travel alone, certainly not for a meeting with an orc of Abold's ferocious reputation. Catti-brie reminded him. "But escorted by other devils, not a more common guard?" Catti-brie shrugged, tightened her grip on the amulet, and concentrated for a few moments, then nodded. "A bold move," said Drizzt, "even when dealing with an orc. How confident must the Arcane Brotherhood be to allow devils to openly walk the land?" "Less confident tomorrow than today's all I'm knowing," muttered Bruenner. He moved down to the side of the stony hill that afforded him the best view of Abold's encampment. "Indeed," Drizzt agreed, throwing a wink at Catti-brie before moving down beside the dwarf. For never would they have calculated that King Bruenner Battlehammer would rush to the aid of an orc. "Just shut your mouth, elf," Bruenner grumbled, and Drizzt and Catti-brie shared a smile. Regis glanced around nervously. The agreement was for Abood to come out with a small contingent, but it was clear to the halfling that the orc had unilaterally changed that plan. Scores of orc warriors and shamans had been set around the main camp, hiding behind rocks or in crevices, cunningly concealed and prepared for swift egress. As soon as Elastil's emissaries had delivered the word that the Arcane Brotherhood meant to move on the Silver Marches, and that enlisting Abood would be their first endeavor, the Orc King's every maneuver had been aggressive. Too aggressive? Regis wondered. Lady Alustriel and Bruenner had reached out to Abood, but so too had Abood begun to reach out to them. In the 4 years since the Treaty of Garam's Gorge, there hadn't been all that much contact between the various kingdoms, dwarf and orc, and indeed, most of that contact had come in the form of skirmishes along disputed boundaries. But they had come to join in their first common mission since Bruenner and his friends, Regis among them, had traveled north to help Abood stave off a coup attempt by a vicious tribe of half-ogre orcs. Or had they? The question nagged at Regis as he continued to glance around. Ostensibly, they had agreed to come together to meet the Brotherhood's emissaries with a show of united force, but a disturbing possibility nagged at the halfling. Suppose Abood instead planned to use his overwhelming numbers in support of the fiendish emissary and against Regis and his friends? "You wouldn't have me risk the lives of King Bruenner and his Princess Catti-brie, student of Alustriel, would you?" came Abold's voice from behind, shattering the halfling's train of thought. Regis sheepishly turned to regard the massive humanoid, dressed in his overlapping black armor with its abundant and imposing spikes, and with that tremendous greatsword strapped across his back. I know not what you mean," Regis stammered, feeling naked under the knowing gaze of the unusually perceptive orc. Abood laughed at him and turned away, leaving the halfling less than assured. Several of the forward sentries began calling then, announcing the arrival of the outsiders. Regis rushed forward into the side to get a good look, and when he did spy the newcomers a few moments later, his heart leaped into his throat. A trio of beautiful, barely dressed women led the way up the path. One stepped proudly in front, flanked left and right by her entourage. Tall, statuesque, with beautiful skin, they seemed almost angelic to Regis, for from behind their strong but delicate shoulders, they each sprouted a pair of shining white feathered wings. Everything about them spoke of otherworldliness, from their natural or supernatural charms, like hair too lustrous and eyes too shining, to their adornments such as the fine swords and delicate rope, all magically glowing in a rainbow of hues, carried on belts twined of shining gold and silver fibers that sparkled with enchantments. It would have been easy to confuse these women with the goodly celestials, had it not been for their escort. For behind them came a mob of gruesome and beastly warriors, the Barbazu. Each carried a saw-toothed glaive, great tips waving in the light as the hunched, green-skinned creatures shuffled behind their leaders. Barbazu were also known as bearded devils because of a shock of facial hair that ran ear to ear down under their jawline, beneath a toothy mouth far too wide for their otherwise emaciated-looking faces. Scattered amongst their ranks were their pets, the lemure, oozing, fleshy creatures that had no more definable shape than that of a lump of molten stone, continually rolling, spreading, and contracting to propel themselves forward. The group, nearly 20 by Regis' count, moved steadily up the rock path toward Abood, who had climbed to the top to directly intercept them. Just a dozen paces before him, the leading trio motioned for their shock troops to hold and came forward as a group, again with the same one, a most striking and alluring creature with stunning two-red hair, two-red eyes, and two-red lips, taking the point. "You are Abood, I am sure," the Uranese purred, striding forward to stand right before the imposing orc, and though he was more than half a foot taller than her and twice her weight, she didn't seem diminished before him. "Niphathes, I assume," Abood replied. The she-devil smiled, showing teeth blindingly white and dangerously sharp. "We're honored to speak with King Abood Many Arrows," the devil said, her red eyes twinkling coyly. "Your reputation has spread across Fairer Kingdom brings hope to all orcs." "And hope to the Arcane Brotherhood, it would seem," Abood said, as Niphath's gaze drifted over to the side, where Regis remained half hidden by a large rock. The Uranese grinned again and Regis felt his knees go weak before finally, mercifully, looking back to the imposing orc king. "We make no secret of our wishes to expand our influence," she admitted. "Not to those with whom we wish to ally, at least. To others." Her voice trailed off as she again looked Regis' way. "He is a useful infiltrator," Abood remarked. "One whose loyalty is to whoever pays him the most gold." "I have much gold." Niphath's accepting nod seemed less than convinced. "Your army is mighty, by all accounts," said the devil. "Your healers capable. Where you fail is in the art, which leaves you dangerously vulnerable to the mages that are so prevalent in Silverymoon." "And this is what the Arcane Brotherhood offers," Abood reasoned. "We can more than match Illustrial's power. And so with you behind me, the Kingdom of Many Arrows will overrun the Silver Marches." Regis' knees went weak again at Abold's proclamation. The halfling's thoughts screamed of double-cross, and with his friends so dangerously exposed and with himself so obviously doomed. "It would be a beautiful coupling," the Uranese said, and ran her delicate hand across Abold's massive chest. "A coupling is a temporary arrangement." "A marriage, then," said Niphathes. "Or an enslavement." The Uranese stepped back and looked at him curiously. "I would provide you the fodder to absorb the spears and spells of your enemies," Abood explained. "My orcs would become to you as those Barbizu." "You misunderstand." "Do I, Niphathes?" Abood said, and it was his turn to offer a toothy grin. "The Brotherhood seeks to enhance trade and cooperation. Then why do you approach me under the cloak of secrecy? All the kingdoms of the Silver Marches value trade. Surely you don't consider yourself kin and kind with the dwarves of Mithril Hall, or with Illustrial and her delicate creatures. You are a god among orcs. Grumsh adores you, I know this, as I have spoken with him." Regis, who was growing confident again at a bold strong rebuke, winced as surely as did Abood himself when Niphathes made that particular reference. "Grumsh has guided the vision that is Many Arrows," Abood replied after a moment of collecting himself. "I know his will." Niphathes beamed. "My master will be pleased. We will send." Abold's mocking laughter stopped her, and she looked at him with both curiosity and skepticism. "War brought us to this, our home," Abood explained, "but peace sustains us." "Peace with dwarves?" the devil asked. Abood stood firm and didn't bother to reply. "My master will not be pleased. He will exact punishment upon me?" "Be careful what you wish for, King of Orcs," the devil warned. "Your puny kingdom is no match for the magic of the Arcane Brotherhood. Who ally with devils and will send forth a horde of Barbiza to entangle my armies while their over-wizards rain death upon us?" Abood asked, and it was Niphath's turn to stand firm. "While my own allies support my ranks with elven arrows, dwarven war machines, and Lady Illustrial's own knights and wizards," the orc said and drew out his greatsword, willing its massive blade to erupt with fire as it came free of its sheath. To Niphathes and her two Uranese companions, none of whom were smiling, he yelled, "Let us see how my orc fodder fares against your Barbizu and flesh beasts." From all around, orcs leaped out of hiding. Brandishing swords and spears, axes and flails, they howled and rushed forward, and the devils, ever eager for battle, fanned out and met the charge. "Fool orc," Niphathes said. She pulled out her own sword, a wicked, straight-edged blade, blood-red in color, and took her strange rope from her belt as well, as did her sister Uranese devils. "Our promise to you is of greater power than you will ever know." To the sides of the principals, orcs and lesser devils crashed together in a sudden torrent of howls and shrieks. Abood came forward with frightening speed, his sword driving for the hollow between Niphath's breasts. He roared with victory, thinking the kill assured. But Niphathes was gone, just gone, magically disappeared, and so were her sisters. "Fool orc," she called down to him from above, and Abood whirled and looked up to see the three devils some 20 feet off the ground, their feathered wings beating easily, holding them aloft and steady against the wind. A bearded devil rushed at the seemingly distracted orc king, but Abood swept around at the last moment, his flaming greatsword cutting a devastating arc, and the creature fell away in pieces. As he turned back to regard Niphates, though, a rope slapped down around him. A magical rope, he quickly discerned, as it began to entwine him of its own accord, wrapping with blinding speed and the strength of a giant constrictor snake around his torso and limbs. Before he even began sorting that out, a second rope hit him and began to enwrap him, as each of Niphates' fellow Erinnes, flanking their alluring leader, caught him in their extended magical grasp. "Destroy them all!" Niphates called down to her horde. "They are only orcs." "Only orcs!" A bearded devil echoed, or tried to, for it came out only Orglul, as a spike blasted through the devil's spine and lungs, exploding out its chest with a spray of blood and gore. "Yeah, ye keep telling yourself that," said Thibbledorf Puent, who had leaped down from a rocky abutment head first, helmet spike first upon the unsuspecting creature. Puent pulled himself to his feet, yanking the flailing, dying devil up over his head as he went. With a powerful jerk and twitch, he sent the creature flying away. "It'll make you feel better," he said after it. Then he howled and charged at the next enemy he could find. "Slow down, you darn stonehead pile o' road apples." Bruenor, who was more gingerly making his way down the same abutment, called after Puent, to no avail. "So much for formations," the dwarf king grumbled to Drizzt, who rushed by with a fluid gait, leaping down ledge to ledge as easily as if he were running across flat tundra. The drow hit the ground running. He darted off to the side and fell into a sidelong roll over a smooth boulder, landing solidly on his feet and with his scimitars already weaving a deadly pattern before him. Oozing lemurs bubbled and popped under the slashes of those blades as Drizzt fell fully into his dance. He stopped, and whirled around just in time to double parry the incoming glaive of a Barbizu. Not wanting to fully engage the saw-toothed weapon, Drizzt instead slapped it with a series of shortened strikes, deflecting its thrust out wide. His magical anklets enhancing his strides, the drow rushed in behind the glaive, icing Death and Twinkle, his trusted blades, making short work of the bearded devil. "I got to get me a fast pony," Bruenor grumbled. Warpig, one of the other dwarves coming down, another gutbuster, corrected. "Whatever's about," Bruenor agreed. "Anything to get me in the fight afore them two steal all the fun." As if on cue, Puent roared, "Come on, me boys. There's blood for spillin'." And all the gutbusters gave a great cheer and began raining down around Bruenor. They leaped from the stones and crashed down hard, caring not at all, and rolled off as one with all the frenzy of a tornado in an open market. Bruenor sighed and looked at Torgar, the only other one left beside him at the base of the abutment, who couldn't suppress a chuckle of his own. "They do it because they love their king," the Mirabaran dwarf remarked. "They do it because they want to hit things," Bruenor muttered. He glanced over his shoulder, back up the rocks, to Catti-brie, who was crouched low, using a stone to steady her aim. She looked down at Bruenor and winked, then nodded forward, leading the dwarf's gaze to the three flying Erinnes. A dozen orc missiles reached up at Niphates and her sisters in the few moments Bruenor regarded them, but not one got close to penetrating the skin of the devils, who had enacted magical shields to prevent just such an attack. Bruenor looked back to Catti-brie, who winked again and drew back far on her powerfully enchanted bow. She let fly a sizzling, lightning-like arrow that flashed brilliantly, cutting the air. Niphates' magical shield sparked in protest as the missile slashed in, and to the devil's credit, the protection did deflect Catti-brie's arrow just enough to turn it from the side of Niphates' chest to her wings. White feathers flew in a burst as the missile exploded through one wing then the other. The devil, her face a mask of surprise and agony, began to twist in a downward spiral. "Good shot," Torgar remarked. "Wasting her time with that stupid wizard stuff," Bruenor replied. A cacophony of metallic clangs turned them both to the side, to see Drizzt backing furiously, skipping up to the top of rocks, leaping from one to another, always just ahead of one or another of a multitude of glaives slashing at him. "Who's wasting time?" the dark elf asked between desperate parries. Bruenor and Torgar took the not-so-subtle hint, hoisted their weapons, and ran in support. From on high, another arrow flashed, splitting the air just to the side of Drizzt and splitting the face of the bearded devil standing before him. Bruenor's old, notched axe took out the devil chasing the drow from the other side, and Torgar rushed past the drow, shield blocking another glaive aside, and as he passed, Drizzt sprinted in behind him to slash out the surprised devil's throat. "We kill more than Puent and his boys do, and am buying the ale for a year and a day," Bruenor cried, charging in beside his companions. "10 o' them, 3 of us," Torgar reminded his king as another arrow from Talmaril blasted a lemure that roiled toward them. 4 of us, Bruenor corrected with a wink back at Catti-brie, "and am thinking you'll make that bet." Either unaware or uncaring for the fall of Niphates, the other Erinnes tightened their pressure and focus on Abood. Their magical ropes had wrapped him tightly and the devils pulled with all their otherworldly might in opposing directions to wrench and tear the Orc King and lift him from the ground. But they weren't the only ones possessed of otherworldly strength. Abood let the ropes tighten around his waist, and locked his abdominal muscles to prevent them from doing any real damage. He dropped his greatsword to the ground, slapped his hands on the ropes running diagonally from him, and flipped them over and around once to secure his grasp. While almost any other creature would have tried to free itself from the grasp of two devils, Abood welcomed it. As soon as he was satisfied with his grip, his every muscle corded against the tightening rope and the pull of the Uranese, the orc began a series of sudden and brutal downward tugs. Despite their powerful wings, despite their devilish power, the Uranese couldn't resist the pull of the mighty orc, and each tug reeled them down. Working like a fisherman, Abood's every muscle jerked in sync, and he let go of the ropes at precisely the right moment to grasp them higher up. Around him the battle raged, and Abood knew that he was vulnerable, but rage drove him on. Even as a Barbizu approached him, he continued his work against the Uranese. The Barbizu howled, thinking it had found an opening, and leaped forward, but a series of small flashes of silver whipped past Abood's side. The Barbizu jerked and gyrated, trying to avoid or deflect the stream of daggers. Abood managed to glance back to see the halfling friend of Bruenor shrugging, almost apologetically, as he loosed the last of his missiles. That barrage wasn't about to stop a Barbizu, of course, but it did deter the devil long enough. Another form, lithe and fast, rushed past Regis and Abood. Drizzt leaped high as he neared the surprised bearded devil, too high for the creature to lift its saw-toothed glaive to intercept. Drizzt managed to stamp down on the flat of its heavy blade as he descended, and he skipped right past the Barbizu, launching a knee into its face for good measure as he soared by. That knee was more to slow his progress than to defeat the creature, though it caught the devil off guard. The real attack came from behind, Drizzt spinning around and putting his scimitars to deadly work before the devil could counter with any semblance of a defense. The wounded Barbizu, flailing crazily, looked around for support, but all around it, its comrades were crumbling. The orcs, the Gutbusters, and Bruenor's small group simply overwhelmed them. Abood saw it, too, and he gave another huge tug, pulling down the Uranese. Barely a dozen feet from the ground, the devils recognized their doom. As one, they unfastened their respective ropes in an attempt to soar away, but before they could even get free of their own entanglement, a barrage of spears, stones, knives, and axes whipped up at them. Then came a devastating missile at the devil fluttering to Abood's left. A pair of dwarves, hands locked between them, made a platform from which jumped one Thibbledorf Pwent. He went up high enough to wrap the devil in a great hug, and the wild dwarf immediately went into his frenzied gyrations, his ridged armor biting deep and hard. The Uranese screamed in protest, and Pwent punched a spiked gauntlet right through her face. The two fell like a stone. Pwent expertly twisted to put the devil under him before they landed. "You know not what you do, Drow," Nithothes said as Drizzt, fresh from his kill of the Barbizu, approached. The devil's wings hung bloody and useless behind her, but she stood steadily, and seemed more angry than hurt. She held her sword in her left hand, her enchanted rope, coiled like a whip, in her right. "I have battled and defeated a Merilith and a Baelor," Drizzt replied, though the Uranese laughed at him. "I do not tremble. Even should you beat me, you will be making enemies more dangerous than you could ever imagine." Nithothes warned, and it was Drizzt's turn to laugh. "You don't know my history," he said dryly. "The Arcane Brotherhood." Drizzt cut her short. "Would be a minor house in the city of Menzoberranzan, where all the families looked long to see the end of me. I do not tremble, Nithothes of Stygia, who calls Luskan her home." The devil's eyes flashed. "Yes, we know your name," Drizzt assured her. "And we know who sent you." "Arabeth," Nithothes mouthed with a hiss. The name meant nothing to Drizzt, though if she had added Arabeth's surname, Roram, he would have made the connection to Marchion Elastil Roram, who had indeed tipped them off. "At least I will see the end of you before I am banished to the Nine Hells," Nithothes declared, and she raised her right arm, letting free several lengths of rope, and snapped it like a whip at Drizzt. He moved before she ever came forward, turning sidelong to the snapping rope. He slashed at it with icing death, his right hand blade, turned fully to strike it higher up with a backhanded uppercut of Twinkle in his left hand, then came around again with icing death, slashing harder. And around he went again, and again, turning 3 circles that had the rope out wide, and shortened its length with every powerful slash. As he came around the 4th time, he met Nithothes' thrusting sword with a slashing backhand parry. The devil was ready for it, though, and she easily rolled her blade over the scimitar and thrust again for Drizzt's belly as he continued his turn. Drizzt was ready for her to be ready for it, though, and icing death came up under the long sword, catching it with its curved back edge. The dark elf completed the upward movement, rotating his arm up and out, throwing Nithothes' blade far and high to his right. Before the devil could extract her blade, Drizzt did a 3-way movement of perfect coordination, bringing Twinkle snapping up and across to replace its companion blade and keeping the devil's sword out of the way, stepping forward and snapping his right down and ahead, its edge coming in tight against the devil's throat. He had her helpless. But she kept smiling. And she was gone, just gone, vanished from his sight. Drizzt whirled around and fell into a defensive roll, but relaxed somewhat when he spotted the devil, some 30 feet away on an island of rock a few feet up from his level. "Fool drow," she scolded. "Fools, all of you. My masters will melt your land to ash and molten stone. A movement to the side turned her, to see Abood stalking her way. "And you are the biggest fool of all," she roared at him. "We promised you power beyond anything you could ever imagine." The orc took 3 sudden and furious strides, then leaped as only Abood could leap, a greater leap than any orc would even attempt, a leap that seemed more akin to magical flight. Niflhees didn't anticipate it. Drizzt didn't, either. And neither did Bruenor or Catti-brie, who was readying an arrow to try to finish off the devil. She quickly deduced that there was no need for it, when Abood cleared the remaining distance and went high enough to land beside Niflhees. He delivered his answer by transferring all of his momentum into a swing of his powerful greatsword. Drizzt winced, for he had seen that play before. He thought of Tarathiel, his fallen friend, and pictured the elf in Niflhees' place as she was shorn in half by the orc's mighty, fiery blade. The devil fell to the stone, in 2 pieces. "By Moradin's own mug," said Thibbledorf Puent, standing between Bruenor and Regis. "Im knowin' he's an orc, but im leaking this one." Bruenor smirked at his battle ridger escort, but his gaze went right back to Abood, who seemed almost godlike standing up on that stone, his foe, vanquished, at his feet. Realizing that he had to react, Bruenor stalked the orc's way. "Shed have made a fine prisoner," he reminded Abood. "She makes a better trophy," the orc king insisted, and he and Bruenor locked their typically angry stares, the two always seeming on the verge of battle. "Don't ye forget that we came to help ye," said Bruenor. "Don't you forget that I let you," Abood countered, and they continued to stare. Over to the side, Drizzt found his way to Catti-brie. "Been 4 years," the woman lamented, watching the 2 rival kings and their unending growling at each other. "I wonder if I will live long enough to see them change." "They're staring, not fighting," Drizzt replied. "You already have." Chapter. To Dare to Dream. A few years earlier, Sea Sprite would have just sent Quelch's Folly to the ocean floor and sailed on her way in search of more pirates. And Sea Sprite would have found other pirates to destroy before she needed to sail back into port. Sea Sprite could catch and destroy and hunt again with near impunity. She was faster, she was stronger, and she was possessed of tremendous advantages over those she hunted in terms of information. A catch, though, was becoming increasingly rare, though pirates were plentiful. A troubled Dudermont paced the deck of his beloved pirate hunter, occasionally glancing back at the damaged ship he had put in tow. He needed the assurance. Like an aging gladiator, Dudermont understood that time was fast passing him by, that his enemies had caught up to his tactics. The ship in tow alleviated those fears somewhat, of course, like a swordsman's win in the arena. And it would bring a fine payoff in Waterdeep, he knew. 4 months now I have wondered. Dudermont remarked to Robillard when he walked near the wizard, seated on his customary throne behind the mainmast, a dozen feet up from the deck. "Now I know." "Know what, my captain?" Robillard asked with obviously feigned interest. "Why we don't find them." "We found one." "Why we don't more readily find them," the captain retorted to his wizard's unending dry humor. "Pray tell." As he spoke, Robillard apparently caught on to the intensity of Dudermont's gaze, and he didn't look away. "I heard your conversation with Arabeth Roram," Dudermont said. Robillard replaced his shock with an amused grin. "Indeed. She is an interesting little creature." "A pirate who escaped our grasp," Dudermont remarked. "You would have had me put her in chains?" the wizard asked. "You are aware of her lineage, I presume?" Dudermont didn't blink. "And her power," Robillard added. "She is an over-wizard of the host tower of the arcane. Had I tried to detain her, she would have blown the ship out from under our boarding party, yourself included." "Isn't that exactly the circumstance for which you were hired?" Robillard smirked and let the quip pass. "I don't like that she escaped," Dudermont said. He paused and directed Robillard's gaze to starboard. The sun dipped below the ocean horizon, turning a distant line of clouds fiery orange, red, and pink. The sun was setting, but at least it was a beautiful sight. Dudermont couldn't dismiss the symbolism of the sunset, given his feelings as he considered the relative inefficiency of Sea Sprite of late, those nagging suspicions that his tactics had been successfully countered by the many pirates running wild along the Sword Coast. He stared at the sunset. "The Arcane Brotherhood meddles where they should not," he said quietly, as much to himself as to Robillard. "You would expect differently?" came the wizard's response. Dudermont managed to tear his eyes from the natural spectacle to regard Robillard. "They have always been meddlesome," Robillard explained. "Some, at least. There are those, I counted myself among them, who simply wanted to be left alone to our studies and experiments. We viewed the host tower as a refuge for the brilliant. Sadly, others wish to use that brilliance for gain or for dominance. This Arklum Greeth creature." "Creature?" "Yes, a fitting description." "You left the host tower before he arrived?" Dudermont asked. I was still among its members as he rose to prominence, sadly. Do you count his rise among your reasons for leaving? Robillard considered that for a moment, then shrugged. I don't believe grief alone was the catalyst for the changes in the tower, he was more a symptom. But perhaps the fatal blow to whatever honor remained at the host tower. Now he supports the pirates. Likely the least of his crimes. He is an indecent creature. Dudermont rubbed his tired eyes and looked back to the sunset. 3 days later, Sea Sprite and Quelch's Folly, whose name had been purposely marred beyond recognition, put into Waterdeep Harbor. They were met by eager wharf hands and the harbor master himself, who also served as auctioneer for the captured pirate ships Dudermont and a very few others brought in. Argus Wretch's ship, he said to Dudermont when the captain walked down from Sea Sprite. Tell me ye got him in your hold, and me day'll be brighter. Dudermont shook his head and looked past the harbor master, to a young friend of his, Lord Brambleberry of the East Waterdeep nobility. The man moved swiftly, with a boyish spring still in his step. He had passed the age of 20, but barely, and while Dudermont admired his youth and vigor, and indeed believed that he was looking at a kindred spirit, Brambleberry so reminded him of himself at that age he sometimes found the young man too eager and anxious to make a name for himself. Such rushed ambition could lead to a premature visit to the fugue plain, Dudermont knew. Ye killed him, then, did ye? The harbor master asked. He was not aboard when we boarded, Dudermont explained. But we've a score of pirate prisoners for your jailers. Bah, but I'd trade the lot of them for Argus Wretch's ugly head, the man said and spat. Dudermont nodded quickly and walked by him. I heard that your sails had been sighted, and was hoping that you would put in this day, Lord Brambleberry said as the captain neared. He extended his hand, which Dudermont grasped in a firm shake. You wish to get in an early bid on Wretch's ship? Dudermont asked. I may, the young nobleman replied. He was taller than most, mean as tall as Dudermont, with hair the color of wheat and a bright sun and eyes that darted to and fro with inquisitiveness and not wariness, as if there was too much of the world yet to be seen. He had thin and handsome features, again so much like Dudermont, an unblemished skin and clean fingernails bespeaking his noble birthright. May? Asked Dudermont. I had thought you intended to construct a fleet of pirate hunters. You know I do, the young lord replied. Or did. I fear that the pirates have learned to evade such tactics. He glanced at Quelch's Folly and added, usually. A fleet of escort ships, then, said Dudermont. A prudent adjustment, Captain, Brambleberry replied, and led Dudermont away to his waiting coach. They let the unpleasant talk of pirates abate during their ride across the fabulous city of Waterdeep. The city was bustling that fine day, and too noisy for them to speak and be heard without shouting. A cobblestone drive led up to Brambleberry's estate. The coach rolled under an awning and the attendants were fast to open the door and help the lord and his guest climb out. Inside the palatial dwelling, Brambleberry went first to the wine rack, a fine stock of elven vintages. Dudermont watched him reach to the lower rack and pull forth one bottle, then another, examining the label and brushing away the dust. Brambleberry was retrieving the finest of his stock, Dudermont realized and smiled in appreciation, and also in recognizing that the Lord Brambleberry must have some important revelations waiting for him if he was reaching so deep into his liquid treasure trove. They moved up to a comfortable sitting room, where a hearth blazed and fine treats had been set out on a small wooden table set between two plush chairs. I have wondered if we should turn to defensive measures, protecting the merchant ships, instead of our aggressive pirate hunts, Brambleberry said almost as soon as Dudermont took his seat. It's no duty I would wish. There is nothing exciting about it, particularly not for Sea Sprite, Brambleberry agreed. Since any pirate spying such an escort would simply raise sail and flee long before any engagement. The price of fame, he said, and lifted his glass in toast. Dudermont tapped the glass and took a sip, and indeed the young lord had provided him with a good vintage. And what has been the result of your pondering? Dudermont asked. Are you and the other lords convinced of the wisdom of escorts? It does sound like a costly proposition, given the number of merchant ships sailing out of your harbor every day. Prohibitive, the lord agreed. And surely unproductive. The pirates adjust, cleverly and with assistance. They have friends, Dudermont agreed. Powerful friends, said Lord Brambleberry. Dudermont started the next toast, and after his sip asked, Are we to dance around in circles, or are you to tell me what you know or what you suspect? Brambleberry's eyes flashed with amusement and he grinned smugly. Rumors, perhaps merely rumors, he said. It's whispered that the pirates have found allies in the greater powers of Luskan. The high captains, to a one, once shared their dishonorable profession, to some degree or another, said Dudermont. Not them, said the still elusive Brambleberry. Though it wouldn't surprise me to learn that one or another of the high captains had an interest, perhaps financial, with a pirate or two. Nay, my friend, I speak of a more intimate and powerful arrangement. If not the high captains, then The host tower, said Brambleberry. Dudermont's expression showed his increased interest. I know it's surprising, Captain, Brambleberry remarked, but I have heard whispers, from reliable places, that the host tower is indeed involved in the increasing piracy of late, which would explain your more limited successes, and those of every other authority trying to track down and rid the waters of the scum. Dudermont rubbed his chin, trying to put it all in perspective. You don't believe me? Brambleberry asked. Quite the contrary, the captain replied. Your words only confirm similar information I have recently received. With a wide smile, Brambleberry reached again for his wineglass, but he paused as he lifted it, and stared at it intently. These were quite expensive, he said. Their quality is obvious. And the wine contained within them is many times more precious. He looked up at Dudermont. What would you have me say? The captain asked. Am grateful to share in such luxury as this. That is my whole point, Brambleberry said, and Dudermont's face screwed up with confusion. Look around you, the watered Havian nobleman bade him. Wealth, unbelievable wealth. All mine by birthright. I know that you have been well rewarded for your efforts these years, good Captain Dudermont, but if you were to collect all of your earnings combined, I doubt you could afford that single rack of wine from which I pulled our present drink. Dudermont set his glass down, not quite knowing how to respond, or how Brambleberry wanted him to respond. He easily suppressed his nagging, prideful anger and bade the man to continue. You sail out and bring down Argus Wretch, through great effort and at great risk, Brambleberry went on. And you come here with his ship, which I might purchase at a whim, with a snap of my fingers, and at a cost to my fortune that wouldn't be noticed by any but the most nitpicking of coin counters. We all have our places, Dudermont replied, finally catching on to where the man was heading. Even if those places are not attained through effort or justice, said Brambleberry. He gave a self-deprecating chuckle. I feel that I'm living a good life and the life of a good man, Captain. I treat my servants well, and seek to serve the people. You are a well-respected lord, and for good reason. And you are a hero, in Luskan and in Waterdeep. And a villain to many others, the captain said with a grin. A villain to villains, perhaps, and to no others. I envy you. And I salute you and look up to you, he added, and lifted his glass in toast, finally. And I would trade places with you. Tell your staff and I will tell my crew, Dudermont said with a laugh. I jest with you not at all, Brambleberry replied. Would that it were so simple? But we know it's not, and I know that to follow in your footsteps will be a journey of deeds, not of birthright. And not of purchases. I would have the people speak of me, one day, as they now speak of Captain Dudermont. To Dudermont's surprise, Brambleberry threw his wineglass against the hearth, shattering it. I have earned none of this, other than by the good fortune of my birth. And so you see, Captain, am determined to put this good fortune to work. Yes, I will purchase Argus Wretch's ship from you, to make 3 in my fleet, and I will sail them, crewed by mercenaries, to Luskan beside you if you'll join me and deal such a blow to those pirates sailing the Sword Coast as they have never before known. And when we're done, I will turn my fleet loose to the seas, hunting as sea sprite hunts, until the scourge of piracy is removed from the waters. Dudermont let the proclamation hang in the air for a long while, trying to wind his thoughts along the many potential paths, most of them seeming quite disastrous. If you mean to wage war on the host tower, you will be facing a formidable foe, and a foe no doubt supported by the 5 high captains of Luskan, he finally replied. Do you mean to start a war between Waterdeep and the City of Sails? No, of course not, said Brambleberry. We can be quieter than that. A small force to unseat Arklemgreath and his over-wizards? Dudermont asked. Not just any small force, Brambleberry promised. Waterdeep knows no shortage of individuals of considerable personal power. Dudermont sat there staring as the heartbeat slipped past. Consider the possibilities, Captain Dudermont, Brambleberry begged. Are you not being too anxious to make your coveted mark, my young friend? Or am I offering you the opportunity to truly finish that which you started so many years ago? Brambleberry countered. To deal a blow such as this would ensure that all of your efforts these years were far more than a temporary alleviation of misery for the merchants sailing the Sword Coast. Captain Dudermont sat back in his chair and lifted his glass before him to drink. He paused, though, seeing the flickering fire in the hearth twisting through the facets of the crystal. He couldn't deny the sense of challenge, and the hope of true accomplishment. Chapter Fishing for Memories. It was a prime example of the good that can come through cooperation, Drizzt remarked, and his smirk told Regis that he was making the lofty statement more to irk Bruenor than to make any profound philosophical point. Bah, I had to choose between orcs and demons. Devils, the halfling corrected, and Bruenor glared at him. Between orcs and devils, the dwarf king conceded. I picked the ones what smelled better. You were bound to do so, Regis dared say, and it was his turn to toss a clever wink Drizzt's way. Bah, the nine hells I was. Shall I retrieve the Treaty of Garam's Gorge that we might review the responsibilities of the signatories? Drizzt asked. Yourself winks at him and I put me fist into your eye, then I toss Rumble Belly down the hallway, Bruenor warned. You cannot blame them for being surprised that King Bruenor would go to the aid of an orc, came a voice from the door, and the three turned as one to watch Catti-brie enter the room. Don't ye join them, Bruenor warned. Catti-brie bowed with respect. Fear not, she said. I've come for my husband, that he can see me on my way. Back to Silvery Moon for more lessons with Illustrial? Regis asked. Beyond that, Drizzt answered for her as he walked across to take her arm. Lady Illustrial has promised Catti-brie a journey that will span half the continent and several planes of existence. He looked at his wife and smiled with obvious envy. And how long's that to take? Bruenor demanded. He had made it no secret to Catti-brie that her prolonged absences from Mithril Hall had created extra work for him, though in truth, the woman and everyone else who had heard the dwarf's grumbling had understood it to be his way of admitting that he sorely missed Catti-brie without actually saying the words. She gets to escape another Mithril Hall winter, Regis said. Have you room for a short but stout companion? Only if she turns you into a toad, Drizzt answered and led Catti-brie away. Later that same day, Regis walked outside of Mithril Hall to the banks of the river Cerbrin. His remark about winter had reminded him that the unfriendly season was not so far away, and indeed, though the day was glorious, the wind swept down from the north, blustery and cold, and the leaves on the many trees across the river were beginning to show the colors of autumn. Something in the air that day, the wind or the smell of the changing season, reminded Regis of his old home in Icewind Dale. He had more to call his own in Mithril Hall, and security for where could be safer than inside the Dwarven Hall, but the things he'd gained did little to alleviate the halfling's sense of loss for what had been. He had known a good life in Icewind Dale. Had spent his days fishing for knucklehead trout from the banks of Mare Dúldan. The lake had given him all he needed and more, with water and food knew 100 good recipes for cooking the delicious fish. And few could carve their skulls more wonderfully than Regis. His trinkets, statues, and paperweights had earned him a fine reputation among the local merchants. Best of all, of course, was the fact that his work consisted mostly of lying on the banks of the lake, a fishing line tied to his toe. With that in mind, Regis spent a long time walking along the riverbank, north of the bridge, in search of the perfect spot. He finally settled on a small patch of grass, somewhat sheltered from the north wind by a rounded gray stone, but one not high enough to shade him at all. He took great care in getting his line out to just the right spot, a quieter pool around the edge of a stony jut in the dark water. He used a heavy weight, but even that wouldn't hold if he put the line into the main flow of the river, the strong currents would wash it far downstream. He waited a few moments, and confident that his location would hold steady, he removed his shoe, looped the line around his big toe, and dropped his pack to use as a pillow. He had barely settled down and closed his eyes when a noise from the north startled him. He recognized the source before he even sat up to look beyond the rounded stone. Orcs. Several young ones had gathered at the water's edge. They argued noisily why were orcs always so boisterous, about fishing lines and fishing nets and where to cast and how to cast. Regis almost laughed aloud at himself for his bubbling annoyance, for he understood his anger even as he felt it. They were orcs, and so he was angry. They were orcs, and so he was impatient. They were orcs, and so his first reaction had to be negative. Old feelings died hard. Regis thought back to another time and another place, recalling when a group of boys and girls had begun a noisy splash fight not far from where he had cast his line in Mare Dúldan. Regis had scolded them that day, but only briefly. As he thought of it, he couldn't help grin, remembering how he had then spent a wonderful afternoon showing those youngsters how to fish, how to play a hook knucklehead, and how to skin a catch. Indeed, that long ago night, the group of youngsters had arrived at Regis' front door, at his invitation, to see some of his carvings and to enjoy a meal of trout prepared only as Regis knew how. Among so many uneventful days on the banks of Mare Dúldan, that one stood out in Regis' memory. He considered the noisy orc youngsters again, and laughed as he watched them try to throw a net and wind up netting one young orc girl instead. He almost got up, thinking to go and offer lessons as he had on that long ago day in Icewind Dale. But he stopped when he noticed the boundary marker between his spot and the orcs. Where the mountain spilled down to the Cerbrin marked the end of Mithril Hall and the beginning of the Kingdom of Many Arrows, and across that line, Regis could not go. The orcs noticed him, then, just as he scowled. He lifted a hand to wave, and they did likewise, though more than a little tentatively. Regis settled back behind the stone, not wanting to upset the group. One day, he thought, he might be able to go up there and show them how to throw a net or cast a line. One day soon, perhaps, given the relative peace of the past 4 years and the recent cooperative ambush that had destroyed a potential threat to the Silver Marches. Or maybe he would one day wage war against those very orc youngsters, kill one with his mace or be taken in the gut by another's spear. He could picture Drizzt dancing through that group then and there, his scimitars striking with brilliant precision, leaving the lot of them squirming and bleeding on the rocks. A shudder coursed the halfling's spine, and he shook away those dark thoughts. They were building something there, Regis had to believe. Despite Bruenner's stubbornness and a Bold's heritage, the uneasy truce had already become an accepted if still uneasy peace, and it was Regis' greatest hope that every day that passed without incident made the prospect of another Dwarfork war a bit more remote. A tug on the line had him sitting up, and once he had the line in hand, he scrambled to his feet, working the line expertly. Understanding that he had an audience, he took his time landing the fish, a fine, foot-long ice perch. When at last he landed it, he held it up to show the young orcs, who applauded and waved enthusiastically. "One day I will teach you," Regis said, though they were too far away and upwind and with a noisy river bubbling by and could not hear. "One day." Then he paused and listened to his own words and realized that he was musing about orcs. Orcs. He had killed orcs, and with hardly a care. A moment of uncomfortable regret seized the halfling, followed quickly by a sense of complete confusion. He suppressed all of that, but only momentarily, by going back to work on his line, putting it back out in the calmer waters of the pool. Orcs. Orcs. Orcs? Bruenner wishes to speak with you? Catti-brie asked Drizzt when he returned to their suite of rooms late one night, only to be met by Bruenner's page with a quiet request. A 10 days had passed since the fight with the devils and the situation had calmed considerably. He is trying to sort through the confusion of our recent adventure. He wants you to go to Mirabar with Torgar Hammerstriker, Catti-brie reasoned. It does seem ridiculous, Drizzt replied, agreeing with Catti-brie's incredulous tone. In the best of times, and the most secure, Marchion Elastil would not grant me entrance. A long way to hike to camp out on the cold ground, Catti-brie quipped. Drizzt moved up to her, grinning wickedly. Not so unwelcome an event if I bring along the right bedroll, he said, his hands sliding around the woman's waist as he moved even closer. Catti-brie laughed and responded to his kiss. I would enjoy that. But you cannot go, Drizzt said, moving back. You have a grand adventure before you, and one you would not wisely avoid. If you ask me to go with you, I will. Drizzt stepped back, shaking his head. A fine husband I would be to do so. I have heard hints of some of the wonders Illustrial has planned for you throughout the next few months. I could not deny you that for the sake of my own desires. Ah, but don't you understand how alluring it is to know that your desires for me overwhelm that absolute sense of right and wrong that is so deeply ingrained into your heart and soul? Drizzt fell back at that and stared at Catti-brie, blinking repeatedly. He tried to respond several times, but nothing decipherable came forth. Catti-brie let her laughter flow. You are insufferable, she said, and danced across the room from Drizzt. You spend so much time wondering how you should feel that you rarely ever simply do feel. Knowing he was being mocked, Drizzt crossed his arms over his chest and turned his confused stare into a glare. I admire your judgment, all the while being frustrated by it, Catti-brie said. I remember when you went into Big Grin's cave those many years ago, Wulfgar at your side. It was not a wise choice, but you followed your emotions instead of your reason. What has happened to that Drizzt Do'Urden? He has grown older and wiser. Wiser? Or more cautious? She asked with a sly grin. Are they not one and the same? In battle, perhaps, Catti-brie replied. And since that is the only arena in which you have ever been willing to take a chance. Drizzt blew a helpless sigh. A span of a few heartbeats can make for a greater memory than the sum of a mundane year, Catti-brie continued. Drizzt nodded his concession. There are still risks to be had. He started for the door, saying, I will try to be brief, though I suspect your father will wish to talk this through over and over again. He glanced back as he grabbed the handle and pulled the door open, shaking his head and smiling. His expression changed when he considered his wife. She had unfastened the top 2 buttons of her colorful shirt and stood looking at him with a sly and inviting expression. She gave a little grin and shrug, and chewed her bottom lip teasingly. It wouldn't be a wise choice to keep the king waiting, she said in a voice far too innocent. Drizzt nodded, paused, and slammed and locked the door. I'm his son by marriage now, he explained, gliding across the room, his sword belt falling to the floor as he went. The king will forgive me. Not if he knew what you were doing to his daughter, Catti-brie said as Drizzt wrapped her in a hug and tumbled down to the bed with her. If Marchion Elastil will not grant me entrance, I will walk past his gates and along my road, Drizzt was saying when Catti-brie entered Bruenner's chambers later on that night. Regis was there as well, along with Torgar Hammerstriker and his Mirabaran companion, Shingles McGruff. He's a stubborn one, Shingles agreed with Drizzt after giving a nod to Catti-brie. But ye've a longer road by far. Oh? Catti-brie asked. He's for Icewind Dale, Bruenner explained. Him and Rumblebelly. Catti stepped back at the surprising news and looked to Drizzt for an explanation. "Me own decision," Bruenor said. "Or hearing that Wulfgar settled back there, so I'm thinking that Drizzt and Rumblebelly might be looking in on him." Catti considered it for a few moments, then nodded her agreement. She and Drizzt had discussed a journey to Icewind Dale to see their old friend. Word had come to Mithril Hall not long after the signing of the Treaty of Darum's Gorge that Wulfgar was well and back in Icewind Dale, and Catti and Drizzt had immediately begun plotting how they might go to him. But they had delayed, for Wulfgar's sake. He didn't need to see them together. He had left Mithril Hall to start anew, and it wouldn't be fair for them to remind him of the life he could have had with Catti. "I will be back in Mithril Hall before your return," Drizzt promised her. "Maybe," Catti replied, but with an accepting smile. "Both of our roads are fraught with adventure," Drizzt said. "And neither of us would have it any other way," Catti agreed. "I expect that's why we're in love." "You're knowing that other people are in the room, in guessin'," Bruenor said rather gruffly, and the two looked at the dwarf to see him shaking his head and rolling his eyes. Chapter: The Greater of Two Evils. With a sigh, Bellany Tundash rolled over to the side, away from her lover. "You ask too many questions, and always at the wrong moments," she complained. The small man, Morik by name, scrambled over to sit beside her on the edge of the bed. They looked like two cut of the same cloth, petite and dark-haired, only Bellany's eyes shone with a mischievousness and luster that had been lacking from Morik's dark orbs of late. "I take an interest in your life," he explained. "I find the host tower of the arcane fascinating." "You're looking for a way to rob it, you mean?" Morik laughed, paused, and considered the possibility, then shook his head at the absurdity of the thought and remembered why he was there. "I can undo any trap ever made," he boasted. "Except those of trickster wizards. Those traps, I leave alone." "Well, every door has one," Bellany teased, and she poked Morik hard in the chest. "Ones that would freeze you, ones that would melt you." "Ah, so if I just opened two doors simultaneously." "Ones that would jolt you so forcefully you would bite out that feisty tongue," Bellany was quick to add. In response, Morik leaned over, nibbled her ear and gave her a little lick, drawing a soft moan. "Then do tell me all the knowledge that I need to keep it," he whispered. Bellany laughed and pulled away. "This is not about you at all," she replied. "This is about that smelly dwarf. Everything seems to be about him of late." Morik rested back on his elbows. "He is insistent," he admitted. "Then kill him." Morik's laugh was one of incredulity. "Then I will kill Heimer, get one of the over-wizards to do it. Valindra, yes, she hates ugly things and hates dwarves most of all. She will kill the little fellow." Morik's expression grew deadly serious, so much so that Bellany didn't chuckle at her own clever remark and instead quieted and looked back at him in all seriousness. "The dwarf is not the problem," Morik explained, "though I've heard he's devastating in battle." "More boast than display, I wager," said Bellany. "Has he even fought anyone since his arrival in Luskan?" Again Morik stopped her with a serious frown. "I know who it is he serves," he said. "And know that he wouldn't serve them if his exploits and proficiency were anything less than his reputation. I warn you because I care for you. The dwarf and his masters are not to be taken lightly, not to be threatened, and not to be ignored." "It sounds as if I should indeed inform Valindra," said Bellany. "If you do, I will be dead in short order." "And so will you." "And so will Valindra, I suppose, if you're correct in your terror-filled assessment." "Do you really believe the High Captains, any or all together, are of more than a pittance of concern to the host tower?" "This has nothing to do with the High Captains," Morik assured her. "The dwarf has been seen with the son of Refner." Morik shook his head. "Then who?" she demanded. "Who are these mysterious ringleaders who seek information about the host tower? And if they are a threat, then why should I answer any of your questions?" "Enemies of some within the tower, I would guess," Morik calmly answered. "Though not necessarily enemies of the tower, if you can see the distinction." "Enemies of mine, perhaps." "No," Morik answered. "Be glad you have my ear, and I yours." As he said it, Morik leaned in and bit Bellany on the ear softly. "I will warn you if anything is to come of this." "Enemies of my friends," the woman said, pulling away forcefully, and for the first time, there seemed no playfulness in her tone. "You have few friends in the host tower," Morik reminded her. "That's why you come down here so often." "Perhaps down here, I simply feel superior." "To me?" Morik asked with feigned pain. "Am I just an object of lust for you?" "In your prayers." Morik nodded and smiled lewdly. "But you still haven't given me any reason to help you," Bellany replied. "Other than to forestall your own impending death, I mean." "You wound me with every word." "It's a talent. Now answer." Because the host tower does not recruit from outside the host tower, other than acolytes, said Morik. Think about it. You have spent the better part of a decade in the host tower, and yet you are very low in the hierarchy. Wizards tend to stay for many, many years. We're a patient lot, else we would not be wizards. True, and those who come in with some heritage of power behind their name, Dornigal of Baldur's Gate, Roram of Mirabarton, to fill all the vacancies that arise higher up the chain of power. But were the host tower to suffer many losses all at once? Bellany smirked at him, but her sour expression couldn't hide the sparkle of intrigue in her dark eyes. Besides, you'll help me because I know the truth of Montague Gale, who didn't die in an accident of alchemy. Bellany narrowed her eyes. Perhaps I should have eliminated the only witness, she said, but there was no real threat in her voice. She and Morik competed on many levels in their lovemaking, most of all, but try as either might to deny the truth of their relationship, they both knew they were more than lovers, they were in love. And in so doing eliminate the finest lover you've ever known? Morik asked. I think not. Bellany had no immediate answer, but after a pause, she said in all seriousness, I don't like that dwarf. You would like his masters even less, I assure you. Who are they? I care too much about you to tell you. Just get what I need and get far out of the way when I tell you to. After another pause, Bellany nodded. They called him the general because among all the mid-level battle mages at the host tower, Dondam Milik was considered the finest. His repertoire was dominated by evocations, of course, and he could throw lightning bolts and fireballs more intense than any but the over-wizards and the archmage arcane Arklam Greeth himself. And Dondam sprinkled in just enough defensive spells, transmutations that could blink him away to safety, an abjuration to make his skin like stone, various protection auras and misdirection Dwemer, so that on a battlefield, he always seemed one step ahead of any adversary. Some of his maneuvers were the stuff of growing legend at the host tower, like the time he executed a dimensional retreat at the last second to escape a mob of orc warriors, who were left swinging at empty air before Dondam engulfed them in a conflagration that melted them to a one. This night, though, because of information passed through a pair of petite, dark-haired lovers, Dondam's adversaries knew exactly what spells he had remaining in his daily repertoire, and had already put in place a plethora of countermeasures. He came out of a tavern that dark night, after having tipped a few too many to end off a day of hard work at the host tower, a day when he had exhausted all but a few of his available spells. The dwarf came out of an alleyway 2 doors down and fell into cadence with the walking wizard. He made no attempt to cover his heavy footsteps, and Dondam glanced back, though still he tried to hide the fact that he knew he was being followed. The wizard picked up his pace and the dwarf did likewise. Idiot, Dondam muttered under his breath, for he knew that it was the same dwarf who'd been heckling him inside the tavern earlier that night. The unpleasant fellow had professed vengeance when had been escorted out, but Dondam was surprised, pleasantly so, to learn that there was more than bluster to the ugly little fellow. Dondam considered his remaining spells and nodded to himself. As he neared the next alleyway, he broke into a run, propelling himself around the corner where he pulled up fast and traced a line on the ground. He had only a few heartbeats, and his head buzzed from too much liquor, but Dondam knew the incantation well, for most of his research occurred on distant planes. The line on the ground glowed in the darkness. Both ends of it rolled into the center, then climbed into the air, drawing a column taller than Dondam by well over a foot. That vertical slice of energy cut through the planar continuum, splitting to two and moving out from each other. In between loomed a darkness more profound than the already black shadows. But the dwarf wouldn't notice, Dondam knew. The wizard settled his portal into place, and nodded as the glowing lines fast disappeared. Then Dondam ran down the alley, hoping he would hear the dwarf's screams. Another form came out of the shadows as soon as the wizard had departed. With equal deftness, the lithe creature created a second magical gate, right in front of Dondam's, and dismissed the original as soon as the second was secure. A dark hand waved on the street, motioning the dwarf to continue. The dwarf had to take a deep breath. He trusted his boss well, as much as anyone could trust a creature of that particular persuasion, but traveling to the lower planes didn't come with many assurances, no matter who was doing the assuring. But he was a good soldier, and besides, what worse could happen to him than all that had already transpired? He picked up his pace and came around the alleyway entrance in full run, yelling so that the clever wizard would know he'd gone through the gate. Ruffian, Dondam muttered as he strolled back to review his handiwork and to dismiss the gate so that the obstinate and ugly dwarfer, one of the foul denizens of the abyss, didn't somehow figure out how to get back through. The last thing Dondam wanted was to feel the wrath of Arklam Greeth for loosing demons onto the streets of Luskan. Or it was the next to the last thing he wanted, Dondam realized as he walked around and waved his hand to dispel his magic. The gate didn't close. The dwarf walked calmly back out onto the street and said, "Hate those places." "How did you?" Dondam stuttered. "Just went in to get me dog," said the dwarf. "Every dwarf's needin' a dog, don't you know?" He shoved his thumb and index finger against his lips and blew a shrill whistle. Dondom more forcefully willed his gate to close, but it wasn't his gate. "You fool!" he cried at the dwarf. "What have you done?" The dwarf pointed at his own chest. "Me?" With a strange shriek, half roar of outrage, half squeal of fear, Dondom launched into spellcasting, determined to blow the vile creature into nothingness. He stammered, though, as a second creature came forth from the blackness of the gate. It stepped out bent way over, for that was the only way it could fit through the man-sized portal, its horned head leading the way. Even in the dark of night, the bluish hue of its skin was apparent, and when it stood to full height, some 12 feet, Dondom nearly fainted. Glabrizu, he whispered, his gaze locked on the demon's lower arms that sported 2 sets that ended in large pincers. "I just call him Poochie," said the dwarf. "We play a game." With a howl, Dondom spun around and ran. "Yeah, that's it," cried the dwarf. To the demon, he commanded, "Fetch." A fine sight greeted those revelers exiting the many taverns on Whiskey Row at that moment of the evening. Out of an alleyway came a wizard of the host tower, flailing his arms, screaming indecipherably. With his long and voluminous sleeves he looked rather like a frantic, wounded bird. Behind him came the dwarf's dog, a 12-foot, bipedal, 4-armed, blue-skinned demon, taking one stride for the wizard's 3 and gaining ground easily. "Teleport! Teleport!" Dondom shrieked. "Yes, I must. Or blink phase in and out find a way." That last word came out in a long, rolling syllable, covering several octaves, as one of the demon's pincers clamped around his waist and easily lifted him off the ground. He looked like a wounded bird that had gained a bit of altitude, except that he was moving backward, back into the alley. And into the gate. "I could have just smacked him in the skull," the dwarf said to his master's friend, a strange one who wasn't really a wizard but could do so many wizardly things. "You bore me," came the reply he always got from that one. "Ha ha." The gate blinked out, and the lithe, dark creature moved into the shadows and probably blinked out, too. The dwarf walked along his merry way, the heads of his glass-teal morning stars bouncing at the ends of their chains behind his shoulders. He found himself smiling more often these days. There might not have been enough bloodletting for his tastes, but life was good. He wasn't a bad sort, Morik said to Kensidon. He tried to look the man in the eye as he spoke, but he always had trouble doing that with the crow. Morik held a deep-seated, nagging fear that Kensidon was possessed of some magical charming power, that his gaze would set even his most determined adversary whimpering at his feet. That skinny little man with soft arms and knobby knees that he always kept crossed, that shrinking runt who had done nothing noteworthy in his entire life, held such power over all those around him, and that was a group, Morik knew, that included several notorious killers. They all served the crow. Morik didn't understand it, and yet he, too, found himself thoroughly intimidated every time he stood in the room, before that chair, looking down at a knobby knee. Kensidon was more than the son of Rethner. He was the brains behind Rethner's captaincy. Too smart, too clever, too much the Saba master. Imposing as he seemed when he sat, when he stood up and walked that awkward gait, his cloak collar up high, his black boots laced tightly halfway up his skinny shins, Kensidon appeared even more intimidating. It made no logical sense, but somehow that frailty played off as the exact opposite, an unfathomable and ultimately deadly strength. Behind the chair, the dwarf stood quietly, picking at his teeth as if all was right in the world. Bellany didn't like the dwarf, which was no surprise to Morik, who wondered if anyone had ever liked that particular dwarf. Dondom was a dangerous sort, by your own word, the crow answered in those quiet, even, too controlled tones that he had long ago perfected probably in the cradle, Morik mused. Too loyal to Arklamgreath and a dear friend to 3 of the tower's 4 over-wizards. You feared that if Dondom allied with Arklamgreath then his friends who might otherwise stay out of the way would intervene on behalf of the Archmage Arcane, Morik reasoned, nodding then finally looking Kensidon in the eye. To find a disapproving stare. You twist and turn into designs of which you have no knowledge, and no capacity to comprehend, Kensidon said. Do as you are bid, Morik the rogue, and no more. I'm not just some unthinking lackey. Truly? Morik couldn't match the stare and couldn't hold the line of defiance, either. Even if he somehow summoned the courage to deny the terrible crow and run free of him, there was the not-so-little matter of those other puppeteers. You have no one to blame for your discomfort but yourself, Kensidon remarked, seeming quite amused by it all. Was it not you who planted the seeds? Morik closed his eyes and cursed the day had ever met Wulfgar, son of Bjornigar. And now your garden grows, said Kensidon. And if the fragrance is not to your liking, well, you cannot pull the flowers, for they have thorns. Thorns that make you sleep. Deadly thorns. Morik's eyes darted to and fro as he scanned the room for an escape route. He didn't like where the conversation was leading, he didn't like the smile that had creased the face of the dangerous dwarf standing behind Kensidon. But you need not fear those thorns, Kensidon said, startling the distracted rogue. All you need to do is continue feeding them. And they feast on information, Morik managed to quip. Your Lady Bellany is a fine chef, Kensidon remarked. She will enjoy her ascent when the garden is in full bloom. That put Morik a bit more at ease. He had been commanded to Kensidon's court by one he dared not refuse, but the tasks he had been assigned the last few months had come with promises of great rewards. And it wasn't so difficult a job, either. All he had to do was continue his love affair with Bellany, which was reward enough in itself. You need to protect her, he blurted as his thoughts shifted to the woman. Now, I mean. She is not in jeopardy, the crow replied. You've used the information she passed to the detriment of several powerful wizards of the host tower. Kensidon considered that for a moment, then smiled again, wickedly. If you wish to describe being carried through a gate to the abyss in the clutches of a Glabrizu as detrimental, so be it. I might have used a different word. Without Bellany, Morik started to say, but Kensidon finished for him. The end result would be a battle far more bloody and far more dangerous for everyone who lives in Luskan. Think not that you are instrumental to my designs, Morik the rogue. You are a convenience, nothing more, and would do well to keep it that way. Morik started to reply several times, but found no proper retort, looking all the while, as he was, at the evilly grinning dwarf. Kensidon waved him away and turned to an aide, striking up a conversation on an entirely different subject. He paused after only a few words, shot Morik a warning glare, and waved him away again. Back out on the street, walking briskly and cursing under his breath, Morik the rogue again damned the day had met the barbarian from Icewind Dale. All the while, though, he secretly hoped he would soon be blessing that day, for as terrified as he was of his masters, their promises of rewards were neither inconsequential nor hollow. Or so he hoped. Chapter Expedience. Bruenor is still angry with him, Regis said to Drizzt. Torgar and Shingles had moved out ahead of them to look for familiar trails, for the dwarves believed they were nearing their old home city of Mirabar. No. He holds grudges for a long, long time. And he loves his adopted children, Drizzt reminded the halfling. Both of them. True, he was angry when first he learned that Wulfgar had left, and at a time when the world seemed dark indeed. We all were, said Regis. Drizzt nodded and didn't disagree, though he knew the halfling was wrong. Wulfgar's departure had saddened him, but hadn't angered him, for he understood it all too well. Carrying the grief of a dead wife, one he had let down terribly by missing all her signs of misery, had bowed his shoulders. Following that, Wulfgar had to watch Catti-brie, the woman he had once dearly loved, wed his best friend. Circumstance had not been kind to Wulfgar, and had wounded him profoundly. But not mortally, Drizzt knew, and he smiled despite the unpleasant memories. Wulfgar had come to accept the failures of his past and bore nothing but love for the other companions of the hall. But he had decided to look forward, to find his place, his wife, his family, among his ancient people. So when Wulfgar departed for the east, Drizzt harbored no anger, and when word had arrived back in Mithril Hall that following autumn that Wulfgar was back in Icewind Dale, the news lifted Drizzt's heart. He couldn't believe that 4 years had passed. It seemed like only a day, and yet, when he thought of Wulfgar, it seemed as though he hadn't been beside his friend in 100 years. I hope he is well, Regis stated, and Drizzt nodded. I hope he is alive, Regis added, and Drizzt patted his friend on the shoulder. Today, Torgar Hammerstriker announced, coming up over a rocky rise. He pointed back behind him and to the left. 2 miles for a bird, 4 for a dwarf. He paused and grinned. 5 for a fat halfling. Who ate too much of last night's rations, Shingles McRuff added, moving up to join his old friend. Then let us be quick to the gates, Drizzt remarked, stealing the mirth with his serious tone. I wish to be long away before the fall of night if Marchion Elastil holds true to his former ways. The two dwarves exchanged concerned looks, their excitement at returning to their former home tempered by the grim reminder that they had left under less than ideal circumstances those years before. They, along with many of their kin, more than half the dwarves of Mirabar, had deserted Elastil and his city over a dispute concerning King Bruenor. Over the last 3 years, many more Mirabaran dwarves, Delzound dwarves, had come to Mithril Hall to join them, and not all of the hundreds formerly of Mirabar that called Bruenor their king had agreed with Torgar's decision to trust the emissary and return. More than one had warned that Elastil would throw Torgar and Shingles in chains. He won't make ye walk away, Torgar said with determination. Elastil's a stubborn one, but he's no fool. He's wanting his eastern trade route back. He never think that Silvery Moon and Sundabar would side with Mithril Hall. We shall see, was all Drizzt would concede, and off they went at a swift pace. They passed through the front gates of Mirabar soon after, hustled in by excited guards both dwarf and human. They were greeted by cheers. Even Drizzt, who had been denied entrance just a few short years earlier when King Bruenor had returned to Mithril Hall. Before any of the companions could even digest the pleasant surprise, the four found themselves before Elastil himself, a highly unusual circumstance. Torgar Hammerstriker, never did I expect to see you again, the old Martian, and indeed, he seemed much, much older than when Torgar had left, said with a tone as warm as the dancing licks of fairy fire. Torgar, ever mindful of his place, bowed low, as did Shingles. We come to ye as emissaries of King Bruenor Battlehammer of Mithril Hall, both in appreciation of your warning to us and in reply to your request for an audience. Yes, and I hear that went quite well, said Elastil. With the emissary of the Arcane Brotherhood, I mean. Devil feathers all over the field, Torgar assured him. You were there? Asked Elastil, and Torgar nodded. Holding up the pride of Mirabar, I hope. Don't ye go there, the dwarf replied, and Regis sucked in his breath. Was one day I'd get me to the 9 hells and back, singing for Mirabar all the while. Me axes for Bruenor now in Mithril Hall, and you're knowin' as much and knowin' it's not to change. For a brief moment, Elastil seemed as if he were about to shout at Torgar, but he suppressed his anger. Mirabar is not the city you left, my old friend, he said instead, and again Driz sensed that the sweetness of his tone was tearing the old Marchion apart behind his facade. We have grown, in understanding if not in size. Witness your dark-skinned friend, here, standing before my very throne. Torgar snickered. If he was any more generous, Moradin himself dropped down and kiss ye. Elastil's expression soured at the dwarf's sarcasm, but he worked hard to bring himself back to a neutral posture. I'm serious in my offer, Torgar Hammerstriker, he said. Full amnesty for you and any of the others who went over to Mithril Hall. You may return to your previous status. Indeed, I will grant you a commendation and promotion within the ranks of the Shield of Mirabar, because it was your courageous determination that forced me to look beyond my own walls and beyond the limitations of a view too parochial. Torgar bowed again. Then thank me and me boys by accepting what is, and what's going to be, he said. I come for Bruenor, me king, and me friend. And all hopes o' Mithril Hall are that we're both for lettin' past unpleasantness pass. The orcs are tamed well enough and the route's an easy one for your own trade east and ours back west. Elastil slumped back in his throne and seemed quite deflated, again on the verge of screaming. He looked at Drizzt instead and said, Welcome to Mirabar, Drizzt Duerden. It's far past time that you enjoyed the splendors of my most remarkable city. Drizzt bowed and replied, I have heard of them often, and am honored. You have unfettered access, of course, Elastil said. All of you. And I will prepare a treaty for King Bruenor that you may take and deliver before the blows of the northern winds bury those easy routes under deep snows. He motioned for them to go and they were more than happy to oblige, with Torgar muttering to Drizzt as they walked out of the audience chamber's door, he's needing the trade badly. The city's reaction to Torgar and Shingles proved to be as mixed as the structures of the half above ground, half below ground city. For every 2 smiling dwarves, the former Mirabarans found the scowl of another obviously harboring feelings of betrayal, and few of the many humans in the upper sections even looked at Torgar, though their eyes surely weighed uncomfortably on the shoulders of a certain dark elf. It was all a ruse, Regis remarked after one old woman spat on the winding road as Drizzt passed her by. Not all of it, Drizzt answered, though Shingles was nodding and Torgar wore a disgusted look. They expected we would come, and practiced for it, Regis argued. They hustled us right in to see Elastil, not because he was so thrilled at our arrival, but because he wanted to greet us before we knew the extent of Mirabar's grudge. He let us in, and most o' me kin'll be glad for it, Torgar said. The pain's raw. When me and me boys left, we cut open a wound long fest Aaron in the town. Uppity dwarves, huzzah, Shingles deadpanned. The wound will heal, said Drizzt. In time. Elastil has placed a salve on it now by greeting us so warmly. As he finished, he gave a slight bow and salute to a couple of elderly men who glared at him with open contempt. His disarming greeting brought a harumph of disgust from the pair, and they turned away in a huff. The voice of experience, Regis dryly observed. I'm no stranger to scorn, Drizzt agreed. Though my charm wins them over every time. Or your blades cut them low, said Torgar. Drizzt let it go with a chuckle. He knew already that it would be the last laugh the four would share for some time. The reception in Mirabar, Elastil's promise of hospitality notwithstanding, would fast prove counterproductive to Bruenor's designs. Very soon after the group descended the great lift to the town's lower reaches, where the dwarves proved no less scornful of Drizzt than had the humans above. The drow had seen enough. We've a long road and a short season remaining, Drizzt said to Torgar and Shingles. Your city is as wondrous as you've oft told me, but I fear that my presence here hinders your desire to bring goodwill from Mithril Hall. Bah, but they'll shut their mouths. Torgar insisted, and he seemed to be winding himself into a froth. Drizzt put a hand on his shoulder. This is for King Bruenor, not for you and not for me, the drow explained. And my reason is not false. The trail to Icewind Dale fast closes, often before winter proper, and I would see my old and dear friend before the spring melt. We're leaving already? Regis put in. I'd been promised a good meal. "And so you're to get one," said Torgar, and he steered them toward the nearest tavern. But Drizzt grabbed him by the arm and pulled him up short, and Torgar turned to see the drow shaking his head. "There's likely to be a commotion that will do none of us any good." "Getting dark outside," Torgar argued. "It has been dark every night since we left Mithril Hall, as expected," the drow replied with a disarming grin. "I don't fear the night. Many call it the time of the drow, and I am, after all. But I'm not, and I'm hungry," Regis argued. "Our packs are half full. With dry bread and salted meat. Nothing juicy and tender and Helmone all the way to Icewind Dale," Torgar warned. "Long road," Shingles added. Drizzt knew he was defeated, so he followed the dwarves into the common room. It was as expected, with every eye turning on Drizzt the moment he walked through the door. The tavern keeper gave a great sigh of resignation. Word had gone out from Elastil that the drow must be served, Drizzt realized. He didn't argue, nor did he press the point, allowing Torgar and Shingles to go to the bar to get the food while he and Regis settled at the most remote table. The four spent the whole of their meal suffering the glares of a dozen other patrons. If it bothered Regis at all, he didn't show it, for he never looked up from his plate, other than to scout out the next helping. It was no leisurely meal, to be sure. The tavern keeper and his serving lady showed great efficiency in producing the meal and cleaning the empty plates. That suited Drizzt, and when the last of the bones and crumbs were removed and Regis pulled out his pipe and began tapping it on the table, the drow put his hand atop it, holding it still. He held still, too, the halfling's gaze. "It's time to go," he said. "Mirabar won't open her gates at this hour," Torgar protested. "I'm betting they will," Drizzt replied, "to let a dark elf leave." Torgar was wise enough to refuse that bet, and as the gates of the city above swung open, Drizzt and Regis said farewell to their two dwarf companions and went out into the night. "That bothers me more than it bothers you, doesn't it?" Regis asked as the city receded into the darkness behind them. "Only because it costs you a soft bed and good food." "No," the halfling said, in all seriousness. Drizzt shrugged as if it didn't matter, and of course, to him it didn't. He had found similar receptions in so many surface communities, particularly during his first years on the world above, before his reputation had spread before him. The mood of Mirabar, though the folk harbored resentment against the dwarves in Mithril Hall as well, had been light compared to Drizzt's early days when he dared not even approach a city's gates without an expectation of mortal peril. "I wonder if Ten Towns is different now," Regis remarked some time later, as they set their camp in a sheltered dell. "Different? Bigger, perhaps. More people." Drizzt shook his head, thinking that unlikely. "It's a difficult journey through lands not easily tamed. We will find Luskan a larger place, no doubt, unless plague or war has visited it, but Icewind Dale is a land barely touched by the passage of time. It is now as it has been for centuries, with small communities surviving on the banks of the three lakes and various tribes of Wulfgar's people following the caribou, as they have beyond memory. Unless war or a plague has left them empty." Drizzt shook his head again. If any or all of the 10 towns of Icewind Dale were destroyed, they would be rebuilt in short order and the cycle of life and death there is returned to balance. "You sound certain." That brought a smile to the drow's face. There was indeed something comforting about the perpetuity of a land like Icewind Dale, some solace and a sense of belonging in a place where traditions reached back through the generations, where the rhythms of nature ruled supreme, where the seasons were the only timepiece that really mattered. "The world is grounded in places like Icewind Dale," Drizzt said, as much to himself as to Regis. "And all the tumult of Luskan and Waterdeep, prey to the petty whims of transient, short-lived rulers, cannot take root there. Icewind Dale serves no ruler, unless it be Toriel herself, and Toriel is a patient mistress." He looked at Regis and grinned to lighten the mood. "Perhaps 1,000 years from now, a halfling fishing the banks of Mare Dualdan will happen upon a piece of ancient scrimshaw, and will see the mark of Regis upon it." "Keep talking, friend," Regis replied, "and Bruenor and your wife will wonder, years hence, why we didn't return." Chapter Faith in the Better Angels. "We go with the rising sun and the morning tide," Lord Brambleberry said to the gathering in the great room of his estate, "to deal a blow to the pirates as never before." The guests, lords and ladies all, lifted their crystal goblets high in response, but only after a moment of whispering and shrugging, for Brambleberry's invitation had mentioned nothing about any grand adventure. Those shrugs fast turned to nods as the news settled in, however, for rumors had been growing around impatient Lord Brambleberry for many months. He had made no secret of his desire to transform good fortune into great deed. Up to that point, though, his blather had been considered the typical boasting of almost any young lord of Waterdeep, a game to impress the ladies, to create stature where before had been only finery. Many in the room carried reputations as worthy heroes, after all, though some of them had never set foot outside of Waterdeep, except traveling in luxury and surrounded by an army of private guards. Some other lords with actual battlefield credentials to their names had gained such notoriety over the bodies of hired warriors, only arriving on the scene of a victory after the fact for the heroic pose to be captured on a painter's canvas. There were real heroes in the room, to be sure. Maurice Brokengulf the Younger, paladin of great renown and well-earned reputation, had just returned to Waterdeep to inherit his family's vast holdings. He stood talking to Rias Majara, considered the greatest bard of the city, perhaps of the entire Sword Coast, though had barely passed his 20th year. Across the way from them, the ranger Aluar Zendos, who could track a shadow at midnight, and the famous Captain Rolathon tapped glasses of fine wine and commiserated of great adventures and heroic deeds. These men, usually the least boastful of the crowd, knew the difference between the posers and the doers, and often relished in such gossip, and up to that moment they had been evenly split on which camp the striking young Lord Brambleberry would ultimately inhabit. It was hard not to take him seriously at that moment, however, for standing beside the young Brambleberry was Captain Dudermont of Seasprite, well known in Waterdeep and very highly considered among the nobility. If Brambleberry sailed with Dudermont, his adventure would be no ruse. Those true heroes in the room offered solemn nods of approval to each other, but quietly, for they didn't want to spoil the excited and humorously inane conversations erupting all across the hall, squealed in the corners under cover of the rousing symphony or whispered on the dance floor. Roaming the floor, Dudermont and Robillard took it all in. The wizard even cast an enchantment of clairaudience so that they could better spy on the amusing exchanges. "He's not satisfied with wealth and wine," one lady of court whispered. She stood in the corner near a table full of tall glasses, which she not so gracefully imbibed one after another. "Hell add the word hero to his title or they'll put him in the cold ground for trying," said her friend, with hair bound up in a woven mound that climbed more than a foot above her head. "To get such fine skin dirty at the feet of an ogre," another decried. "Or bloody at the end of a pirate's sword," yet another lamented. "So much the pity." They all stopped chattering at once, all eyes going to Brambleberry, who swept across their field of view on the dance floor, gracefully twirling a pretty young thing. That brought a collective sigh from the four, and the first remarked, "One would expect the older and wiser lords to temper this one. So much a waste. So much to lose. The young fool. If he is in need of physical adventure." The last said, ending in a lewd smile, and the others burst out in ridiculous tittering. The wizard waved his hand to dismiss the clairaudience dwemer, having heard more than enough. "Their attitude makes it difficult to take the young lord's desires seriously," Robillard remarked to Dudermont. "Or easier to believe that our young friend needs more than this emptiness to sustain him," the captain answered. "Obviously he needs no further laurels to be invited to any of their beds. Which is a blessing, I say, for there is nothing more dangerous than a young man trying to hero himself into a lattice arms." Robillard narrowed his eyes as he turned to his companion. "Spoken like a young man I knew in Luskan, so many years ago, when the world was calmer and my life held a steady cadence." "Steady and boring," Dudermont replied without hesitation. "You remember that young man well because of the joy he has brought to you, stubborn though you have been through it all. Or perhaps I just felt pity for the fool." With a helpless chuckle, Dudermont lifted his tall glass, and Robillard tapped it with his own. Without fanfare, the four ships glided out of Waterdeep harbor to the whiter waters of the Sea of Swords the next morning. No trumpets heralded their departure, no crowds gathered on the docks to bid them farewell, and even the chaplain blessing for favorable winds and gentle swells was kept quiet, held aboard each ship instead of the common prayer on the wharves with sailors and dockhands alike. From the deck of Seasprite, Robillard and Dudermont regarded the skill and discipline, or lack thereof, of Brambleberry's three ships as they tried to form a tight squadron. At one point, all three nearly collided. The quick recovery left Brambleberry's flagship, formerly Quelch's Folly and since lettered with the additional Justice, with tangled rigging. Brambleberry had wanted to rename the ship entirely, but Dudermont had dissuaded him. Such practices were considered bad luck, after all. "Keep us well back," Dudermont ordered his helmsman. "And to port. Always in the deeper water. Afraid that we might have to dodge their wreckage?" Robillard quipped. "They are warriors, not seamen," Dudermont replied. "If they fight as well as they sail, they'll be corpses," Robillard said and looked out to sea, leaning on the rail. He added, "Probably will be anyway," under his breath, but loudly enough so that Dudermont heard. "This adventure troubles you," said Dudermont. "More than usual, I mean. Do you fear Arklum Greeth and your former associates so much?" Robillard shrugged and let the question hang in the air for a few heartbeats before replying, "Perhaps I fear the absence of Arklum Greeth." "How so?" "We know now what we have suspected for some time. Surely the people of the Sword Coast will be better off without such treachery. Things are not always as simple as they seem." "I ask again, how so?" Robillard merely shrugged. "Or is it that you hold some affinity for your former peer?" Robillard turned to look at the captain and said, "He is a Biasta Lich, an abomination. But you fear his power. He is not a foe to be taken lightly, nor are his minions, the wizard replied. But I'm assured that our young Lord Brambleberry there has assembled a capable and potent force, and, well, you have me beside you, after all. Then what? What do you mean when you say that you fear the absence of Grief? What do you know, my friend? I know that Arklam Grief is the absolute ruler of Luskan. He has established his boundaries. Yes, and extended them to pirates running wild along the Sword Coast. Not so wild, said Robillard. And need I remind you that the 5 high captains who appear to rule Luskan once skirted similar boundaries? Shall we explain to the next shipwrecked and miserable victims we happen across, good and decent folk who just watched family and friends murdered, that the pirates who scuttled them were operating within acceptable boundaries? Asked Dudermont. Are we to tolerate such injustice and malevolence out of some fear of an unknown future? Things are not always as simple as they seem, Robillard said again. The host tower of the Arcane Brotherhood itself, might not be the most just and deserving rulers of Luskan, but we have seen the result of their rule, peace in the city, if not in the seas beyond. Are you so confident that without them, Luskan can steer better course? Yes, Dudermont declared. Yes, indeed. I would expect such surety from Brambleberry. I have lived my life trying to do right, said Dudermont. And it's not for fear of any god or goddess, nor of the law and its enforcers. I follow that course because I believe that doing good will bring about good results. The wide world is not so easily controlled. Indeed, but do you not agree that the better angels of man will win out? The world moves forward to better times, times of peace and justice. It's the nature of humanity. But it's not a straight road. I grant you that, said Dudermont. And the twists and turns, the steps backward to strife, are ever facilitated by creatures like Arklam Grief, by those who hold power but should not. They drive us to darkness when men do nothing, when bravery and honor is in short supply. They are a suffocating pall on the land, and only when brave men lift that pall can the better angels of men stride forward. It's a good theory, a goodly philosophy, said Robillard. Brave men must act of their heart. Dudermont declared. And of their reason, Robillard warned. Strides on ice are wisely tempered. The bold man reaches the mountaintop. Robillard thought, but didn't say, or falls to his death. You will fight beside me, beside Lord Brambleberry, against your former brother wizards? Against those who don't willingly come over to us, yes, Robillard answered. My oath of loyalty is to you, and to Sea Sprite. I have spent too many years saving you from your own foolishness to let you die so ingloriously now. Dudermont clapped his dearest friend on the shoulder and moved to the rail beside him, leading Robillard's gaze back out to the open sea. I do fear that you may be right, he conceded. When we defeat Arklam Grief and end the pirate scourge, the unintended consequences might include the retirement of Sea Sprite. We'll have nothing left to hunt, after all. You know the world better than that. There were pirates before Arklam Grief, there are pirates in the time of Grief, and there will be pirates when his name is lost to the ashes of history. Better angels, you say, and on the whole, I believe or at least I pray that you are correct. But it's never the whole that troubles us, is it? It's but a tiny piece of humanity who sail the Sword Coast as pirates. A tiny piece magnified by the powers of the host tower. You may well be right, said Robillard. And you may well be wrong, and that, my friend, is my fear. Dudermont held fast to the rail and kept his gaze to the horizon, unblinking though the sun had broken through and reflected brilliantly off the rolling waters. It was a good man's place to act for the cause of justice. It was a brave man's place to battle those who would oppress and do harm to helpless innocents. It was a leader's place to act in concert with his principles and trust enough in those principles to believe that they would lead him and those who followed him to a better place. Those were the things Dudermont believed, and he recited them in his mind as he stared at the brilliant reflections on the waters he loved so dearly. He had lived his life, had shaped his own code of conduct, through his faith in the dictums of a good and brave leader, and they had served him well as he in turn had served so well the people of Luskan, Waterdeep, and Baldur's Gate. Robillard knew the host tower and the ways of the Arcane Brotherhood, and so Dudermont would indeed defer to him on the specifics of their present enemy. But Captain Dudermont would not shy from the duty he saw before him, not with the opportunity of having eager Lord Brambleberry and his considerable resources sailing beside him. He had to believe that he was right. Chapter. Smothered by a security blanket. Perhaps I'm just getting older and harder to impress, Regis said to Drizzt as they walked across a wide fields of grass. She's not so great a city, not near the beauty of Mithril Halland, surely not Silverymoon, but I'm glad they let you in through the gates, at least. Folk are stubborn, but it gives me hope that they can learn. I was no more impressed by Mirabar than you were, Drizzt replied, tossing a sidelong glance at his halfling friend. I had long heard of her wonders, but I agree they're lacking beside Mithril Hall. Or maybe it's just that I like the folk who live in Mithril Hall better. It's a warmer place, Regis decided. From the king on down. But still, you must be glad of your acceptance in Mirabar. Drizzt shrugged as though it didn't matter, and of course, it didn't. Not to him, anyway. He could not deny his hope that Marchion Elastil would truly make peace with Mithril Hall and his lost dwarves. That development could only bode well for the north, particularly with an orc kingdom settled on Mithril Hall's northern border. I'm more glad that Bruenor found the courage to go to a bold's aid for a cause of common good, the drow remarked. We've seen a great change in the world. Or a temporary reprieve. Again Drizzt shrugged, but the gesture was accompanied by a look of helpless resignation. Every day Abood holds the peace as a day of greater security than we could have expected. When his hordes rushed down from the mountains, I believed we would know nothing but war for years on end. When they surrounded Mithril Hall, I feared we would be driven from the place forevermore. Even in the first months of stalemate, I, like everyone else, expected that it would surely descend into war and misery. I still expect it. Drizzt's smile showed that he didn't necessarily disagree. We stay vigilant for good reason. But every passing day makes the future just a bit less certain. And that's a good thing. Or is every passing day nothing more than another day Abood prepares to finish his conquest? Regis asked. Drizzt draped his arm over the halfling's shoulders. Am I too cynical for fearing such? Regis asked. If you are, then so am I, and so is Brunarand Illustrial, who has spies working all through the Kingdom of Many Arrows. Our experience with the orcs is long and bitter, full of treachery and war. To think that all we've known to be true is not necessarily an absolute is unsettling and almost incomprehensible, and so to walk the road of acceptance and peace often takes more courage than the way of the warrior. It always is more complicated than it seems, isn't it? Regis asked with a wry grin. Like you, for example. Or like a halfling friend of mine who fishes with one foot and flees with the other, fights with a mace in his right hand and pickpockets an unsuspecting fool with his left, and all the while manages to keep his belly full. I have a reputation to uphold, Regis answered, and handed Drizzt back the purse head just lifted from the drow's belt. Very good, Drizzt congratulated. You almost had it off my belt before I felt your hand. As he took the purse, he handed Regis back the unicorn-headed mace head deftly slid from the halfling's belt as the rogue was lifting his purse. Regis shrugged innocently. If we steal one for one, I will end up with the more valuable items of magic. Drizzt looked across the halfling and out to the north, leading Regis' gaze to a huge black panther moving their way. Drizzt had summoned Genhuavar from her astral home that afternoon and let her go to run a perimeter around them. He hadn't brought the panther forth much of late, not needing her in the halls of King Bruenor and not wanting to spark some tragic incident with any of the orcs in Abold's kingdom, who might react to such a sight as Genhuavar with a volley of spears and arrows. It's good to be on the road again, Regis declared as Genhuavar loped up beside him, opposite Drizzt. He ruffled the fur on the back of the great cat's neck and Genhuavar tilted her head and her eyes narrowed to contented slits of approval. And you are complicated, as I said, Drizzt remarked, viewing this rarely seen side of his comfort-loving friend. I believe I was the one to say that, Regis corrected. You just applied it to me. And it's not that I'm a complicated sort. It's just that I ever keep my enemies confused. And your friends. I use you for practice, said the halfling, and as he gave a rather vigorous rub of Genhuavar's neck, the panther let out a low growl of approval that resonated across the dales and widened the eyes of every deer within range. The fields of tall grass and wildflowers gave way to cultivated land as the sun neared the horizon before them. In the waning twilight, with farmhouses and barns dotting both sides, the path had become a road. The companions spotted a familiar hill in the distance, one sporting the zigzagging silhouette of a house magnificent and curious, with many towers tall and thin, and many more short and squat. Lights burned in every window. Ah, but what mysteries might the Harples have in store for us this visit? Drizzt asked. Mysteries for themselves as well, no doubt, said Regis. If they haven't all killed each other by accident by now. As light-hearted as the quip was meant to be, it held an undeniable ring of truth for them both. They'd known the eccentric family of wizards for many years, and never had visited, or been visited by, any of the clan, particularly one Harkle Harple, without witnessing some strange occurrence. But the Harples were good friends of Mithril Hall. They had come to the call of Bruenor when the drow of Menzoberranzan assaulted his kingdom, and had fought valiantly among the dwarven ranks. Their magic lacked predictability, to be sure, but there was no shortage of power behind it. We should go straight to the Ivy Mansion, Drizzt said as darkness closed in on the small town of Longsaddle. Even as he finished speaking, almost in response, it seemed, a shout of anger erupted in the stillness, followed by an answering bellow and a cry of pain. Without hesitation, the drow and halfling turned and headed that way, Genhuavar trotting beside them. Drizzt's hands stayed near his sheathed scimitars, but he didn't draw them. Another shout, words too distant to be decipherable, followed by a cheer, followed by a cacophony of shouted protests. Drizzt sprinted out ahead of Regis. He scrambled down a long embankment, picking a careful route over fallen branches and between the tightly packed trees. He broke out of the copse and skidded to a stop, surprised. "What is it?" Regis asked, stumbling down past him, and the halfling would have gone headlong into a small pond had Drizzt not caught him by the shoulder and held him back. "I don't remember this pond," Drizzt said, and glanced back in the general direction of the Ivy Mansion to try to get his bearings. "I don't believe it was here the last time I came through, though it was only a couple of years back." "A couple of years is an eternity where the Harples are concerned," Regis reminded him. "Had we come here and found a deep hole where the town had once stood, would you have been surprised?" "Truly?" Drizzt was only half listening. He moved to a clear, flat space and noted the dark outline of a forested island and the light of a larger fire showing through breaks in the thick foliage. Another ruckus of arguing sounded from the island. Cheers came from the right bank, the protests from the left, both groups hidden from Drizzt's view by thick foliage, with only a few campfire lights twinkling through the leaves. "What?" the perplexed Regis asked, a simple question that accurately reflected Drizzt's confusion as well. The halfling poked Drizzt's arm and pointed back to the left, to the outline of a boat dock with several craft bobbing nearby. "Be gone, Genhuavar," Drizzt commanded his panther companion. "But be ready to return to me." The cat began to pace in a tight circle, moving faster and faster, and dissipating into a thick gray smoke as she returned to her extra-planar home. Drizzt replaced her small onyx likeness in his belt pouch and rushed to join Regis at the dock. The halfling already had a small rowboat unmoored and was readying the oars. "A spell gone awry?" Regis asked as yet another yell of pain sounded from the island. Drizzt didn't answer, but for some reason, didn't think that to be the case. He motioned Regis aside and took up the oars himself, pulling strongly. Then they heard more than bickering and screams. Whimpers filled in the gaps between the arguing, along with feral snarls that prompted Regis to ask, "Wolves?" It was not a large lake and Regis soon spotted a dock at the island. Drizzt worked to keep the boat in line with it. They glided in unnoticed and scrambled onto the wharf. A path wound up from it between trees, rocks, and thick brush, which rustled almost constantly from some small animals rushing to and fro. Drizzt caught sight of a fluffy white rabbit hopping away. He dismissed the animal with a shake of his head and pressed onward, and once over a short rise, he and Regis finally saw the source of the commotion. And neither understood a bit of it. A man, stripped to the waist, stood in a cage constructed of vertical posts wrapped with horizontal ropes. 3 men dressed in blue robes sat behind him and to the left, with 3 in red robes similarly seated, only behind and to the right. Directly before the caged man stood a beast, half man and half wolf, he seemed, with a canine snout but eyes distinctly human. He jumped about, appearing on the very edge of control, snarling, growling, and chomping his fangs right in front of the wide eyes of the terrified prisoner. "Bid or do?" Drizzt asked. "Has to be," said Regis, and he stepped forward or tried to, for Drizzt held him back. "No guards," the drow warned. "The area is likely magically warded." The werewolf roared in the poor prisoner's face, and the man recoiled and pleaded pathetically. "You did." The werewolf growled. "He had to," shouted one of the blue-robed men. "Murderer," argued one wearing red robes. Bitterdew whirled and howled, ending the conversation abruptly. The Harple werewolf spun back to the prisoner and began chanting and waving his arms. The man cried out in alarm and protest. "What?" Regis asked, but Drizzt had no answer. The prisoner's babbling began to twist into indecipherable grunts and groans, pain interspersed with protest. His body began to shake and quiver, his bones crackling. "Bitterdew!" Drizzt yelled, and all eyes save those of the squirming, tortured man and the concentrating Harple wizard, snapped the drow's way. "Dark elf!" yelled one of the blue-robed onlookers, and all of them fell back, one right off his seat to land unceremoniously on the ground. "Drow! Drow!" they yelled. Drizzt hardly heard them, his lavender eyes popping open wide as he watched the prisoner crumble before him, limbs transforming, fur sprouting. "No stew will ever be the same," Regis muttered helplessly, for no man remained in the wood and rope prison. The rabbit, white and fluffy, yipped and yammered, as if trying to form words that would not come. Then it leaped away, easily passing through the wide ropes as it scurried for the safety of the underbrush. Spell completed, the werewolf snarled and howled as it spun on the intruders. But the creature quickly calmed, and in a voice too cultured for such a hairy and wild mane said, "Drizzt Duerden." "Well met." "I want to go home," Regis mumbled at Drizzt's side. A warm fire burned in the hearth, and there was no denying the comfort of the overstuffed chair and divan set before it, but Drizzt didn't recline or even sit, and felt little of the room's warmth. They had been ushered into the Ivy Mansion, accompanied by the almost continual flash of lightning bolts, searing the darkness with hot white light on either side of the pond below. Shouts of protest dissipated under the magical explosions, and the howl of a lone werewolf silenced them even more completely. The people of Long Saddle had come to understand the dire implications of that howl, apparently. For some time, Drizzt and Regis Paster sat in the room, with only an occasional visit by a maid asking if they wanted more to eat or drink, to which Regis always eagerly nodded. That seemed very unharple-like, he mentioned to Drizzt between bites. I knew Bitterdew was a fierce one who killed Utha Gentle of House Barrison del Armgo, after all, but that was simply Tor. Justice, interrupted a voice from the door, and the pair turned to see Bitterdew Harple enter from the hallway. He no longer looked the werewolf, but rather like a man who had seen much of life too much, perhaps. He stood in a lanky pose that made him look taller than his 6-foot frame, and his hair, all gray, stood out wildly in every conceivable direction, giving the impression that it had not been combed or even finger-brushed in a long, long time. Strangely, though, he was meticulously clean-shaven. Regis seemed to have no answer as he looked at Drizzt. Harsher justice than we would expect to find at the hands of the goodly Harples, Drizzt explained for him. The prisoner meant to start a war, Bitterdew explained. I prevented it. Drizzt and Regis exchanged expressions full of doubt. Fanaticism requires extreme measures, the Harple werewolf, a curse of his own doing due to a badly botched polymorph experiment, explained. This is not the Long Saddle I have known, said Drizzt. It changed quickly, Bitterdew was fast to agree. Long Saddle, or the Harples? Regis asked, crossing his arms over his chest and tapping his foot impatiently. The answer, both, came from the hallway, and even the outraged halfling couldn't hold his dour posture and expression at the sound of the familiar voice. One after the other, of course, Harple explained, bounding in through the door. The lanky wizard was dressed all in robes, 3 shades of blue, ruffled and wrinkled, with sleeves so long they covered his hands. He wore a white beret topped by a blue button that matched the darkest hue of his robes, as did his dyed beard, which had grown with magical assistance, no doubt of outrageous proportions. One long braid ran down from Harkle's chin to his belt, flanked by 2 short, thick scruffs of wiry hair hanging below each jowl. The hair on his head had gone gray, but his eyes held the same luster and eagerness the friends had seen flash so many times in years gone, usually right before some Harkle-precipitated disaster had befallen them all. The town changed first, Regis remarked. Of course, said Harple. You don't think we enjoy this, do you? He bounded over to Drizzt and took the drow's hand in a great shaker started to before wrapping Drizzt in a powerful embrace that nearly lifted him off the ground. It's grand to see you, my old pirate hunting companion. Harkle boomed. Bitterdew seemed to enjoy his work, Regis said, cutting Harkle's turn toward him short. You come to pass judgment after so short a time? Bitterdew replied. I know what I saw, said the halfling, not backing down an inch. What you saw without context, you mean, said Bitterdew. Regis glared at him, then turned his judgment upon Harkle. You understand, of course, Harkle said to Drizzt, seeking support. But he found little in the drow's rigid expression. Harkle rolled his eyes and sighed, then nearly fell over as one of his orbs kept on rolling, over and over, in its socket. After a few moments, the discombobulated wizard slapped himself hard on the side of the head, and the eye steadied into place. My orbs have never been the same since I went to look in on Bruenor, he quipped with an exaggerated wink, referring, of course, to the time had accidentally teleported just his eyes to Mithril Hall to roll around on Bruenor's audience chamber floor. Indeed, said Regis, and Bruenor bids you to never do so in such a manner ever again. Harkle looked at him curiously for a few moments, then burst out laughing. Apparently thinking the tension gone, the wizard moved to wrap Regis in a tight hug. The halfling stopped him with an upraised hand. We make peace with orcs while the Harples torture humans. Justice, not torture, Harkle corrected. Torture? Hardly that, I know what I saw, said the halfling, and I saw it with both of my eyes and my head and neither of them rolling around in circles. There are a lot of rabbits on that small island, Drizzt added. And do you know what you would have seen if we hadn't dealt harshly with men like that priest Ganabo? Priest? Both Drizzt and Regis said together. Aren't they all and aren't they always? Bitterdew answered with obvious disgust. More than our share of them, to be sure, Harkle agreed. We're a tolerant bunch here in Long Saddle, as you know. As we knew, said Regis, and it was Bitterdew who rolled his eyes, though having never botched a teleportation like his bumbling cousin, his eyes didn't keep rolling. Our acceptance of strangeness, Harkle started. Embrace of strangeness, you mean, said Drizzt. What? The wizard asked, and looked curiously at Bitterdew before catching on and giving a burst of laughter. Indeed, yes. He said. We who so play in the extremes of Mistress Weave are not so fast to judge others. Which invited trouble to Long Saddle. You are aware of the disposition of Malorites in general, yes? Bitterdew clarified. Malorites? Drizzt asked. The worshippers of Malor? Asked the more surface-worldly Regis. A battle of gods? Drizzt asked. Worse, said Harkle. A battle of followers. Drizzt and Regis looked at him curiously. Different sects of the same god, Harkle explained. Same god with different edicts, depending on which side you ask no, but they'll kill you if you disagree with their narrow interpretations of their beast god's will. And how these Malorites always disagree, with each other and with everyone else. One group built a chapel on the eastern bank of Pavlo. The other on the western bank. Pavlo? The lake? We named it after him, said Harkle. In memoriam, no doubt, Regis said. Well, we don't really know, Harkle replied. Since he and the mountain flew off together. Of course, said the halfling who knew he shouldn't be surprised. The blue-robed and red-robed onlookers at the punishment, said Drizzt. Priests of Malor all, Bitterdew replied. One side witnessing justice, the other accepting consequences. It's important that we make a display of such punishment to deter future acts. He burned down a house, Harkle explained. With a family inside. And so he was punished, Bitterdew added. By being polymorphed into a rabbit? Asked Regis. At least they can't hurt anyone in that state, said Bitterdew. Except for that one, Harkle corrected. The one with the big teeth, who could jump so high. Ah, him, Bitterdew agreed. That rabbit was smoke powder. It seemed as if he was possessed of the edge of a vorpal weapon, that one, giving nasty bites. He turned to Drizzt. Can I borrow your cat? No, the drow replied. Regis growled with frustration. You turned him into a rabbit. He shouted, as if there could be no suitable reply. Bitterdew shook his head solemnly. He remains happy and with bountiful leaves, brush, and flowers on the island. Happy? Is he man or rabbit? Where is his mind? Somewhere in between, at this point, I would expect, Bitterdew admitted. That's ghastly. Regis protested. Time's passage will align his thoughts with his new body. To live as a rabbit, said Regis. Bitterdew and Harkle exchanged concerned, and guilty, glances. You killed him. Regis shouted. He is very much alive. Harkle protested. How can you say that? Drizzt put a hand on the halfling's shoulder, and when he looked up to meet the drow's gaze, Drizzt shook his head slowly, backing him down. Would that we could simply obliterate them all, that long saddle would know her days of old, Bitterdew mumbled and left the room. The task that has befallen us is not a pleasant one, Harkle said. But you don't understand. Drizzt motioned for him to stop, needing no further elaboration, for indeed, the drow did understand the untenable situation that had descended upon his friends, the Harples. A foul taste filled his throat and he wanted to scream in protest of it all, but he didn't. Truly there was nothing to say, and nothing left for him to see in Long Saddle. He informed Harkle, we're traveling down the road to Luskan and from there to Icewind Dale. Ah, Luskan, said Harkle. I was to apprentice there once, long ago, but for some reason, they wouldn't let me into the famed host tower. A pity. He sighed profoundly and shook his head, but brightened immediately, as Harkle always did. I can get you there in an instant, he said, snapping his fingers in such dramatic fashion, waving his hand with such zest, that he knocked over a lamp. Or would have, except that Drizzt, his speed enhanced by magical anklets, darted forward in a blur, caught the lamp, and righted it. We prefer to walk, the drow said. It's not so far and the weather is clear and kind. It's not the destination that matters most, after all, but the journey. True, I suppose, Harkle muttered, seeming disappointed for just a moment before again brightening. But then, we could not have dragged Sea Sprite across the miles to Cara Dune, could we? Fog of Fate? Regis asked Drizzt, recalling the tale of how Drizzt and Catti-brie wound up in a landlocked lake with Captain Dudermont and his ocean-going pirate hunter. Harkle had created a new enchantment, which, as expected, had gone terribly awry, transporting the ship and all aboard her to a landlocked lake in the Snowflake Mountains. I have a new one. Harkle squealed. Regis blanched and fell back, and Drizzt waved his hands to shut down the wizard before he could fully launch into spellcasting. We will walk, the drow said again. He looked down at Regis and added, at once, which brought a curious expression from the halfling. They were out of Long Saddle soon after, hustling down the road to the west, and despite Drizzt's determined stride, Regis kept pausing and glancing left and right, as if expecting the drow to turn. What is it? Drizzt finally asked him. Are we really leaving? That was our plan. I thought you meant to come out of town then circle back in to better view the situation. Drizzt gave a helpless little chuckle. To what end? We could go to the island. And rescue rabbits? Came the drow's sarcastic reply. Do not underestimate Harple magic. Their silliness belies the strength of their enchantments. For all the folly of Fog of Fate, not many wizards in the world could have so warped Mistress Weave to teleport an entire ship and crew. We go and collect the rabbits, but then what? Seek audience of Elminster, who perhaps alone might undo the Dwemer. Regis stammered, logically cornered. And to what end? Drizzt asked. Should we, new to the scene, interject ourselves in the Longsaddle's justice? Regis started to argue, but Drizzt cut him short. What might Bruenor do to one who burned a family inside a house? The drow asked. Do you think his justice would be less harsh than the polymorph? I think it might come at the end of a many-notched axe. This is different, Regis said, shaking his head in obvious frustration. Clearly the sight of a man violently transformed into a rabbit had unnerved the halfling profoundly. You cannot. That's not what the Harple's Longsaddle shouldn't. Regis stammered, looking for a focus for his frustration. It's not what I expected, and no, I'm not pleased by it. But you will accept it? It's not my choice to make. The people of Longsaddle call out to you, Regis said. The drow stopped walking and moved to a boulder resting on the side of the trail, where he sat down, gazing back the way they'd come. These situations are more complicated than they appear, he said. You grew up among the Pashas of Kalimport, with their personal armies and thuggish ways. Of course, but that doesn't mean I accept the same thing from the Harples. Drizzt shook his head. That's not my point. In their respective neighborhoods, how were the Pashas viewed? As heroes, Regis said. Why? Regis leaned back against a stone, a perplexed look on his face. In the lawless streets of Kalimport, why were thugs like Pasha Puk seen as heroes? Because without them, it would have been worse, Regis said, and caught on. The Harples have no answer to the fanaticism of the battling priests, and so they respond with a heavy hand. You agree with that? It's not my place to agree or disagree, said Drizzt. The Harples are the lid on a boiling cauldron. I don't know if their choice of justice is the correct one, but I suspect from what we were told that without that lid, Longsaddle would know strife beyond anything you or I can imagine. Sects of opposing gods battling for supremacy can be terrifying indeed, but when the fight is between two interpretations of the same god, the misery can reach new proportions. I saw this intimately in my youth, my friend. You cannot imagine the fury of opposing matron mothers, each convinced that she, and not her enemy, spoke the will of Lolth. You would have me descend upon Longsaddle and use my influence, even my blades, to somehow alter the situation. But what would that, even if I could accomplish anything, which I strongly doubt, loose upon the common folk of Longsaddle? Better to let Bitterdew continue his brutality? Regis asked. Better to let the people with a stake in the outcome determine their own fate, Drizzt answered. We've not the standing or the forces to better the situation in Longsaddle. We don't even know what that situation really is. Drizzt took a deep, steadying breath, and said, I know enough to recognize that if the problems in Longsaddle are not as profound as IAS Wafir, then the Harples will find their way out of it. And if it is as dangerous, then there's nothing we can do to help. However we intervene, one or even both sides will see us as meddling. Better that we go on our way. I think we are both unnerved by the unusual nature of the Harples' justice, but I have to say that there is a temperate manner to it. Drizzt. It is not a permanent punishment, for Bitterdew can undo that which he has enacted, the drow explained. He is neutering the warring offenders by rendering them harmless unless, of course, he is turning the other side into carrots. That's not funny. I know, Drizzt admitted with an upraised hand and a smirk. But who are we to intervene, and haven't the Harples earned our trust? You trust in what you saw, Dot. I trust that if the situation alters and calls for a recanting of the justice delivered, the Harples will undo the transformations and return the no doubt shaken and hopefully repentant men to their respective places. Easier that than the dwarves of Mithril Hall sewing a head back on a criminal there. Regis sighed and seemed to let it all go. Can we stop back here on our return to Mithril Hall? Do you want to? I don't know, Regis answered honestly, and he too looked back toward the distant town, profound disappointment on his normally cheery face. It's like a bood many arrows, Regis mumbled. Drizzt looked at him curiously. Everything is like a bood lately, the halfling went on. Always the best of a bad choice. I will be certain to relay your feelings to Bruenor. Regis stared blankly for just a moment, then a grin widened and widened until it was followed by a belly laugh, both heartfelt and sadly resigned. Come along, Drizzt bade him. Let us go and see if we can save the rest of the world. And so the two friends lightened their steps and headed down the western trail, oblivious to the prophecy embedded in Drizzt Duerden's joke. Chapter. The City of Sails. Pimian Ludran burst out the tavern door, arms flailing with terror. He fell as he turned, tearing the skin on one knee, but he hardly slowed. Scrambling, rolling, and finally getting back to his feet, he sprinted down the way. Behind him, out of the tavern, came a pair of men dressed in the familiar robes of the host tower of the arcane, white with broad red trim, talking as if nothing was amiss. "You don't believe he's fool enough to enter his own house," one said. "You accepted the bet," the other reminded. "He will flee for the gate and the wider road beyond," the first insisted, but even as he finished the other pointed down the road to a 3-story building. The terrified man ascended an outside stairway on all fours, grabbing and pulling at the steps. The first wizard, defeated, handed over the wand. "May I open the door, at least?" he asked. "I would be an unappreciative victor to deny you at least some enjoyment," his friend replied. They made their way without rushing, even though the stairway moved back along an alleyway and away from the main road, so the hunted man had passed out of sight. "He resides on the 2nd floor?" the first wizard asked. "Does it matter?" said the second, to which the first nodded and smiled. As they reached the alleyway, they came in sight of the 2nd-story door. The first wizard pulled out a tiny metal rod and began to mutter the first words of a spell. "Hi, Captain Kith's man," his companion interrupted. He motioned with his chin across to the other side of the street where a large-frame thug had exited a building and taken a particular interest in the two wizards. "Very fortunate," the first replied. "It's always good to give a reminder to the high captains." And he went right back to his spellcasting. A few heartbeats later, a sizzling lightning bolt rent the air between the wizard and the door, blasting the flimsy wooden portal from its hinges and sending splinters flying into the flat. The second wizard, already deep in chanting to activate the wand, took careful aim and sent a small globe of orange fire leaping up to the opening. It disappeared into the flat and a blood-curdling, delicious scream told both wizards that the fool knew it for what it was. A fireball. A moment later, one that no doubt seemed like an eternity to the fugitive in the flat and his wife and children, too, judging from the chorus of screams coming forth from the building. The spell burst to life. Flames roared out the open door, and out every window and every unsealed crack in the wall as well. Though not a concussive blast, the magical fire did its work hungrily, biting at the dry wood of the old building, engulfing the entire 2nd floor and roaring upward to quickly engulf the 3rd. As the wizards admired their handiwork, a young boy appeared on the 3rd-story balcony, his back and hair burning. Out of his mind with pain and terror, he leaped without hesitation, thumping down with bone-cracking force against the alleyway cobblestones. He lay moaning, broken, and probably dying. "A pity," said the first wizard. "It's the fault of Pimian Ludran," the second replied, referring to the fugitive who had had the audacity to steal the purse of a lower-ranking acolyte from the host tower. The young mage had indulged too liberally of potent drink, making him easy prey, and the rogue Ludran had apparently been unable to resist. Normally, Ludran's offense would have gotten him arrested and dragged to Prisoner's Carnival, where he likely would have survived, though probably without all of his fingers. But Arklam Greeth had decided that it was time for a show of force in the streets. The peasants were becoming a bit more bold of late, and worse, the high captains seemed to be thinking of themselves as the true rulers of the city. The two wizards turned back to regard Kith's scout, but he had already melted into the shadows, no doubt to run screaming to his master. Arklam Greeth would be pleased. "This work invigorates and wearies me at the same time," the second said to the first, handing him back his wand. "I do love putting all of my practice into true action." He glanced down the alley, where the boy lay unmoving, though still quietly groaning. "But take heart, brother," the other said, leading him away. "The greater purpose is served and Luskan is at peace." The fire burned through the night, engulfing 3 other structures before the area residents finally contained it. In the morning, they dug out 11 bodies, including that of Pimian Ludran, who had been so proud the day before when he had brought a chicken and fresh fruit home to his hungry family. A real chicken. A real meal, their first that was not just moldy bread and old vegetables in more than a year. The first real meal his young daughter had ever known. And the last. "If I wanted to speak with Rethnar's brat, I'd come here looking for him," said Durago, a ranking captain in the ship of High Captain Baram. He finished his rant and moved as if to strike the ship-Rethnor soldier who had tried to divert him to Kensidon's audience chamber, but held the slap when he noted the dreaded crow himself entering the small antechamber with a look on his face that showed he'd heard every word. "My father has passed the daily business onto my shoulders," Kensidon said calmly. In the other room, out of sight of Durago, High Captain Suljak quietly snickered. "If you wish to speak with ship Rethnor, your discussion is with me. Me orders from High Captain Baram are to speak with Rethnor himself. Ye'd deny a high captain a direct audience with another of his ilk, would ye? But you are not a high captain. I'm his appointed speaker. As am I, to my father. That seemed to fluster the brutish Durago a bit, but he shook his head vigorously so much so that Kensidin almost expected to see bugs flying out of his ears and brought one of his huge hands up to rub his ruddy face. And Yerself'll take me words to Rethner, so he's getting it second hand, he tried to argue. Third hand, if your words are Baram's words relayed to you. By yourself, Durago fumed. To say them exactly as Baram told me to say them. Then say them. But I'm not for liking that year to then take them to your father that we might get something done, If anything is to be done due to your request, good Durago, the action will be at my command, not my father's. Are ye calling yourself a high captain, then? I have done no such thing, Kensidin was wise to reply. I handle my father's daily business, which includes speaking to the likes of you. If you wish to deliver High Captain Baram's concerns, then please do so, and now. I have much else to do this day. Durago looked around and rubbed his grizzled and ruddy face again. In there, he demanded, pointing to the room behind the young Kensidin. Kensidin held up a hand to keep the man at bay and walked back just inside the audience chamber's door. Be gone. We have private matters to discuss, he called, ostensibly to the guards within, but also to give Suljak the time he needed to move to the next room, from which he could eavesdrop on the whole conversation. He motioned for Durago to follow him into the audience chamber and took his seat on the unremarkable, but tallest, chair in the room. Ye smell the smoke? Durago asked. A thin smile creased Kensidin's face, purposely tipping his hand that he was pleased to see that another of the high captains had taken note of the devastation the two host tower enforcers had rained upon a section of Luskan the previous night. Not a funny thing. Durago growled. High Captain Baram told you to say that? Kensidin asked. Durago's eyes widened and his nostrils flared as if he was on the verge of catastrophe. My captain lost a valuable merchant in that blaze, Durago insisted. And what would you ask Rethner to do about that? We're looking to find out which high captain the crook who brought the fires of justice down was working for, Durago explained. Pinion Ludran's his name. I'm certain that I have never heard that name before, said Kensidin. And your father's to say the same? A skeptical Durago asked. Yes, came the even response. And why would you care? Pinion Ludran is dead, correct? And how would ye be knowing that if you don't know the name? The suspicious Durago asked. Because I was told that a pair of wizards burned down a house into which had fled a man who had angered the host tower of the arcane, came the reply. I assume the target of their devastation didn't escape, though I care not whether he did or not. Is it recompense you seek from the high captain who employed this Ludran fool, if indeed any high captain did so? We're looking to find out what happened. That you can file a grievance at the Council of Five, and no doubt attach a weight of gold to repair your mercantile losses? Only be fair. Durago said. Fair would be for you to take up your grievance with the host tower of the arcane in Arklemgreath, said Kensidin. The crow smiled again as the tough Durago shrank at the mere mention of the mighty Archmage Arcane. The events of last night, the manner and extent of the punishment exacted, were decided by Arklemgreath or his enforcers, Kensidin reasoned. He sat back comfortably and crossed his thin legs at the knee, and even though Durago remained standing, he seemed diminished by the casual, dismissive posture of the acting high captain. Whatever this fool, what did you name him? Ludran, did to exact the ire of the host tower is another matter altogether. Perhaps Arklemgreath has a case to present against one of the high captains, should it be discovered that this fool indeed was in the employ of one, though I doubt that to be the case. Still, from the perspective of High Captain Baram, the perpetrator of his loss was none other than Arklemgreath. We don't see it that way, Durago said with amusing vigor, amusing only because it reinforced the man's abject terror at the thought of bringing his bluster to the feet of the Archmage Arcane. Kensidin shrugged. You have no claim with Ship Rethner, he said. I know not of this fool, Ludran, nor does my father. Ye haven't even asked him, Durago said with a growl and an accusatory point of his thick finger. Kensidin brought his hands up before his face, tapped his fingertips a couple of times, then folded the hands together, staring all the while at Durago, and without the slightest hint of a blink. Durago shrank back even more, as if he had realized for the first time that he might be in enemy territory, and that he might be wise to take greater care before throwing forth his accusations. He glanced left and right nervously, sweat showing at his temples, and his breathing became noticeably faster. Go and tell High Captain Baram that he has no business with Ship Rethner regarding this matter, Kensidin explained. We know nothing of it beyond the whispers filtering through the streets. That is my last word on the subject. Durago started to respond, but Kensidin cut him short with a sharp and loud, ever. The thug straightened and tried to regain a bit of his dignity. He looked around again, left and right, to see Ship Rethner's soldiers entering the room, having heard Kensidin's declaration that their discussion was at its end. And pray do tell High Captain Baram that if he wishes to discuss any matters with Ship Rethner in the future, then Kensidin will be pleased to host him, Kensidin said. Before the flustered Dorego could respond, the crow turned to a pair of guards and motioned them to escort the visitor away. As soon as Dorego had exited the room, High Captain Suljak came back in through a side door. Good fortune to us that Arklam Greeth overplayed his hand, and that this man, Ludran, happened to intersect with one of Baram's merchants, he said. Baram's not an easy one to bring to our side. A favorable coincidence with favorable timing. Only a fool would leave necessary good fortune to coincidence at a critical time, Kensidin not so cryptically replied. Behind him, the tough dwarf with the morning stars giggled, drawing a concerned look from High Captain Suljak, who had long ago realized that the son of Rethner was many steps ahead of his every move. Sea Sprite will put in today at high tide, Kensidin said, trying not to grin as Suljak tried hard not to look surprised, along with Lord Brambleberry of Waterdeep and his fleet. Interesting times, High Captain Suljak managed to sputter. We could have gone straight to Icewind Dale, Regis remarked as he and Drizzt passed through the heavily guarded gate of Luskan. The halfling looked back over his shoulder as he spoke, eyeing the guards with contempt. Their greeting at the gate had not been warm, but condescending, and full of suspicion regarding Regis' dark-skinned companion. Drizzt didn't look back, and if he was bothered at all by the icy reception, he didn't show it. I never would have believed that my friend Regis would choose a hard trail over a comfortable bed in a city full of indulgences, the drow said. I'm weary from the comments, always the comments, Regis said. And the looks of derision. How can you ignore it? How many times do you have to prove your worth and value? Why should the ignorance of a pair of guards in a city that is not my home concern me at all? Drizzt replied. Had they not allowed us through, as with Mirabar when we ventured through there with Bruenor on our way to Mithril Hall, then their actions affect me and my friends, and so yes, that is a concern. But we're past the gate, after all. Their stares at my back don't invade my body, and wouldn't even if I were not wearing this fine mithril shirt. But you have been nothing other than a friend and ally to Luskan. Regis protested. You sailed with Sea Sprite for years, to their benefit. And that was not so long ago. I knew neither of the sentries. But they had to know you, your reputation at least. If they believed I was who I said I was. Regis shook his head in frustration. I don't have to prove my worth and value to any but those I love, Drizzt said to him, dropping his arm across the halfling's shoulders. And that I do by being who I am, with confidence that those I love appreciate the good and accept the bad. Does anything else really matter? Do the looks of guards I don't know and who don't know me truly affect the pleasures, the triumphs, and the failings of my life? I just get angry. Drizzt pulled him close and laughed, appreciating the support. If I ever get such a scornful look from you, Bruenor, or Catti-brie, then I will fret, the drow said. Or from Wulfgar, Regis remarked, and indeed that did put a bit of weight into Drizzt's stride, for he didn't truly know what to expect when he glanced upon his barbarian friend again. Come, he said, veering down the first side street. Let us enjoy the comforts of the Cutlass and prepare for the road beyond. Drizzt Do'Urden. Huzzah! A man on the opposite side of the road cheered, recognizing the drow who had served so well with the hero Captain Dudermont. Drizzt returned his wave and smile. And does that affect you more than the scornful looks from the guards? Regis slyly asked. Drizzt considered his answer for a few heartbeats, recognizing the trap of inconsistency and hypocrisy Regis had lain before him. If nothing really mattered other than the opinions of his friends, then such logic and insistence would need to include the positive receptions as well as the negative. Only because I allow it to, the drow answered. Because of vanity? Drizzt shrugged and laughed. Indeed. Soon after, they went into the Cutlass, a rather unremarkable tavern serving the docks of Luskan, particularly the returning or visiting merchant crews. So close to the harbor, it was not hard to understand the moniker given to Luskan, the city of sails. Many tall ships were tied beside her long wharves, and many more sat at anchor out in the deeper water, so many, it seemed to Drizzt, that the whole of the city could just up and sail away. I have never had the wanderlust for ocean voyages, Regis said, and when Drizzt tore his eyes from the spectacle of the harbor, he found the halfling staring up at him knowingly. Drizzt merely smiled in reply and led his friend into the tavern. More than one mug lifted to toast the pair, particularly Drizzt, who had a long history there. Still, most of the many patrons of the bustling place gave no more than a casual glance at the unusual pair, for few in the Cutlass were not considered unusual elsewhere. Drizzt Do'Urden, in the black flesh, the portly proprietor said as the drow came up to the bar. What brings you back to Luskan after these long years? He extended a hand, which Drizzt grasped and shook warmly. Well met, Aram Gardpek, he replied. Perhaps I have returned merely to see if you continue to ply your trade. I take comfort that some things ever remain the same. What else would an old fool like me do? Aram replied. Have you sailed in with Dudermont, then? Dudermont? Is Sea Sprite in port? Aye, and with a trio of ships of a watered Havian lord beside her, Aram replied. "And spoiling for a fight," said one of the patrons, a thin and weaselly little man leaning heavily on the bar, as if needing its support.
"You remember Yossi Puddles," Aram said as Drizzt turned to regard the speaker.
"Yes," Drizzt politely replied, though he wasn't so sure he did remember.
"To Yossi," he added, "if Captain Dudermont is indeed seeking a battle, then why has he come ashore?"
"Not a fight with pirates this time," Yossi replied, despite Aram shaking his head for the man to shut up, and nodding his chin in the direction of various patrons who seemed to be listening a bit too intently.
"Dudermont is looking for a bigger prize."
Yossi ended with a laugh, until he finally noticed Aram's scowl, whereupon he shrugged innocently. "There's talk of a fight coming in Luskan," Aram explained quietly, leaning in close so that only Drizzt and Regis and Yossi, who similarly leaned in, could hear.
"Dudermont sailed in with an army, and there's talk that he's come here with purpose."
"His army's not one for fighting on the open seas," Yossi said more loudly, drawing a hush from Aram. The two quieted as Drizzt and Regis exchanged glances, neither knowing what to make of the news. "We're going north, straight away," Regis reminded Drizzt, and though the drow nodded, albeit half-heartedly, the halfling suddenly wasn't so sure of his claim.
"Dudermont will be glad to see you," Aram said. "Thrilled, I'd bet."
"And if he sees you, you will stay and fight beside him," Regis said with obvious resignation.
"I'd bet."
Drizzt chuckled but held quiet. He and Regis left the Cutlass early the next morning, supposedly for Icewind Dale, but on a route that took them down by Luskan's docks, where Sea Sprite sat in her customary, honorary berth.
Drizzt met with Captain Dudermont and the brash young Lord Brambleberry before noon.
And the two companions from Mithril Hall didn't leave the City of Sails that day.
Moral grounding.
I put Regis at ease as we walked out of Long Saddle. I kept my demeanor calm and assuring, my stride solid and my posture forward-leaning. Yet inside, my stomach churned and my heart surely ached. What I saw in the once peaceful village shook me profoundly. I had known the Harples for years, or thought so, and I was pained to see that they were walking a path that could well lead them to a level of authoritarian brutishness that would have made the magistrates at Luskan's wretched prisoners' carnival proud. I cannot pretend to judge the immediacy and criticality of their situation, but I can certainly lament the potential outcome I so clearly recognized.
I wonder, then, where is the line between utilitarian necessity and morality? Where does one cross that line, and more importantly, when, if ever, is the greater good not served by the smaller victories of, or concessions to, basic standards of morality?
This world in which I walk often makes such distinctions based on racial lines.
Given my dark elf heritage, I certainly know and understand that. Moral boundaries are comfortably relaxed in the concept of the other.
Cut down an orc or a drow with impunity, indeed, but not so a dwarf, a human, an elf.
What will such moral surety do in light of King Abood should he consider his unexpected course? What did such moral surety do in light of myself? Is Abood, am I, an anomaly, the exception to a hard and fast rule, or a glimpse of wider potential? I know not. Words and blades, I kept in check in Long Saddle. This was not my fight, since I had not the time, the standing, or the power to see it through to any logical conclusion. Nor could I and Regis have done much to alter the events at hand. For all their foolishness, the Harples are a family of powerful magic users. They didn't ask the permission or the opinion from a dark elf and halfling walking a road far from home. Is it pragmatism, therefore, to justify my lack of action and my subsequent assurances to Regis, who was so openly troubled by what we had witnessed? I can lie to Heimer at least, conceal my true unease, but I cannot do so to myself. What I saw in Long Saddle wounded me profoundly, it broke my heart as much as it shocked my sensibilities. It also reminded me that I am one small person in a very large world. I hold in reserve my hope and faith in the general weal of the family Harple. This is a good and generous family, grounded in morality if not in common sense. I cannot consider myself so wrong in trusting in them. But still, almost in answer to that emotional turmoil, I now find a situation not so different waiting for me in Luskan, but one from a distinctly opposing perspective. If Captain Dudermont and this young watered Havian lord are to be believed, then the authorities in Luskan have gone over to a dangerous place. Dudermont intends to lead something not quite a revolution, since the host tower of the Arcane is not the recognized leadership of the city. Is Luskan now what Long Saddle will become as the Harples consolidate their power with clever polymorphs and caged bunnies? Are the Harples susceptible to the same temptations and hunger for greater power that has apparently infected the hierarchy of the host tower? Is this a case of better natures prevailing? My fear is that in any ruling council where the only check against persecuting power is the better nature of the ruling principles is doomed to eventual, disastrous failure. And so I ride with Dudermont as he begins his correction of that abuse. Here, too, I find myself conflicted. It is not a lament for Long Saddle that drives me on in Luskan, I accept the call because of the man who calls. But my words to Regis were more than empty comforts.
The Harples were behaving with brutality, it seemed, but I hold no doubt that the absence of suffocating justice would precipitate a level of wild and uncontrollable violence between the feuding clerics. If that is true, then what will happen in Luskan without the power behind the throne? It is well understood that the Arcane Brotherhood keeps under its control the 5 High Captains, whose individual desires and goals are often conflicting. These High Captains were all men of violence and personal power before their ascent. They are a confederation whose individual domains have never been subservient to the betterment of the whole of Luskan's populace. Captain Dudermont will wage his battle against the host tower. I fear that defeating Arklam Greith will be the easier task than replacing the control exerted by the Archmage Arcane. I will be there beside Dudermont, one small person in a very large world. And as we take actions that will no doubt hold important implications for so many people, I can only hope that Dudermont and I, and those who walk with us, will create good results from good desires. If so, should I reverse my steps and return to Longsaddle? Drizzt Do'Urden. Chapter. Tactics and Fireballs. Brilliant thought, this battling against wizards. Regis said, ending in a shriek as he dived aside and behind a water trough. A lightning bolt blasted out the distant building's open front door, digging a small trench across the ground just to the side of where Regis had been. They are annoying, Drizzt said, accentuating his point by popping up from behind a barrel and letting fly 3 arrows in rapid succession from Talmaril. All 3, magically sizzling like lightning bolts of their own, disappeared into the darkness of the house and popped loudly against some unseen surface within. We should move, Regis remarked. Here they know where we are. Drizzt shook his head, but dived low and cried out as a second bolt of lightning came forth. It hit the barrel in front of him, blasting it to kindling and sending out a thick spray of foamy beer. Regis started to cry out for his friend, but stopped when he discovered that Drizzt, moving with speed enhanced by magical anklets, was already crouching beside him. You may be right, the drow conceded. Call Genuavar, at the least. Regis said, but Drizzt was shaking his head through every word. Genuavar had fought beside them throughout the night, and the Astral Panther had limitations on the time she could spend on the prime material plane. Exceeding those limitations rendered Genuavar a feeble and pained companion. Regis glanced back down the road the other way, at a column of black smoke that rose into the late afternoon sky. Where is Dudermont? He lamented. Fighting at the harbor crossbridge, as we knew he would be. Some should have pushed through to our aid. We're forward scouts, Drizzt reminded. It was not our place to engage. Forward scouts in a battle that came too swiftly, Regis remarked. Only the day before, Drizzt and Regis sat in Dudermont's cabin on Sea Sprite, none of them sure there would even be a fight. But apparently, over the course of the afternoon, the captain had communicated with one or more of the high captains, and had received a reply to his and Lord Brambleberry's offer. They'd received an answer from the host tower, as well. In fact, had not the ever-vigilant Robillard intercepted that reply with a diffusion of magical energies, Seaman Whalelon Mykendy would have been turned into a frog. And so it was on, suddenly and brutally, and the Luskan Guard, their loyalties split between the 5 high captains, had made no overt moves to hinder Dudermont's circuitous march. They had gone north first, past the ruins of ancient Ilisk and the grand open market of Luskan to the banks of the Mirar River. To cross out onto the second island, Cutlass by name, and assault the host tower directly would have been a foolish move, for the Arcane Brotherhood had established safe houses and satellite fortresses all over the city. Dudermont meant to shrink Arklam Greith's perimeter of influence, but every step was proving difficult indeed. Let us hope we can extract ourselves from this unwanted delay, Drizzt remarked. Regis turned his cherubic but frowning face up at Drizzt, recognizing from the drow's tone that his words were a not-so-subtle reminder of why they had been spotted by the wizard in the house in the first place. I was thirsty, Regis muttered under his breath, eliciting a grin from Drizzt and a sidelong glance at the shattered beer barrel that had so lured the halfling scout into the open. Wars will do that to you, Drizzt replied, ending in another yelp and shoving Regis down beside him as a third lightning bolt shot forth, skimming in across the top of the trough and taking out one of the higher boards in the process. Even as the ground shook beneath them from the retort, water began to drain out onto them. Regis rolled one away, Drizzt the other, the drow coming up to one knee. Drink up, he said, putting his bow to use again, first through the open door, then shattering a glass window and another on the second floor for good measure. He kept drawing and letting fly, his magical quiver forever replenishing his supply of enchanted missiles. A different sort of missile came forth from the house, though, a trio of small pulses of magical light, spinning over each other, bending and turning and sweeping unerringly for Drizzt. One split off at the last moment as the retreating drow tried futilely to dodge. It veered right into Regis' chest, singeing his vest and sending a jolt of energy through him. Drizzt took his 2 hits with a grimace and a growl, and turned around to send an arrow at the window from which the missiles had flown. As he let fly, he envisioned his path to the house, looking for barriers against the persistent magical barrage. He sent another magical arrow flying. It hit the doorjamb and exploded with a shower of magical sparks. Using that as cover, the drow sprinted at an angle to the right side of the street, heading behind a group of barrels. He thought he would make it, expecting to dive past another lightning stroke, as he lowered his head and sprinted full out. He felt foolish for so overbalancing, though, as he saw a pea of flame gracefully arc out of the second-floor window. Drizzed! Regis cried, seeing it too. And the halfling's friend was gone, just gone, when the fireball exploded all around the barrels and the front of the building backing them. Sea Sprite tacked hard against the current at the mouth of the Mirror River. Occasional lightning bolts reached out at her from the northern bank, where a group of Host Tower wizards fought desperately to hold back Brambleberry's forces at the northern, longer span of Harbor Cross, the westernmost bridge across the Mirror. We would need to lose a score of men to each wizard downed, you claimed, if we were to have any chance, Dudermont remarked to Robillard, who stood beside him at the rail. But it would seem that Lord Brambleberry has chosen his soldiers well. Robillard let the sarcasm slip past as he, too, tried to get a better summation of the situation unfolding before them. Parts of the bridge were aflame, but the fires seemed to be gaining no real traction. One of Brambleberry's wizards had brought up an elemental from the plane of water, a creature that knew no fear of such fires. One of the enemy wizards had responded with an elemental summoning of his own, a great creature of the earth, a collection of rock, mud, and grassy turf that seemed no more than a hillside come to life, sprouting arms of connected stone and dirt with boulder hands. It splashed into the river to do battle, its magical consistency strong enough to keep the waters from washing its binding dirt away, and both sides of the battle seemed intent on the other's elemental proxies as more wizards brought forth their own otherworldly servants. A trumpet sounded on the southern end of Harbor Cross, from Blood Island, and out from Brambleberry's position came a host of riders, all in shining armor, banners flying, spear tips glistening in the morning sun. Idiots, Robillard muttered with a shake of his head as they charged out onto the wide bridge. Harder to port! Dudermont shouted to his crew, recognizing, as had Robillard, that Brambleberry's men needed support. Sea Sprite groaned under the strain as she listed farther, the river waters pounding into her broadside, threatening to drive her against one of the huge rocks that dotted the banks of the Mirror. She couldn't hold her position, of course, but she didn't need to. Her crack catapult team had a ball of fiery pitch away almost immediately, cutting through the wind. A barrage of lightning bolts, capped by a fireball, slammed the bridge, and the riders disappeared in a cloud of smoke, flame, and blinding flashes. When they re-emerged, a bit fewer in number, battered and seeming much less eager and much less proud, they were heading back the way they'd come. Any sense of victory the Host Tower wizards might have felt, though, was short-lived, as Sea Sprite's shot thundered into the side of one of the structures they used for cover, one of several compounds that had been identified as secret safehouses for the Arcane Brotherhood. The wooden building went up in flames, and wizards scrambled for safety. Brambleberry's men charged across the bridge once more. Fight the current! Dudermont implored his crew as his ship groaned back the other way, barely holding her angle. A second ball of pitch went flying, and though it fell short, it splattered up against the barricades used by the enemy, creating more smoke, more screaming, and more confusion. Dudermont's knuckles whitened as he grasped the rail, cursing at the less than favorable winds and tide. If he could just get Sea Sprite's archers in range, they could quickly turn the tide of the fight. The captain Winston Robillard gave an amused but helpless chuckle, as the leading edge of Brambleberry's assault hit a stream of evocation magic. Missiles of glowing energy, lightning bolts, and a pair of fireballs burst upon them, sending men writhing and flailing to the ground, or leaping from the bridge, which shook under the continuing thunder of the earth elementals pounding. Just take her near to the wharf and debark. The captain cried, and to Robillard, he added, bring it up. You wanted to hold our surprise, the wizard replied. We cannot lose this battle, Dudermont said. Not like this. Brambleberry stands in sight of the Luskan garrison, and they are watching intently, knowing not where to join in. And the young lord has the Host Tower behind him and soon to awaken to the fighting. He has 2 secured bridges and the roads around the ruins of Ilisk, Robillard reminded the captain. And a busy marketplace as buffer. The Host Tower wizards need not cross to the mainland. They can strike at him from the northern edge of Closeguard. They're not on Closeguard, Robillard argued. High Captain Kith's men blocked the bridges, east and west. We don't know that Kith's men would even try to slow the wizards, Dudermont stubbornly replied. He has not professed his loyalty. The wizard shrugged, gave another of his all-too-common sighs, and faced the northern bank. He began chanting and waving his arms. Recognizing that the Host Tower kept several safehouses in the northern district, Robillard and some of Brambleberry's men had set up a wharf just below the waves, but far enough out into the river for Sea Sprite to get up beside it safely. As Robillard ignited the magical dweomers he had set on the bridge, the front poles of the makeshift dock rose up out of the dark waters, guiding the helmsman. Still, Sea Sprite wouldn't have been able to tack enough to make headway and come alongside, but again, Robillard provided the answer. He snapped his fingers, propelling himself through a dimensional gate back to his customary spot on the raised deck behind the mainsail. He reached into his ring, first to bring up gusts of wind to help fill the sails, then to communicate with his own elemental from the plane of water. Sea Sprite lurched and bucked, the river slamming in protest against her starboard side. The elemental set itself against the port side and braced with its otherworldly strength. The catapult crew let fly a third missile, and a fourth right behind. On the bridge, Brambleberry's forces pushed hard against the magic barrage, and the leading edge managed to get across just as Sea Sprite slid in behind the secret, submerged wharf, 100 yards downriver. Planks went out beside the securing ropes, and the crew wasted no time in scrambling to the rail. Robillard closed his eyes, trusting fully in his detection spell, and sensed for the magic target. Still with his eyes closed, the wizard loosed a searing line of lightning into the water just before the wharf's guide poles. His shot proved precise, severing the locking chain of the wharf. Buoyed by a line of empty barrels, free of its shackles, the wharf lifted up and broke the water with a great splash and surge. The crew poured down. "Now we have them," Dudermont cried. He had barely finished speaking, though, when a great crash sounded upriver, as a span of the century-old harbor crossbridge collapsed into the mirror. "Back to stations!" Dudermont yelled to those crewmen still aboard. The captain, though, ran to the nearest plank and scrambled over the rail, not willing to desert his crewmen who had already left the ship. "Port! Port!" he cried for his ship to flee. By the giggling demons, Robillard cursed, and as soon as Dudermont hit the wharf running, the wizard commanded his elemental to let go the ship and slide under it to catch the drifting flotsam. Then he helped free Sea Sprite by pulling a wand and shooting a line of lightning at the heavy rope tying her off forward, severing it cleanly. Before the crew aft could even begin to free that second heavy rope, Sea Sprite swung around violently to the left, and a pair of unfortunate crewmen flipped over the rail to splash into the cold mirror. Sputtering curses, the wizard blinked himself to the taffrail and blasted the second rope apart. The first pieces of the shattered bridge expanse swept down at them. Robillard's elemental deflected the bulk, but a few got through, chasing Sea Sprite as she glided away toward the harbor. Robillard ordered his elemental to rush up and push her alone. He breathed a sigh of relief as he saw his friend Dudermont get off the makeshift dock, right before a large piece of the fallen bridge slammed against it, shattering its planking and destroying its integrity, as it, too, became another piece of wreckage. Barrels and dock planks joined the sweep of debris. Robillard had to stay with the ship, at least long enough for his summoned monster to assist Sea Sprite safely out of the river mouth and into quieter waters. He never took his eyes off of Dudermont, though, thinking that his dearest friend was surely doomed, trapped as he was on the northern bank with only a fraction of Brambleberry's forces in support, and a host of angry wizards against them. Drizzt saw it coming, a little burning ball of flame, enticing as a candlelight, gentle and benign. He knew better, though, and knew, too, that he couldn't hope to get out of its explosive range. So he threw his shoulders back violently and kicked his feet out in front of him, and didn't even try to break his fall as he slammed down on his back. He even resisted the urge to throw his arms out wide to somehow mitigate the fall, instead curling them over his face, hands grasping his cloak to wrap it around him. Even covered as he was with the wet clothing and cloak, the darkness flew away when the fireball exploded, and hot flames bit at Drizzt, igniting 1,000 tiny fires in his body. It lasted only an instant, mercifully, and winked out as immediately as it had materialized. Drizzt knew he couldn't hesitate. The wizard could strike at him again within the span of a few heartbeats, or if another wizard was inside the house, a second fireball might already be on its way. He rolled sidelong away from his enemy to put out the little fires burning on his cloak and clothing, and even left the cloak smoldering on the ground when he leaped back to his feet. Again Drizzt ran full out, leaning forward in complete commitment to his goal, a tight strand of birch trees. He dived in headlong, rolling to a sitting position and curling up, expecting another blast. Nothing happened. Gradually, Drizzt uncoiled and looked back Regis' way, to see the halfling still crouched in the muddied ground behind the damaged water trough. Regis' little hands flashed the rough letters of the Drow silent alphabet, approximating the question, "Is he gone?" "His arsenal is depleted, perhaps," Drizzt's fingers replied. Regis shook his head and didn't understand. Drizzt signaled again, more slowly, but the halfling still couldn't make sense of the too intricate movements. "He may be out of spells," the Drow called quietly, and Regis nodded enthusiastically until a rumble from inside the distant house turned them both that way. Trailing a line of fire that charred the floorboards, it came through the open door, a great beast comprised entirely of flame, orange, red, yellow, and white when it swirled more tightly. It seemed vaguely bipedal, but had no real form, as the flames would commit to nothing but moving forward, and with purpose. When it cleared the door, leaving smoking wood at every point of the jam, it grew to its full, gigantic proportions, towering over the distant companions, mocking them with its intensity and its size. A fiery monstrosity from the elemental plane of fire. Drizzt sucked in his breath and lifted Talmaril, not even thinking to go to his more trusted scimitars. He couldn't fight the creature in close. Of all the 4 primary elemental beasts, fire was the type any melee warrior was least capable of battling. Its flames burned with skin-curling intensity, and the strike of a scimitar, though it could hurt the beast, would heat the weapon as well. Drizzt drew back and let fly, and the arrow disappeared into the swirl of flames. The fire elemental swung around toward him and roared, the sound of 1,000 trees crackling, then spat forth a line of flames that immediately set the birch stand aflame. "How do we fight it?" Regis cried, and yelped as the elemental scorched the trough he hid behind, filling the air with thick steam. Drizzt didn't have an answer. He shot off another arrow, and again had no way of knowing if it scored any damage on the creature or not. Then, on instinct, the drow angled his bow to the side and let fly a third, right past the elemental to slam into, and punch through, the wall of the structure housing the wizard. A cry from inside told him that he had startled the mage, and the sudden and angry turn of the fire elemental, back toward the house, confirmed what the drow had hoped. He fired off a continual stream, then, a volley placed all around the wooden structure, blasting hole after hole and without discernible pattern. He judged his effect by the motions of the elemental, gliding one stride toward him, then one back at the wizard. For controlling such a beast was no easy feat, and one that required absolute concentration. And if that control was lost, Drizzt knew, the summoned creature would almost always take out its rage upon the summoner. More arrows flashed into the house but to less effect. Drizzt needed to actually score a hit on the mage to turn the elemental fully. But he didn't, and he soon recognized that the creature was inevitably edging his way. The wizard had adjusted. Drizzt kept up the barrage anyway, and began moving away as he fired, confident that he could turn and outdistance the creature, or at least get to the water's edge, where the mirror would protect him from the elemental's fury. He turned and glanced to the water trough, thinking to tell Regis to run. But the halfling was already gone. The wizard was protected from the arrows, Drizzt realized as the elemental bore down on him with renewed enthusiasm. The drow fired off a pair of shots into it for good measure, then turned and sprinted back the way he'd come, around the edge of the building, hit by the same fireball that had nearly melted him, which was burning furiously. "Clever wizard," he heard himself muttering as he almost ran headlong into a giant web that stretched from building to building in the alleyway. He spun to see the elemental blocking the exit, its flames licking the structures to either side. "Have at it, then," Drizzt said to the beast and drew his scimitars. He couldn't really speak to a creature from an elemental plane, of course, but it seemed to Drizzt as if the monster heard him, for as he finished, the elemental rushed forward, its fiery arms sweeping ferociously. Drizzt ducked the first swing, then leaped out to his right just ahead of the second, running up the wall and feeling that its integrity was diminished by the fires roaring within and spinning into a back somersault. He came down in a spin, scimitars slashing across, backhand leading forehand, and both sent puffs of flame into the air as they slashed against the life force that held those flames together into a physical, solid creature. That second weapon, Icing Death, sent a surge of hope through Drizzt, for its properties were not only affording him some substantial protection from flames, as it had done against the wizard's fireball, but the Frostbrand scimitar took a particular pleasure in inflicting cold pain upon creatures with affinity to fire. The fire elemental shook off Twinkle's backhand hit, as it had all but ignored the shots from Talmaril, but when Icing Death connected, the creature seemed to burn less bright. The elemental whirled away and seemed to shrink in on itself, spinning around tightly. Its flames burned brighter, white-hot, and the creature came out enraged and huge once more. Drizzt met its charge with a furious flurry of whirling blades. He shortened Twinkle's every stroke, using that blade to fend off the elemental's barrage of punches. He followed every strike with Icing Death, knowing that he was hurting the elemental. But not killing it. Not anytime soon at least, and despite the protection of Icing Death, Drizzt felt the heat of the magnificent, deadly beast. More than that, the power of the elemental's swings could fell an ogre even without the fiery accompaniment. The elemental stomped its foot and a circular gout of flames rushed out from the point of impact, sweeping past Drizzt and making him hop in surprise. The creature came forward and let fly a sweeping right hook, and Drizzt fell low, barely escaping the hit, which smashed hard into the burning building, crushing through the wooden wall. From that hole came a blast of fire, and as it retracted, Drizzt leaped for the broken wood. He planted his foot on the bottom rim of the opening and came up flat against the wall, but only for the brief second it took him to swing his momentum and leap away into a backward somersault and turn, and as he came around, climbing higher across the alleyway, he somehow managed to sheath his blades and catch onto the rim of the opposite building's roof. He ignored the stun of the impact as he crashed against the structure and scrambled, lifting his legs just above another heavy, fiery slug. As fast as he went, though, the elemental was faster. It didn't climb the wall in any conventional sense, but just fell against it and swirled up over itself, rising as flames would climb a dry tree. Even as Drizzt stood tall on the roof, so did the elemental, and that building, too, was fully involved. The elemental shot a line of flames at Drizzt, who dived aside, but still got hit, and though Icing Death helped him avoid the brunt of the burn, he surely felt that sting, but Worse, the roof was burning behind him, and the elemental sent out another line, and another, all designed, Drizzt recognized, to seal off his avenues of escape. The elemental hadn't done that in the alley, the drow realized as he drew out his scimitars yet again. The creature was smart enough to recognize a web, and knew that such an assault would have freed its intended prey. This creature was not dumb. Wonderful, Drizzt muttered. To the bridge. Dudermont ordered, running from the collapsing wharf to the collection of rocks and crates, stone walls and trees his crewmen were using as cover. We have to turn the wizards from Brambleberry's men. We be 15 strong. One man shouted back at him. Or 15 weak, saying. 2 fireballs from extinction, said another, a fierce woman from Baldur's Gate who, for the last 2 years, had led almost every boarding charge. Dudermont didn't disagree with their assessments, but he knew, too, that there was no other choice before them. With the collapse of the bridge, the Host Tower wizards had gained the upper hand, but despite the odds, Brambleberry's leading ranks had nowhere to retreat. If we flee or if we wait, they die, the captain explained, and when he charged northeast along the river's northern bank, not one of the 15 sailors hesitated before following. Their charge turned into a series of stops and starts as the wizards took note of them and began loosing terrible blasts of magic their way. Even with the volume of natural and man-made cover available to them, it occurred to Dudermont that his entire force might be wiped out before they ever got near the bridge. And worse, Brambleberry's force could not make progress, as every attempt to break out from the solid structures at the edge of the bridge was met with fire and ice, electricity, and summoned monsters. The Earth Elemental was finally brought down by the coordinated efforts of many soldiers and friendly wizards, but another beast, demonic in nature, rushed out from the enemy wizard's position to take its place before any of Brambleberry's men had even begun to cheer the Earth Beast's fall. Dudermont looked downriver, hoping to witness the return of Sea Sprite, but she was far into the harbor by then. He looked forlornly to the southeast, to Blood Island, where Brambleberry and the bulk of his forces remained, and was not encouraged to see that the young lord had only then begun to swing his forces back to the bridge that would bring them to the South Bank mainland in Luskan's Market, where they could march up the riverbank and cross along the bridge farther to the east. This would be a stinging defeat, the captain reasoned, with many men lost and few of the Host Tower's resources captured or destroyed. Even as he began to rethink his assault, considering that perhaps he and his men should hunker down and wait for Brambleberry, a shout to the north distracted him. The mob rushing to enter the fray, men and dwarves with an assortment of weapons, terrified him. The northwestern section of Luskan was known as the Shield, the district housing merchants' storehouses and assembling grounds for visiting caravans from Luskan's most important trading partner, the city of Mirabar. And the March-Ion of Mirabar was known to have blood connections among the Host Tower's highest ranks. But the rumors of a rift between Mirabar and the Arcane Brotherhood were apparently true. Dudermont saw that as soon as it became obvious that the new force entering the fray was no ally of the Host Tower wizards. They swept toward the wizards' position, leading with a volley of sling bullets, spears, and arrows that brought howls of protest from the wizards and a chorus of cheers from Brambleberry's trapped warriors. Onward! The captain cried. They are ours. Indeed they were, at least those poor lesser mages who didn't possess the magical ability to fly or teleport from the field. Enemies closed in on them from 3 sides, and the wizards fleeing east, the only open route, could not hope to get past the next bridge before Brambleberry swept across and cut them off. The fire elemental reared up to its full height, towering over the drow, who used the moment to rush ahead and sting it with icing death before running back the other way as the great arms flashed in powerful swipes. Thinking pursuit imminent, Drizzt cut to the side and dived headlong into a roll, turning halfway into the circuit in case he had to continue right over the edge of the building. The elemental, though, didn't pursue. Instead it roared off the other way, burning a line over the front edge of the building, then down into the street where it left a scarred trail back to the house from which it had emerged. It's a pretty gem, the wizard agreed, staring stupidly at the little ruby pendant the halfling had spinning at the end of a chain. On every rotation, the gem caught the light, bending it and transforming it into the wizard's fondest desires. Regis giggled and gave it another spin, deftly moving it back from the wizard's grabbing hand. Pretty, yes, he said. His smile disappeared, and so did the gem, scooped up into his hand in the blink of an astonished wizard's eye. What are you doing? The mage asked, seeming sober once more. Where did it? His eyes widened with horror, and he started to say, "What have you done?" As he spun back toward the door just in time to see his angry elemental rushing into the house. Stay warm, Regis said, and he fell backward out of the same window through which had entered, hitting the alleyway in a roll and running along with all speed. Fire puffed out every window in the house, and between the wooden planks as well. Regis came back into the street. Drizzt, smoke wafting from his shoulders and hair, emerged from the front door of the house behind the battered water trough. They met in the middle of the road, both turning back to the house that served as battleground between the wizard and his pet. Booms of magical thunder accompanied the crackle of burning beams. The roar of flames, given voice by the elemental, howled alongside the screams of the terrified wizard. The outer wall froze over suddenly, hit by some magical, frosty blast, only to melt in steam almost immediately as the fire elemental's handiwork won the contest. It went on for a few moments before the house began to fall apart. The wizard staggered out the front door, his robes aflame, his hair burned away, his skin beginning to curl. The elemental, defeated, didn't come out behind him, but the man could hardly call it a victory as he toppled face down in the road. Regis and Drizzt ran to him, patting out the flames and rolling him over. "He won't live for long without a priest," the halfling said. "Then we must find him one," Drizzt replied, and looked back to the southwest, where Dudermont and Brambleberry assaulted the bridge. Smoke rose along with dozens of screams, the ring of metal, and the booming of magic. Regis blew a long sigh as he answered, "I think most of the priests are going to be busy for a while." Chapter: The Archmage Arcane. The building resembled a tree, its arms lifting up like graceful branches, tapering to elegant points. Because of the 5 prominent spires, one for each compass point and a large central pillar, the structure also brought to mind a gigantic hand. In the centermost spire of the famous host tower of the Arcane, Archlumgreeth looked out upon the city. He was a robust creature, rotund and with a thick and full grey beard and a bald head that gave him the appearance of a jolly old uncle. When he laughed, if he wanted to, it came from a great belly that shook and jiggled with phony but hearty glee. When he smiled, if he pretended to, great dimples appeared and his whole face brightened. Of course Archlumgreeth had an enchantment at his disposal that made his skin look positively flushed with life, the epitome of health and vigor. He was the Archmage Arcane of Luskan, and it wouldn't do to have people put off by his appearance, since he was, after all, a skeletal, undead thing, a lich who had cheated death. Magical illusions and perfumes hid the more unpleasant aspects of his decaying corporeal form well enough. Fires burned in the north knew them to be the largest collection of his safehouses. Several of his wizards were likely dead or captured. The lich gave a cackling laugh, not his jolly one, but one of wicked and perverse enjoyment, wondering if he might soon find them in the netherworld and bring them back to his side, even more powerful than they had been in life. Beneath that laughter, though, Archlumgreeth seethed. The Lusker guards had allowed it to happen. They had turned their backs on law and order for the sake of the upstart Captain Dudermont and that miserable Waterhavian brat, Brambleberry. The Arcane Brotherhood would have to repay the Brambleberry family, to be sure. Every one of them would die, Archlumgreeth decided, from the oldest to the infants. A sharp knock on his door broke through the lich's contemplation. "Enter," he called, never looking back. The door magically swung open. In rushed the young wizard Telinus the Spike. He nearly tripped and fell on his face as he crossed the threshold, he was so excited and out of sorts. "Archmage, they have attacked us," he gasped. "Yes, I am watching the smoke rise," said an unimpressed Greeth. "How many are dead?" "7, at least, and more than 20 of our servants," the Spike answered. "I know not of Polindra or Honorus, perhaps they managed to escape as did I." "By teleporting?" "Yes, Archmage." "Escape? Or flee?" Greeth asked, turning slowly to stare at the flustered young man. "You left without knowing the disposition of your superior, Polindra?" There was nothing, the Spike stuttered. "All was lost." "Lost? To a few warriors and half a ship's crew?" "Lost to the Mirabarons." The Spike cried. "We thought victory ours, but the Mirabarons? Do tell." "They swept upon us like a great wave, men and dwarves alike," the Spike stammered. "We had little power remaining to us in the way of destructive magic, and the hardy dwarves could not be slowed." He kept rambling with the details of their last stand, but Greeth tuned him out. He thought of Niphathys, his darling Irenaeus, lost to him in the east. He had tried to summon her, and when that had failed, had brought from the lower plains one of her associates, who had told him of the betrayal of King Abood of the Orcs and the interference of that wretched Bruenor Battlehammer and his friends. Archlumgreeth had long wondered how such an ambush had been so carefully planned. He had feared that he had completely underestimated that Abood creature, or the strength of the truce between many arrows in Mithril Hall. He wondered if it hadn't been a bit more than that strange alliance, though. And now the shield of Mirabar and Luskan had surprisingly joined into a fight that the Lusker guards had avoided. A curious thought crossed Archlumgreeth's mind. That thought had a name, Arabeth Roram. "They will be compensated," Lord Brambleberry assured the angry guard captain, who had followed the Waterhavian lord all the way from Blood Island to the upstream span, the northern and westernmost of Luskan's 3 Mirar bridges. "Houses can be rebuilt. And children can be rebirthed?" The man snapped back. "There will be unfortunate circumstances," said Brambleberry. "It's the way of battle. And how many were killed by my forces and how many by the host tower's wizards with their wild displays of magic? None would have died if you hadn't started the fight. My good captain, some things are worth dying for."
Shouldn't that be the choice of him what's dying?
Lord Brambleberry smirked at the man, but really had no response. He wasn't pleased at the losses incurred around the Harbor Cross Bridge. A fire had broken out just north of their perimeter and several homes had been reduced to smoldering ruin.
Innocent Lusker had died. The guard captain's forward-leaning posture weakened when Captain Dudermont walked over to stand beside Lord Brambleberry. Is there a problem?
The Legend of Luskan asked. And no, Mr. Dudermont, the guard stammered, for he was clearly intimidated.
Well, yes, sir. It pains you to see smoke over your city, Dudermont replied.
It tears at my heart as well, but the worm must be cut from the apple. Be glad that the host tower is on a separate island.
Yes, Mr. Dudermont.
The guard captain gave one more curt look at Lord Brambleberry, then briskly turned and marched away to join his men and their rescue work at the site of the battle.
His resistance was less strident than ID anticipated, Brambleberry said to Dudermont.
Your reputation here makes this much easier. The fight has only just begun, the captain reminded him. Once we have them driven into the host tower, it will go quickly, Brambleberry said. They're wizards. They won't be held back by lines of men.
We'll be looking over our shoulders for the entirety of the war.
Then make it a short one, the eager-watered Havian lord said.
Before my neck stiffens.
He offered a wink and a bow and hurried away, nearly bumping into Robillard, who was coming Dudermont's way. Polindra is among the dead, and that is no small loss for the host tower, and an even greater one for Arklemgreith, personally, for she was known to be fiercely loyal to him, Robillard reported. And our scout of questionable heritage. His name is Drizzt, Dudermont said.
Yes, that one, the wizard replied.
He defeated a wizard by name of Huanter Seashark, paramount among the host tower at summoning elementals and demons, even elder elementals and demon lords.
Paramount? Even better than Robillard?
Dudermont said to lighten the wizard's typically dour mood. Be not a fool, Robillard replied, drawing a wide smile from Dudermont, who took note that Robillard hadn't actually answered the question. Huanter's prowess would have served Arklemgreith well when our flames tickle at his towers.
Then it's a day of great victory, Dudermont reasoned. It's the day we awakened the beast. Nothing more.
Indeed, Dudermont replied, though in a tone that showed neither agreement nor concession, but rather more of a detached amusement as the captain looked past Robillard and nodded. Robillard turned to see Drizzt and Regis coming down the road, the drow with a tattered cloak over one arm.
You found a fine battle, I'm told, Dudermont called to them as they neared.
Those two words rarely go together, said the drow. I like him more all the time, Robillard said so that only Dudermont could hear, and the captain snorted.
Come, let us four retire to a warm hearth and warmer brandy, that we might exchange tales, said Dudermont. And cake, Regis said. Never forget the cake.
Cause or effect? Arklemgreith asked quietly as he patted down the hallway leading to the chambers of the Over-Wizard of the South Spire. Beside him Valindra Shadowmantle, Over-Wizard of the North Tower, widely considered to be next in line to succeed Arklemgreith, which of course was a rather useless tribute, since the Lich planned to live forever, gave a derisive snort. She was a tiny thing, much shorter than Greith and with a lithe moon elf frame that was many times more diminutive than the Archmage Arcane's burly and bloated animated vessel. No, truly, Arklemgreith went on.
Did the Mirabarons join in the battle against Polindra and our safe house because of the rumors that we had threatened to intervene with the stability of the Silver Marches? Or was their interference part of a wider revolt against the Arcane Brotherhood?
Cause or effect? The latter, Valindra replied with a flip of her long and lustrous black hair, so clear in contrast to eyes that seemed as if they had stolen all the blue from the waters of the Sword Coast. The Mirabarons would have joined in the fight against us whether Nithithis had gone to Abood or not. This betrayal has Arabeth's stench all over it. Of course you would say that of your rival. Do you disagree? The forceful elf said without the slightest hesitation, and Arklemgreith gave a wheezing chuckle. It wasn't often that anyone had the courage to speak to him so bluntly. In fact, beyond Valindra's occasional outbursts, he couldn't remember the last person who had done so. Someone he had subsequently murdered, no doubt. You would then imply that Over-Wizard Roram sent word ahead of the meeting between Nithithis and King Abood, reasoned the Lich.
Following your logic, I mean.
Her treachery is not so surprising, to me at least. And yet you too have your roots in the Silver Marches, Greith said with a wry grin.
In the Moonwood, I believe, and among the elves who wouldn't be pleased to see the Arcane Brotherhood bolster King Abood.
All the more reason for you to know that I did not betray you, said Valindra. I have made no secret of my feelings for my people. And it was I who first suggested to you that the Arcane Brotherhood would do well to stake a claim in the bountiful north. Perhaps only so that you could foil me later and weaken my position, said Greith. And that after you had gained my favor with your prodding for the spread of our influence.
Clever of you to insinuate yourself as my heir apparent before leading me to a great chasm, yes?
Valindra stopped abruptly and Arklemgreith had to turn and look back to look at her. She stood with one arm on her hip, the other hanging at her side, and her expression absent any hint of amusement.
The Lich laughed all the louder. You are offended that I credit you with such potential for deviousness? Why, if half of what I said were true, you would be a credit to the twisted dealings of the Dark Elves themselves.
It was a compliment, girl.
Half was true, Valindra replied. Except that I wouldn't be so clever to desire anything good to befall the Silver Marches or the worthless fools of the Moonwood. Were I to love my homeland, I might take your words as a compliment, though I insist I would have come up with something a bit less transparent than the plot you lay at my feet. But I take no pleasure in the loss of Nithathes and the setback for the Arcane Brotherhood.
Arklemgreith stopped smiling at the sheer bitterness and venom in the elf woman's words.
He nodded somberly. Arabeth Roram, then, he said.
The cause for this troubling and costly effect. Her heart has ever remained in Mirabar, said Valindra, and under her breath, she added, the little wretch. Arklemgreith smiled again when he heard that, having already turned back for the door to the south tower. He recited a quiet incantation and waved a thick hand at the door. The locks clicked and humming sounds of various pitches emanated from all around the portal. At last, the heavy bar behind the door fell away with a clang and the portal swung open toward Arklemgreith and Valindra, revealing a darkened room beyond. The Archmage Arcane stared into the black emptiness for a few moments before turning back to regard the elf as she walked up beside him.
Where are the guards?
The Over-Wizard of the South Tower asked. Arklemgreith lifted a fist up before his face and summoned around it a globe of purple, flickering flames. With that fairy fire torch thrust before him, he strode into the South Tower. The pair went up room by room, the stubborn and confident Lich ignoring Valindra's continual complaints that they should go and find an escort of capable battle mages. The Archmage Arcane whispered an incantation into every torch on the walls, so that soon after he and Valindra had made their way out of the room, the enchanted torches would burst into flame behind them. They found themselves outside the door to Arabeth's private quarters not long after, and there the Lich paused to consider all they had seen, or had not seen.
Did you notice an absence of anything? He asked his companion.
People, Valindra dryly replied. Arklemgreith smirked at her, not appreciating the levity. Scrolls, he explained. And rods, staves, and wands and any other magical implements.
Not a spellbook to be found. What might it mean? Valindra asked, seeming more curious.
That the chamber beyond this door is equally deserted, said Greith.
That our guesses about Arabeth ring true, and that she knew that we knew.
He ended with a grimace and spun back at Arabeth's door, waving his hand forcefully its way as he completed another spell, one that sent the reinforced, many-locked door flinging wide,
revealing nothing but darkness behind.
With a growl, Valindra started past Greith, heading into the room, but the Archmage Arcane held out his arm and with supernatural power held the elf back. She started to protest, but Arklemgreith held up the index finger of his free hand over pursed lips, and again added the power of supernatural dominance, hushing the woman as surely as he had physically gagged her. He looked back into the darkness, as did Valindra, only it wasn't as pitch black as before.
In the distance to the left, a soft light glowed and a tiny voice lessened the emptiness. Arklemgreith strode in, Valindra on his heel.
He cast a spell of detection and moved slowly, scanning for glyphs and other deadly wards. He couldn't help but pick up his pace, though, as he came to understand the light source as a crystal ball set on a small table, and came to recognize the voice as that of Arabeth Roram. The Lich walked up to the table and stared into the face of his missing over-wizard.
What is she doing out of?
Valindra started to ask as she, too, came to recognize Arabeth, but Arklemgreith waved his hand and snarled in her direction. Her words caught in her throat so fully that she fell back, choking. Well met, Arabeth, he said to the crystal ball. You didn't inform me that you and your associate wizards would be leaving the host tower. I didn't know that your permission was required for an over-wizard to leave the tower, Arabeth replied. You knew enough to leave an active scrying ball in place to greet any visitors, Greith replied.
And who but I would deign to enter your chambers without permission?
Perhaps that permission has been given to others. Arklemgreith paused and considered the sly comment, the veiled threat that Arabeth had co-conspirators within the host tower. There is an army assembled against you, Arabeth went on.
Against us, you mean? The woman in the crystal ball paused and didn't blink. Captain Dudermont leads them, and that is no small thing.
I tremble at the thought, Arklemgreith replied. He is a hero of Luskan, known to all, Arabeth warned.
The high captains will not oppose him.
Good, then they won't get in my way, said Arklemgreith. So pray tell me, daughter of Mirabar, in this time of trial for the host tower, why is one of my over-wizards unavailable to me? The world changes around us, Arabeth said, and Arklemgreeth took note that she seemed a bit shaken, that as the reality of her choice opened wide before her, as expected as that eventuality had to be, doubts nibbled at her arrogant surety. Dudermont has arrived with a Waterhavian lord, and an army trained specifically in tactics for battling wizards. You know much of them. I made it a priority to learn. And you have not once addressed me by my title, Over-Wizard Roram. Not once have you spoken to me as the Archmage Arcane. What am I to garner from your lack of protocol and respect, to say nothing of your conspicuous absence in this, our time of trial? The woman's face grew stern. Traitor, said Valindra, who had at last rediscovered her magically muted voice. She has betrayed us. Arklemgreeth turned a condescending look over the perceptive elf. Tell me then, daughter of Mirabar, the Archmage Arcane said, seeming amused, have you fled the city? Or do you intend to side with Captain Dudermont? As he finished, he closed his eyes and sent more than his thoughts or voice into the crystal ball. He sent a piece of his life essence, his very being, the undead and eternal power that had held Arklemgreeth from passing into the netherworld. I choose self-preservation, whatever course that she stopped and winced, then coughed and shook her head. It seemed as if she would simply topple over. The fit passed, though, and she steadied herself and looked back at her former master. The crystal ball went black. She will run, the coward, said Valindra. But never far enough. Arklemgreeth grabbed her and tugged her along, hustling her out of the room. Wraithform, at once. He instructed, and he cast the enchantment upon himself, his body flattening to a two-dimensional form. He slipped through a crack in the wall, then through the floor, rushing swiftly and in a nearly straight line back to the main section of the host tower with the similarly flattened Valindra close behind. And not a moment too soon, both learned as they slipped out of a crease in the tower's main audience chamber just as the south tower was racked by a massive, fiery explosion. The witch! Valindra growled. Impressive witch, Greeth said. All around them, other wizards began scrambling, shouting out warnings of fire in the south tower. Summon your watery friends, Arklemgreeth said to them all, calmly, almost amused, as if he truly enjoyed the spectacle. Perhaps I have at last found a worthy challenge in this Dudermont creature, and in the allies he has inspired, he said to Valindra, who stood with her jaw hanging open in disbelief. Arabeth Roram is still in the city, he told her. In the northern section, with the shield of Mirabar. I looked through her eyes, albeit briefly, he explained as she started to ask the obvious question. I saw her heart, too. She means to fight against us, and has gathered an impressive number of our lesser acolytes to join her. I'm wounded by their lack of loyalty, truly. Archmage Arcane, I fear you don't understand, Valindra said. This Captain Dudermont is not to be taken. Don't tell me how I should take him. Arklemgreeth shouted in her face, his dead eyes going wide and flashing with inner fires that came straight from the nine hells. I will take him roasted and basted before this is through, or I will devour him raw. The choice is mine, and mine alone. Now go and oversee the fighting in the South Tower. You bore me with your fretting. We have been issued a challenge, Valindra Shadowmantle. Are you not up to fighting it? I am, Archmage Arcane. The Moon Elf cried. I only feared. You feared I didn't understand the seriousness of this conflict. Yes, Valindra said, or started to say, before she gasped as an unseen magical hand grabbed at her throat and lifted her to her tiptoes, then right off the ground. You are an over-wizard of the host tower of the Arcane, Arklemgreeth said. And yet, I could snap your neck with a thought. Consider your power, Valindra, and lose not your confidence that it's considerable. The woman squirmed, but could not begin to break free. And while you are remembering who you are, while you consider your power and your present predicament, let that remind you of who I am. He finished with a snort and Valindra went flying away, stumbling and nearly falling over. With a last look at the grumbling Archmage Arcane, Valindra ran for the South Tower. Arklemgreeth didn't watch her go. He had other things on his mind. Chapter Saba, 5.5 ways. My bilge rats are grumbling. High Captain Baram protested, referring to the peasants who lived in the section of the city that was his domain, the northeastern quadrant of Luskan south of the Mirar. I can't have fires taking down their hovels, now can I? Your war's not a cheap thing. My war? Old Rethner replied, leaning back in his chair. Kensidin sat beside him, his chair pushed back from the table, as was the protocol, and with his thin legs crossed as always. Words out that you provoked Dudermont from the start, Baram insisted. He was the heaviest of the 5 high captains by far, and the tallest, though in their sailing days, he was the lightest of the bunch, a twig of a man, thinner even than the fretful Tarl, who very much resembled a weasel. A bit of grumbling ensued around the table, but it ended when the most imposing of the 5 interjected, I heard it, too. All eyes turned to regard High Captain Kurth, a dark man, second oldest of the 5 high captains, who seemed always cloaked in shadow. That was due in part to his grizzled beard, which seemed perpetually locked in 2 days' growth, but more of that shadowy cloak was a result of the man's demeanor. He alone among the 5 lived out on the river, on Closeguard Island, the gateway to Cutlass Island, which housed the host tower of the Arcane. With such a strategic position in the current conflict, many believed that Kurth held the upper hand. From his posture, it seemed to Kensidon that Kurth agreed with that assessment. Never a boisterous or happy man, Kurth seemed all the more grim, and understandably so. His domain, though relatively unscathed so far, seemed most in peril.
Rumors.
Suljak insisted, pounding his fist on the table, a display that brought a knowing smile to Kensidon's face. The perceptive son of Rethner realized then where Baram and Kurth had heard the rumor. Suljak was not the most discreet of men, nor the most intelligent. These rumors are no doubt due to my father's, Kensidon began, but such an outcry came at him as to stop him short.
You're not for talking here, Crow! Baram cried.
Ye come and ye sit quiet, and be glad that we're letting ye do that. Tarl, the third of the 5, agreed, his large head bobbing stupidly at the end of his long, skinny neck, a neck possessed of the largest Adam's apple Kensidon had ever seen.
Standing beside Tarl, Suljak wore an expression of absolute horror and rubbed his face nervously.
Have you lost your voice, Rethner?
High Captain Kurth added.
I've been told that you've turned your ship over to the boy, all but formally.
If you're wishing him to speak for you here, then mayhaps it's time for you to abdicate.
Rethner's laugh was full of phlegm, a clear reminder of the man's failing health, and it did more to heighten the tension than to alleviate it. My son speaks for ship, Rethner, because his words come from me, he said, seemingly with great difficulty.
If he utters a word that I don't like, I will say so.
High captains alone may speak at our gathering, Baram insisted.
Am I to bring all my brats and have them blabber at all of Turl's brats?
Or maybe our street captains, or might that Kurth could bring a few of his island whores. Kensidon and Rethner exchanged looks, the son nodding for his father to take the lead. No, Rethner said to the others, I have not yet surrendered my ship to Kensidon, though the day be fast approaching. He began to cough and hawk and continued for a long while, long enough for more than one of the others to roll his eyes at the not-so-subtle reminder that they might have been able to listen to a young, strong voice instead of all that ridiculous wheezing. It's not my war, Rethner said at last. I did nothing to Deutermont or for him. The Archmage Arcane has brought this on himself. In his supreme confidence, he has overreached. His work with the pirates has become too great an annoyance for the lords of Waterdeep.
Solid information tells that he has made no friend of Mirabar, either. It's all perfectly reasonable, a pattern that has played out time and again through history, all across Feyre.
A long pause ensued, where the old man seemed to be working hard to catch his breath. After another coughing session, he continued, what is more amazing are the faces of my fellow high captains.
It's a startling turnaround. Baram protested. The south spire of the host tower is burning. There is smoke rising from the northern section of the city.
Powerful wizards lay dead in our streets.
Good.
A cleansing leaves opportunity, a truth not reflected in these long and frightened faces. Rethner's remark left 3 of the others, including Suljak, staring wide-eyed. Kurth, though, just folded his hands on his lap and stared hard at old Rethner, ever his most formidable opponent. Even back in their sailing days, the two had often tangled, and none of that had changed when they traded their waterborne ships for their respective ships of state. My bilge rats, Baram protested. Will grump and complain, and in the end accept what is offered to them, said Rethner.
They have no other choice. They could rise up.
And you would slaughter them until the survivors sat back down, said Rethner. View this as an opportunity, my friends. Too long have we sat on our hands while Arklam Greeth reaps and rapes the wealth of Luskan. He pays us well, indeed, but our gains are a mere pittance beside his own. Better the Archmage Arcane, who knows and lives for Luskan, Baram started, but stopped as a few others began to chuckle at his curious choice of words. He knows Luskan, Baram corrected, joining in the mirth with a grin of his own.
Better him than some watered Havian lord.
This Brambleberry idiot has no designs on Luskan, said Rethner. He is a young lord, born to riches, who fancies himself a hero, and nothing more. I doubt he will survive his folly, and even should he will take his 1,000 bows and seek 10,000 more cheers in Waterdeep.
Which is leaving us with Deutermont, said Tarl.
He fancies nothing, and already has a greater reputation than Brambleberry'd ever imagine.
True, but not to our loss, Rethner explained.
Should Deutermont prevail, the people of Luskan would all but worship him. Some already do that, said Baram. Many do, if the numbers o' his swelling ranks are to be told, Tarl corrected.
I do not thought folks would dare follow anyone against the likes o' Arklam Greeth, but they are.
And at no cost to us, said Rethner.
You would want Deutermont as ruler above us 5, then? asked Baram. Rethner shrugged. Do you really think him as formidable as Arklemgreith?
He has the growing numbers, and so he might prove to be, Tarl replied. In this fight, perhaps, but Arklemgreith has the resources to see where Dudermont cannot see, and to kill quickly where Dudermont would need to send an army, said Rethner, again after a long pause. It was obvious that the man was nearing the limit of his stamina. For our purposes, we wouldn't be worse off with Dudermont at the head of Luskan, even openly, as Arklemgreith is secretly. He ended with a fit of coughing as the other high captains exchanged curious glances, some seeming intrigued, others obviously simmering. Kensidin stood up and moved to his father. The meeting is ended, he announced, and he called a ship Rethner guard over to thump his ailing father on the back in the hopes that they could extract some of that choking phlegm. We haven't even answered the question we came to discuss, Baram protested. What are we to do with the city guard? They're getting eager, and they don't rightly know which side to join. They sat in their barracks on Blood Island and let Dudermont march through, and the northern span of the harbor cross fell into the water. We do nothing with them, Kensidin replied, and Tarl shot him an angry look, then turned to Kurth for support. Kurth, though, just sat there, hands folded, expression hidden behind his dark cloud. My father will not allow those guards who heed ship Rethner's call, at least, to act, the crow explained. Let Dudermont and Arklemgreith have their fight, and we will join in as it decisively turns. For the winner, of course, Tarl reasoned in sarcastic tones. It's not our fight, but that does not mean that it cannot be our spoils, Suljak said. He looked at Kensidin, seeming quite proud of his contribution. The Archmage Arcane will turn the whole of the guard against Dudermont, Kurth warned. And against us for not doing just that. Tarl added. Then why hasn't he? Rethner shouted between gasps and coughs. Because they won't listen to him, Suljak added at Kensidin's silent prompting. They won't fight against Dudermont. Just what Luskan needs, Kurth replied with a heavy sigh. A hero. Unexpected allies from every front, Dudermont announced to Robillard, Drizzt, and Regis. Lord Brambleberry had just left them, heading for a meeting with Arabeth Roram and the Mirabaran dwarves and humans who had unexpectedly thrown in with Brambleberry and Dudermont in their fight against Arklemgreith. The first battles have been waged in the host tower, and we have not even crossed to Closegard Isle yet. It's going better than we might have hoped, Drizzt agreed, but these are wizards, my friend, and never to be underestimated. Arklemgreith has a trick or 10 ready for us, I don't doubt, said Dudermont. But with an over-wizard and her minions now on our side, we can better anticipate and so better defeat such tricks. Unless, of course, this Arabeth Roram is the first of those very deceptions. He said it in jest, but his glance at Robillard showed anything but levity. She isn't, the wizard assured him. Her betrayal of the host tower is genuine, and not unexpected. It was she, sure, and so is Arklemgreith betrayed the Arcane Brotherhood's advances into the Silver Marches. No, her survival depends upon Arklemgreith losing, and losing everything. She has put everything on the line for our cause. Or for her own, Robillard replied. So be it, said Dudermont. In any case, her defection brings us needed strength to ensure the destruction of the host tower's perverse leader. And then what? Regis asked. Dudermont stared hard at Regis and replied, What do you mean? You cannot support the rule of Arklemgreith, who is not even alive. His very existence is a perversion. Regis nodded. All true, I expect, he replied. I only wonder he looked to Drizzt for support, but then just shook his head, not believing himself qualified to get into such a debate with Captain Dudermont. Dudermont smiled at him, then moved to pour wine into 4 tall glasses, handing them around. Follow your heart and do what is good and just, and the world will be aright, Dudermont said, and lifted his glass in toast. The others joined in, though the tapping of glasses was not enthusiastic. Enough time has passed, Dudermont said after a sip. He referred to Lord Brambleberry's bidding that he should go and join Brambleberry with Arabeth and the Mirabarans. His intentional delay in going was a calculated stutter in bringing in the leadership, to keep the balance of power on Brambleberry's side. He and Dudermont were more impressive introduced separately than together. Drizzt motioned to Regis to go with the captain. The Mirabarans will not yet understand my new relationship with their March Ion, Drizzt said. Go and represent Bruenner's interests at this meeting. I don't know Bruenner's interests, Regis quipped. Drizzt tossed a wink at Dudermont. He trusts the good captain, the drow said. Trusting the good captain's heart and trusting his judgment might be 2 entirely different matters, wouldn't you agree? Robillard said to Drizzt when the other 2 had gone. He dumped his remaining wine into the hearth and moved to a different bottle, a stronger liquor, to refill his glass, and to fill another one for Drizzt, who gingerly accepted it. You don't trust his judgment? The drow asked. I fear his enthusiasm. You loathe Arklemgreith. More so because I know him, Robillard agreed. But I know Luskan, too, and recognize that she is not a town predisposed to peace and law.
What will we have when the smothering mantle of the host tower is removed? Asked Drizzt.
5 high captains of questionable demeanor men Captain Dudermont would have gladly killed at sea had he caught them in their swaggering days of piracy. Perhaps they have settled into reasonable and capable leaders, but
perhaps not, Drizzt offered, and Robillard lifted his glass in solemn agreement.
I know the devil who rules Luskan, and the limits of his demands and deprivations. I know his thievery, his piracy, his murder. I know the sad injustice of Prisoner's Carnival, and how Greeth cynically uses it to keep the peasants terrified even as they're entertained. What I don't know is what devil will come after Greeth.
So believe in Captain Dudermont's premise, the drow offered.
Do what is good and just, and trust that the world will be aright.
I like the open seas, Robillard replied. Out there, I find clear demarcations of right and wrong.
There is no real twilight out there, and no dawnlight filtered by mountains and trees.
There is light and there is darkness. To simplicity, Drizzt said with another tip of his glass. Robillard looked out the window to the late afternoon skyline.
Smoke rose from several locations, adding to the gloom. So much gray out there, the wizard remarked.
So many shades of gray.
I didn't think you would have the courage to come here, High Captain Kurth said when Kensidon, seeming so much the crow, walked unescorted into his private parlor.
You could disappear. And how would that benefit you?
Perhaps I just don't like you.
Kensidon laughed.
But you like what I have allowed to take place.
What you have allowed? You speak for Ship Rethner now? My father accepts my advice.
I should kill you for simply admitting that. It's not your prerogative to so alter the course of my life, whatever promise of better things you might expect. This need not affect you, Kensidon said.
Kurth snorted.
To get to the host tower, Brambleberry's forces will have to cross Closguard.
By allowing that, in taking sides.
You and the others can hide and wait, but you or your father have forced a choice upon me that threatens my security.
I don't like your presumption.
Don't allow them passage, Kensidon replied.
Closguard is your domain.
If you tell Dudermont and Brambleberry that they cannot pass, then they will have to sail to the host tower's courtyard.
And if they win?
You have my assurance, the assurance of Ship Rethnorth, that we will speak on your behalf with Captain Dudermont should he ascend to lead Luskan.
There will be no residual acrimony toward Ship Kurth for your reasonable decision. In other words, you expect me to be in your debt.
No. Do not play me for a fool, young man, said Kurth. I was indenturing would-be leaders before your mother spread her legs.
I know the price of your loyalty.
You misjudge me, and my ship, said Kensidon. When Arklam Greeth is no more, the high captains will find a new division of spoils. There is only one among that group, outside of Ship Rethner, who is truly formidable, and who will be able to seize the right opportunity.
Flattery, Kurth said with a derisive snort. Truth, and you know it.
I know that you said outside of Ship Rethner and not other than Rethner, Kurth remarked.
It's official then, though secret, that Kensidon captains that ship. Kensidon shook his head. My father is a great man.
Was, Kurth corrected. Oh, take no offense at a statement you know to be true, he added when Kensidon bristled, like a crow ruffling the feathers of its black wings.
Rethner recognizes it, as well.
He is wise to know when it's time to pass along the reins of power. Whether or not he chose wisely is another matter entirely.
Flattery, Kensidon said, mocking Kith's earlier tone.
Kurth cracked a smile at that. How long has Suljak suckled at your teat, boy?
Kurth asked.
You should coach him to stop looking at you for approval whenever he makes a suggestion or statement favorable to your position. He sees the potential. He is an idiot, and you know him to be just that.
Kensidon didn't bother replying to the obvious. Captain Dudermont and Lord Brambleberry chart their own course, he said. Ship Rethner neither encourages nor dissuades them, but seeks only to find profit in the wake.
I don't believe you.
Kensidon shrugged. Will Arklam Greeth believe you if he proves victorious? Will Captain Dudermont understand your refusal to allow passage across Closguard if he wins the fight? Should we just draw sides now and be done with it?
No, Kensidon answered with a tone of finality that stopped Kurth cold. No, none of us are served in this fight. In the aftermath, likely, but not in the fight. If you throw in with Greeth against Dudermont, and with the implication that you would then use a successful Arklam Greeth against Ship Rethner, then Ith and my father would need to throw in with Dudermont to prevent such an outcome.
Suljak will follow our lead. Baram and Tarl would find themselves isolated if they followed yours, you being out here on Closguard, don't you think?
Neither of them would stand against Brambleberry and Dudermont for a few days, and how much help would the wretch Arklam Greeth send them, after all?
Kurth laughed.
You have it all charted, it seems. I see the potential for gain. I hedge against the potential for loss. My father raised no fool. Yet you are here, alone. And my father didn't send me out this day without an understanding of High Captain Kurth, a man he respects above all others in Luskan. More flattery. Deserved, I'm told. Was I misinformed? Go home, young fool, Kurth said with a wave of his hand, and Kensidon was more than happy to oblige. You heard that? Kensidon asked the voice in his head as soon as he had exited the High Captain's palace, making his way with all speed to the bridge, where his men waited. Of course. The assault on the host tower will be much more difficult by sea. High Captain Kurth will allow passage, the voice assured him. Chapter. The noose and the dead men. Help me. They want to kill me. The man cried. He ran to the base of the stone tower, where he began pounding on the iron-bound wooden door. Though he wore no robes, the nondescript fellow was known to be a wizard. Out of spells and tricks, then? One of the sentries called down. Beside the sentry, his companion chuckled, then elbowed him and nodded for him to look out across the square to the approaching warrior. Wouldn't want to be this one, the second sentry said. The first looked down at the desperate wizard. Threw a few bolts at that one, did you? In thinking I'd rather punch my fist through a wasp nest. Let me in, you fools. The wizard yelled up. Hell, kill me. We're not doubting that. He is a drow. The wizard yelled. Can you not see that? You would side with a dark elf against one of your own race? I, a drow by the name of Drizzt Do'Urden, the second sentry shouted back. And he's working for Captain Dudermont. You wouldn't expect us to go against the Master of Sea Sprite, would you? The wizard started to protest, but stopped as reality settled in. The guards weren't going to help him. He rolled his back to the door so he could face the approaching drow. Drizzt came across the square, weapons in hand, his expression emotionless. Well met, Drizzt Do'Urden, one of the sentries called down as the drow stopped a few steps from the whimpering wizard. If you're thinking to kill him, then let us turn away so that we can't bear witness against you. The other sentry laughed. You are caught, fairly and fully, Drizzt said to the frantic man. Do you accept that? You have no right. I have my blades, you have no spells remaining. Need I ask you again? Perhaps it was the deathly calm of Drizzt's tone, or the laughter of the amused sentries, but the wizard found a moment of strength then, and straightened against the door, squaring his shoulders to his adversary. I am an over-wizard of the host tower of. I know who you are, Blasker Laughlin, Drizzt replied. And I witnessed your work. There are dead men back there, by your hand. They attacked my position. My companions are dead. You were offered quarter. I was bade to surrender, and to one who has no authority. Few in Luskan would agree with that, I fear. Few in Luskan would suffer a drow to live. Drizzt chuckled at that. And yet, here I am. Be gone from this place at once. Blasker yelled. Or feel the sting of Arklum Grief. I ask only one more time, said Drizzt. Do you yield? Blasker straightened his shoulders again. He knew his fate, should he surrender. He spat at Drizzt's feet that moved too quickly to be caught by the spittle, slipping back a step then rushing forward with blinding speed. Blasker shrieked as the drow's blades came up and closed on him. Above, the guards also cried out in surprise, though their yelp seemed more full of glee than fear. Drizzt's scimitars hummed in a cross, then a second, one blade stabbing left past Blasker's head to prod the door, the other cutting the air just above the man's brown hair. The flurry went on for many moments, scimitars spinning, Drizzt spinning, blades slashing at every conceivable angle. Blasker yelled a couple of times. He tried to cover up, but really had no way to avoid any of the drow's stunningly swift, sure movements. When the barrage ended, the wizard stood in a slight crouch, arms tight against him and afraid to move, as if expecting that pieces of his extremities would simply fall away. But he hadn't been touched. What? He said, before realizing that the show had been merely to put Drizzt into just the right position. The drow, much closer to Blasker than when the flurry began, punched out, and the pommel of icing death smashed hard into the over-wizard's face, slamming him up against the door. He held his balance for just a moment, shooting an accusatory look and pointing a finger at Drizzt before crumbling to the ground. Bet that hurt, said one of the sentries from above. Drizzt looked up to see that 4 men, not 2, stared down at him, admiring his handiwork. I thought you'd cut him to bits, said one, and the others laughed. Captain Dudermont will arrive here soon, Drizzt replied. I expect you will open the door for him. The sentries all nodded. Only 4 of us here, one mentioned, and Drizzt looked at him curiously. Most aren't at their posts, another explained.
They're watching over their families as the battles draw near. We got no orders to join in for either side, said the third. Nor to stay out, the last added. Captain Dudermont fights for justice, for all of Luskan, Drizzt said to them. But I understand that your choice, should you make it, will be based on pragmatism. Meaning? Asked the first. Meaning that you have no desire to be on the side that loses, Drizzt said with a grin. Can't argue that. And I cannot blame you for it, said the drow. But Dudermont will prevail, don't doubt. Too long has the host tower cast a dark shadow over Luskan. It was meant to be a shining addition to the beauty of the city, but under the control of the Lich Greeth, it has become a tombstone. Join with us, and we'll take the fight to Greeth's door and through it. Do it fast, then, said one of the men, and he motioned out toward the wider city, where fires burned and smoke clouded nearly every street, before there's nothing left to win. A woman ran screaming out onto the square, flames biting at her hair and clothing. She tried to drop and roll, but merely dropped and squirmed as the fire consumed her. More screams emanated from the house she had run from, and flashes of lightning left thundering reports. An upper-story window shattered and a man came flying out, waving his arms wildly all the way to the hard ground. He pulled himself up, or tried to, but fell over, grasping at a torn knee and a broken leg. A wizard appeared at the window from which the man had fallen, and pointed a slender wand down at him, sneering with wicked glee. A hail of arrows arched above the square from rooftops across the way, and the wizard staggered back into the room, killed by the unexpected barrage. The battle raged with missiles magical and mundane. A group of warriors charged across the square at the house, only to be driven back by a devastating volley of magical flame and lightning. A second magical volley rose up just south of the house, aimed at it, and despite all the wards of the host tower wizards trapped inside, a corner of the building roared in flames. From a large palace some distance to the northwest, High Captains Tarl and Suljak watched it all with growing fascination. It's the same tale each time, Suljak remarked. No less than 20 Dudermont's followers dead, Tarl replied, to which Suljak merely shrugged. Dudermont will replace archers and swordsmen far more readily than Greeth will find wizards to throw fireballs at them, Suljak said. This is to end the same way all of them have, with Dudermont's men drawing out every ounce of magical energy from Greeth's wizards then rushing over them. And look out in the harbor, he went on, pointing to the masts of 4 ships anchored in the waterway between Fong and Harbor Arm Islands, and between Fong Island and Cutlass Island, which housed the host tower. Word is that Kith shut the sea tower down, so it can't oppose Sea Sprite, or anyone else that tries to put in on southern Cutlass. Dudermont's already got Greeth blocked east, west, and north, and south will be closed within a short stretch. Greeth's not long for the world, or not long for Luskan, at least. Bah, but you're not remembering the power o' that one. Tarl protested. He's the Archmage Arcane. Not for long. When those boys get close to the host tower, you'll see how long, Tarl argued. Kurth won't let them cross Closguard, and going at Greeth by sea alone will fill the harbor with bodies, whether sea towers to oppose them or not. More likely, Greeth's wanting sea tower empty so that Dudermont and his boys'll foolishly walk onto Cutlass Island and he can sink their ships behind them. Nothing foolish about Captain Dudermont, Suljak reminded his companions, something every living man who ever sailed the Sword Coast knew all too well. And nothing weak about that dog Robillard who walks beside him. If this was just Brambleberry, I'd be thinking you're right, friend. A loud cheer went up across the way, and Suljak and Tarl looked across to see Dudermont riding down one of the side streets, the crowd swelling behind him. Both high captains turned to the wizard's safe house, knowing the fight would be over all too soon. He's to win, I tell you, said Suljak. We should all just throw in with him now and ride the wind that's filling Dudermont's sails. The stubborn Tarl snorted and turned away, but Suljak grabbed him and turned him right back, pointing to a group of men flanking Dudermont. They wore the garb of city guards, and seemed as enthusiastic as the men Brambleberry had brought along from Waterdeep, more so, even. Your boys, Suljak said with a grin. Their choice, not me own, the High Captain protested. But you didn't stop them, Suljak replied. Some of Baram's boys are down there, too. Tarl didn't respond to Suljak's knowing grin. The fight for Luskan was going exactly as Kensidon had predicted, to Greeth's ultimate dismay, no doubt. Fires in the east, fires in the north, Valindra said to Greeth, the two of them looking out from the host tower to the same scene as Tarl and Suljak, though from an entirely different direction and an entirely different perspective. Anyone of worth to us will have the spells needed to get back to the host tower, Greeth replied. Only those skilled in such schools, said Valindra. Unlike Blascaro, have not heard from him. My mistake in appointing him over wizard, said Greeth. As it was my mistake in ever trusting that Roram creature. I will see her dead before this is ended, don't you doubt that. I don't, but I wonder to what end. Greeth turned on her fiercely, but Valindra's shadow mantle didn't back down. They press us, she said.
They will not cross Closguard and we can fend them off from the rocky shores of Cutlass, Grieth replied. Station our best invokers and our most clever illusionists to every possible landing point, and guard their positions with every magical fortification you can assemble. Robillard and whatever other wizards Dudermont holds at his disposal are not to be taken lightly, but as they are aboard ship and we're on solid ground, the advantage is ours.
For how long?
For as long as need be. Arklam Grieth yelled, his undead eyes glowing with inner fires. He calmed quickly, though, and nodded, conceding, you are correct, of course.
Dudermont and Brambleberry will be relentless and patient as long as Luskan accepts them. Perhaps it's time we turn that game back on them. You will speak with the High Captains?
Arklam Grieth scoffed before she ever finished the question.
With Kurth, perhaps, or perhaps not.
Are you so certain those foolish pirates are not in fact behind this peasant uprising?
Dudermont learned of our complicity in the piracy along the Sword Coast, told. And suddenly found a willing ally in Brambleberry, and a willing traitor in Arabeth Rorum?
Convenience is often a matter of careful planning, and as soon as I'm finished with the idiot Dudermont, I intend to have a long discussion with each of the High Captains.
One I doubt any of them will enjoy. And until then?
Allow that to be my concern, Arklam Grieth told her.
You see to the defense of Cutlass Island.
But first pry over Wizard Rimardo from his library in the East Tower and bid him go and learn what has happened to Blasker. And remind our muscular friend that if he is too busy shaking hands, he'll have one less arm available for casting spells.
Are you sure I shouldn't go find Blasker while Rimardo prepares the defenses?
If Rimardo is too stupid or distracted to do his work correctly, I would rather have the consequences befall him when I'm not standing right behind him, said the Lich. He grinned wickedly, taking Valindra's measure with his undressing stare. Besides, you only wish to go that you might find an opportunity to unearth our dear Arabeth.
Nothing would please you more than destroying that one, yes?
Guilty as charged, Archmage. Arklam Grieth lifted a cold hand to cup Valindra's narrow elf chin. If I were only alive, he said wistfully. Or perhaps, if you were only dead. Valindra swallowed hard at that one, and fell back a step, out of Grieth's deathly cold grasp. The Archmage Arcane cackled his wheezing laugh. It's time to punish them, he said.
Arabeth Rorim most of all.
Late that night, Arklam Grieth, a gaseous and insubstantial cloud, slipped out of the host tower of the Arcane. He drifted across Closguard Island and resisted the urge to go into Kurth Tower and disturb the High Captain's sleep. Instead, he went right past the structure and across the bridge to the mainland, to Luskan proper. Just off the bridge, he turned left, north, and entered an overgrown region of brambles, creepers, broken towers, and general disrepair, Ilisk, the only remaining ruins of an ancient city. It wasn't more than a couple of acres at least above ground. There was much more below, including damp old tunnels reaching out to Closguard Island, and to Cutlass Island beyond that. The place smelled of rotting vegetation, for Ilisk also served as a dump for waste from the open market just to the north. Ilisk was entirely unpleasant to the sensibilities of the average man. To the Lich, however, there was something special there. It was the place where Arklam Grieth had at last managed the transformation from living man to undead Lich. In that ancient place with its ancient graves, the boundary between life and death was a less tangible barrier. It was a place of ghosts and ghouls, and the people of Luskan knew that well. Among the host tower's greatest accomplishments, the first real mark the wizards had put upon Luskan during its founding so long ago, was an enchantment of great power that kept the living dead in their place, in Ilisk. That was a favor that had, of course, elicited great favor among the people of the City of Sails for the founders of the host tower of the Arcane. Arklam Grieth had studied the Dwemer in depth before his transformation, and though he too was an undead thing, the power of the Dwemer could not touch him. He came back to corporeal form in the center of the ruins, and sensed immediately that he was being watched by a hungry ghoul, but the realization only humored him. Few undead creatures would dare approach a Lich of his power, and fewer still could refuse to approach him if he so beckoned. Still grinning wickedly, Arklam Grieth moved to the northwestern tip of the ruins, on the banks of the Mirar.
He unfastened a large belt pouch and carefully pulled it open, revealing powdered bone.
Arklam Grieth walked along the bank to the south, chanting softly and sprinkling the bone dust as he went. He took greater care when he came around to the southern edge of the ruins, making certain he wasn't being watched. It took him some time, and a second belt pouch full of bone dust, to paste the entirety of the cordon dorados set the countering magic in place.
The ghouls and ghosts were free. Grieth knew it, but they didn't.
He went to a mausoleum near the center of the ruins, the very structure in which had completed his transformation so long ago. The door was heavily bolted and locked, but the Lich rattled off a spell that transformed him once more into a gaseous cloud and he slipped through a seam in the door. He turned corporeal immediately upon entering, wanting to feel the hard, wet stones of the ancient grave beneath his feet. He padded down the stairs, his undead eyes having no trouble navigating through the pitch dark. On the landing below, he found the second portal, a heavy stone trapdoor. He reached his arm out toward it, enacted a spell of telekinesis, and reached farther with magical fingers, easily lifting the block aside. Down he went, into the dank tunnel, and there he sent out his magical call, gathered the ghouls and ghosts, and told them of their freedom. And there, when the monsters had gone, Arklemgreeth placed one of his most prized items, an orb of exceptional power, an artifact he had created to reach into the netherworld and bring forth the residual life energies of long-dead individuals. Cities of men had been situated on that location for centuries, and before the cities, tribes of barbarians had settled there. Each settlement had been built upon the bones of the previous, the bones of the buildings, and the bones of the inhabitants. Called by the orb of Arklemgreeth, the latter part of the foundation of Luskan began to stir, to awaken, to rise. Chapter. Follow the screams. Drizzt? Drizzt? A nervous Regis asked. With his eyes fixated on the door of the house across the lane, he reached back to tug at his friend's sleeve. Drizzt? He asked again, flailing his hand around. He finally caught on to the truth and turned around to see that his friend was gone. Across the lane, the woman screamed again, and the tone of her shriek, blood-curdling and full of primal horror, told Regis exactly what was happening there. The halfling summoned his courage and took up his little mace in one hand, his ruby pendant in the other. As he forced himself across the lane, calling softly for Drizzt with every step, he reminded himself of the nature of his enemy and let the useless pendant drop back to the end of its chain. The screaming was replaced by gasping and whimpering and the shuffling of furniture as Regis neared the house. He saw the woman rush by a window to the right of the door, her arm whipping out behind her, likely appending a chair to slow her pursuer. Regis darted to that window and saw that her impromptu missile had some effect, tripping up a wretched ghoul. Regis fought hard trying to breathe at the sight of the hideous thing. It had once been a man, but was hardly recognizable now, with its emaciated appearance, skin stretched tight over bone, lips rotted away to reveal fangs clotted with strips of freshly devoured flesh. The ghoul grabbed the chair in both hands, nails as long as fingers scraping at the wood, and brought it up to its mouth. Snarling and grumbling with rage, needing to bite something, it seemed, the ghoul tore into the chair before flinging it aside. The woman screamed again. The ghoul charged, but so intent was it on the woman that it never noticed the small form crouched on the windowpane. As the ghoul rushed past, Regis leaped out. Both hands clutching his mace, he used his flight and all his strength to whip the weapon across the back of the passing ghoul's head. Bone crackled and withered skin tore free. The ghoul stumbled and fell off to the side, crashing down amidst more chairs. Regis, too, landed hard, overbalanced from his heavy swing. He caught himself quickly, though, and sat with a wide stance facing the fallen ghoul, praying that he had hit it hard enough to keep it down. No such luck. The ghoul pulled itself back up and turned its lipless grin at the halfling. "Come on, then, and be done with it," Regis heard himself say, and as if in response, the ghoul leaped at him. The halfling batted aside its flailing arms, knowing that the poison and filth, the essence of undeath in those claw-like fingernails could render a man or halfling immobile. Back and forth he whipped his mace, slapping against the ghoul's arms, defeating the weight of every attack. But he still got scratched, and felt his knees wobble against the vile poison. And while his swings were stinging the ghoul, perhaps, he wasn't really hurting it. Desperation drove Regis to new tactics and he dived in between the ghoul's wide swings, repeatedly bashing his mace about the undead monster's face and chest. He felt the tearing of his shoulders, arms and back, felt the weakness of paralyzation creeping through him like the cold of death. But he stubbornly resisted the urge to fall down, and kept swinging, kept pounding. Then his strength was gone and he crumbled to the floor. The ghoul fell in front of him, its head a mass of blasted pulp. The woman was holding Regis then, though he couldn't feel her touch. He heard her grateful thanks, then her renewed scream of terror as she leaped past him and ran for the door. Regis couldn't turn to follow her movements. He stared helplessly forward, then saw only their legs, 4 legs, 2 ghouls. He tried to find comfort in the knowledge that his paralysis likely meant that he wouldn't feel the wretched things eating him. Out to the streets! Dudermont yelled, running along a lane, his forces behind him, and Robillard beside him. "Come out, one and all. There is safety in unity." The people of Luskan heard that call and ran to it, though some houses echoed only with screams. Dudermont directed his soldiers into those houses, to battle ghouls and rescue victims. Arklemgreeth freed them from Illisk, Robillard said. Had been grumbling since sunset, since the onslaught of undead. He seeks to punish the Lusker for allowing us, his enemies, to take the streets. He will only turn the whole of the town against him, Dudermont growled. "I doubt the monster cares," said Robillard. He stopped and turned, and Dudermont paused to regard him, then followed his gaze to a balcony across the way. A group of children hustled into view, then disappeared into a different door. Behind them came a pair of hungry ghouls, drooling and slavering. A bolt of lightning reached out from Robillard, forking into 2 streaks as it neared the balcony, each fork blasting a monster. The smoking husks, the former ghouls, fell dead on the balcony as the blackened wood behind them smoldered. Dudermont was glad to have Robillard on his side. "I will kill that lich," Robillard muttered. The captain didn't doubt him. Drist ran along the street, searching for his companion. Head charged into a building, following the screams, but Regis had not followed. The streets were dangerous. Too dangerous. Drist nodded to Genwavar, who patted along the rooftops, shadowing his movements. "Find him, Gwen," he bade, and the panther growled and sprang away. Across the way, a woman burst out of a house, staggering, bleeding, terrified. Drist instinctively charged for her, expecting pursuit. When none came, when he realized the proximity of that house to where Head left Regis, a sickly feeling churned in the dark elf's gut. He didn't pause to question the woman, guessing that she wouldn't have been able to answer with any coherence anyway. He didn't pause at all. He sprinted flat out for the door, then veered when he noticed an open window. Ghoul would have paused to open a window, and the air was too cold for any to have simply been left wide. Drist knew as he leaped to the sill what he would find inside, and only prayed that he wasn't too late. He crashed atop a ghoul bent over a small form. A second ghoul slashed at him as he and the other went tumbling aside, scoring a tear on Drist's forearm. He ached from that, but his elf constitution rendered him impervious to the debilitating touch of such a creature, and he gave it no thought as he hit the floor in a roll. He slammed the wall, willingly, using the barrier to redirect his momentum and allow him to squirm back to his feet as the ghoul bore down hard. Twinkle and Icing Death went to fast work before him, much as Regis had parried with his little mace. But those blades, in those hands, proved far more effective. The ghoul's arms were deflected, then they were slashed to pieces before they went falling to the floor. Out of the corner of his eye, Drist saw Regis, poor Regis, lying in blood, and the image enraged him like none before. He drove into the standing ghoul, blade stabbing, poking into the emaciated creature with wet, sickly sounds. Drist hit it a dozen times, thrusting his blades with such force that they burst right through the creature's back. He retracted as the ghoul fell against a wall. Likely, it was already dead, but that didn't slow the outraged drow. He brought his blades back and sent them into complementary spins and began slashing at the ghoul instead of stabbing it. Skin ripped in great lines, showing gray bones and dried up entrails. He kept beating the creature even when he heard its companion approach from behind. That ghoul leaped upon him, claws slashing for Drist's face. They never got close, for even as the ghoul leaped atop him, the drow ducked low and the creature flipped right over him to slam against its destroyed friend. Drist held his swing as a dark form flew in through the window, the great panther slamming the animated corpse, driving the ghoul to the floor under a barrage of slashing claws and tearing fangs. Drist ran to Regis, dropping his blades and skidding down to his knees. He cradled Regis' head and stared into his wide-open eyes, hoping to see a flash of life left there. Yet another ghoul charged at him, but Genwavar leaped over him as he crouched with Regis and hit the thing squarely, blasting it back into the other room. "Get me out of here," Regis, seeming so near to death, whispered breathlessly. In Luskan, they came to call the next 2 Tendays the Nights of Endless Screams. No matter how many ghouls and other undead monsters Dudermont and his charges destroyed, more appeared as the sun set the next evening. Terror fast turned to rage for the folk of Luskan, and that rage had a definite focus. Dudermont's work moved all the faster, despite the nocturnal terrors, and almost every able-bodied man and woman of Luskan marched with him as he flushed the host tower's wizards out of their safehouses, and soon there were 30 ships, not 4, anchored in a line facing Cutlass Island. Arklemgreeth stepped too far, Regis said to Drist one morning. From his bed where he was slowly and painfully recovering, the halfling could see the harbor and the ships, and from beneath his window he could hear the shouts of outrage against the host tower. He thought to cow them, but he only angered them. "There is a moment when a man thinks he's going to die when he's terrified," Drist replied. "Then there is a moment when a man is sure he's going to die when he's outraged. That moment, upon the Lusker right now, is the time of greatest courage and the time when enemies should quiver in fear." "Do you think Arklemgreeth is quivering?" Drist, staring out at the distant host tower and its ruined and charred southern arm, thought for a moment then shook his head. He is a wizard, and wizards don't scare easily. Nor do they always see the obvious, for their thoughts are elsewhere, on matters less corporeal. "Remind me to repeat that notion to Catti-brie," said Regis. Drist turned a sharp stare at him. "There are still hungry ghouls to feed," he reminded, and Regis snickered all the louder, but held his belly in pain from the laughter. Drist turned back to the host tower. "And Arklemgreeth is a lich," he added, immortal, and unconcerned with momentary triumphs or defeats. Win or lose, he assumes he will fight for Luskan again when Captain Dudermont and his ilk are dust in the ground. "He won't win," said Regis. "Not this time." "No," Drist agreed. "But hell flee." Drist shrugged as if it didn't matter, and in many ways, it didn't. "Robillard says hell kill the lich," said Regis. "Then let us pray for Robillard's success." "What?" Dudermont asked Drizzt when he noticed the drow looking at him curiously from across the breakfast table. Diagonal to both, Robillard, whose mouth was full of food, chuckled and brought a napkin over his lips. Drizzt shrugged, but didn't hide his smile. What do both of you know that I don't? The captain demanded. I know we spent the night fighting ghouls, Robillard said through his food. But you know that, too. Then what? Asked Dudermont. Your mood, Drizzt replied. You're full of morning sunshine. Our struggles go well, Dudermont replied, as if that should have been obvious. Thousands have rallied behind us. There is a reason for that, said Robillard. And that's why you're in such a fine mood. The reason, not the reinforcements, said Drizzt. Dudermont looked at them both in complete puzzlement. Arklam Greith has erased the shades of grey or has colored them more darkly, to be precise, said Drizzt. Any doubts you harbored regarding this action in Luskan have been cast away because of the Lich's actions at Ilisk. As Arklam Greith stripped the magical boundary that held the monsters at bay, so too did he peel away the heavy pall of doubt from Captain Dudermont's shoulders. Dudermont turned his stare upon Robillard, but the wizard's expression only supported Drizzt's words. The good captain slid his chair back from the table and stared out across the battered city. Several fires still burned in parts of Luskan, their smoke feeding the perpetual gloom. Wide, flat carts moved along the streets, their drivers solemnly clanging bells as a call for the removal of bodies. Those carts, some moving below Dudermont's window, carried the bodies of many dead. I knew Lord Brambleberry's plan would exact a heavy price from the city, yes, the captain admitted. I see it, I smell it, every day, as do you. And you speak truly. It has weighed heavily upon me. He kept looking out as he spoke, and the others followed his gaze across the dark roads and buildings. This is much harder than sailing a ship, Dudermont said, and Drizzt glanced at Robillard and smiled knowingly, for he knew that Dudermont was going down the same philosophical path as had the wizard those 10 days ago when the revolt against the host tower had first begun. When you're hunting pirates, you know your actions are for the greater good. There's little debate to be had beyond the argument of sink them and let them drown out there in the emptiness, or return them to Luskan or Waterdeep for trial. There are no hidden designs behind the actions of pirates, none that would change my actions toward them, at least. Whether they serve the greed of a master or of their own black hearts, my fight with them remains grounded in absolute morality. To the joys of political expediency, Robillard said, lifting a mug of breakfast tea and toast. Here, I mean, in an arena far more complicated and full of half-truths and hidden designs. I watch prisoners' carnival with utter revulsion, said Dudermont. More than once I fought the urge to charge the stage and cut down the torturing magistrate, and all the while I knew that he acted under the command of the lawmakers of Luskan. High Captain Tarl and I once nearly came to blows over that whole grotesque scene. He argued that the viciousness was necessary to maintain order, of course, said Robillard. And not without conviction, Dudermont replied. He was wrong, said Drizzt, and both turned to him with surprise. I had thought you skeptical of our mission here, said Dudermont. You know that I am, Drizzt replied. But that doesn't mean I disagree that some things, at least, needed to change. But that is not my place to decide in all of this, as you and many others are far more familiar with the nature and character of Luskan than I. My blade is for Captain Dudermont, but my fears remain. As do mine, said Robillard. There are hatreds here, and designs, plots, and rivalries that run deeper than a distaste for Arklam Greith's callous ways. Dudermont held up his hand for Robillard to stop, and shifted his open palm toward Drizzt when the drow started to cut in. I'm not without consternation, he said, but I will not surrender my faith that right action makes right result. I cannot surrender that faith, else who am I, and what has my life been worth? A rather simple and unfair reduction, the always sarcastic wizard replied. Unfair? To you, Drizzt answered for Robillard. You and I have not walked so different a road, though we started from vastly different places. Meddlers, both, we be, and always with the hope that our meddling will leave in our wake a more beautiful tapestry than that we first encountered. Drizzt heard the irony in his own words as he spoke them, a painful reminder that he had chosen not to meddle in Long Saddle, where his meddling might have been needed. Me with pirates and you with monsters, eh? The captain said with a grin, and it was his turn to lift a cup of tea and toast. Easier to kill pirates, and easier still to kill orcs, I suppose. Given the recent events in the north, Drizzt nearly snorted his tea out of his nose at that, and it took him a long moment to catch his breath and clear his throat. He held up his hand to deflect the curious looks coming at him from both his companions, not wanting to muddy the conversation even more with tales of the improbable treaty between Kings Bruenor and Abood, dwarf and orc. The drow's expectations of absolutism had been thoroughly flattened of late, and so he was both heartened by and fearful of his friend's unwavering faith. Beware the unintended consequences, Robillard said. But Captain Dudermont looked back out over the city and shrugged that away. A bell clanged below the window, followed by a call for the dead. The course had been set. The captain's gaze drifted to Cutlass Island and the tree-like structure of the host tower, the masts of so many ships behind it across the harbor and the river. The threat of the ghouls had diminished. Robillard's wizard friends were on the verge of recreating the seal around Ilisk, and most of the creatures had been utterly destroyed. It was time to take the fight to the source, and that, Deutermont feared, would exact the greatest cost of all. Chapter. From the shadows. The ground shaking beneath his bed awakened High Captain Kurth one dismal morning. As soon as he got his bearings and realized he wasn't dreaming, the former pirate acted with the reflexes of a warrior, rolling off the side of his bed to his feet while in the same movement grabbing his sword belt from the bedpole and slapping it around his waist. "You will not need that," came a quiet, melodic voice from the shadows across the large, circular room, the second highest chamber in Kurth Tower. As his dreams faded and the moment of alarm passed, Kurth recognized the voice as one that had visited him unbidden twice before in that very room. The High Captain gnashed his teeth and considered spinning and throwing one of the many daggers set in his sword belt. This is no enemy, he reminded himself, though without much conviction, for he wasn't certain who the mysterious visitor really was. "The western window," the voice said. "It has begun." Kurth moved to that window and pulled open the heavy drapes, flooding the room with the dawn's light. He looked in the direction from which the voice had sounded, hoping to catch a glimpse of its source from the shadows, but that edge of his chamber defied the morning light and remained as dark as a moonless midnight magic. Kurth was certain, and potent magic, indeed. The tower had been sealed against magical intrusion by Arklum Greith himself. And yet, there was the visitor again. Kurth turned back to the west, to the slowly brightening ocean. A dozen boulders and balls of pitch drew fiery lines in the air, flying fast for the host tower, or for various parts of the rocky shore of Cutlass Island. "See?" asked the voice. "It is as I have assured you. Rethnar's son is a fool." "A fool who will prevail," the voice replied. It was hard to argue that possibility, given the line of ships throwing their missiles at Cutlass Island. Their work was meticulous. They threw in unison and with concentrated aim. He counted 15 ships firing, though there might have been a couple more hidden from view. In addition, another group of wide, low boats ferried along the line then back to Whitesails Harbor to get more ammunition. Whitesails Harbor. The reality hit Kurth hard. Whitesails served as the harbor for Luskan's navy, a flotilla under the auspices, supposedly, of the 5 high captains as directed by the host tower. The ships at Whitesails were the pretty front to the ugly piracy behind Luskan's riches. Deutermont knew those pirates, and they knew him, and many of them hated him and had lost friends to see Sprite's exploits on the open seas. Despite that, the nagging thought reinforced as more and more masts lined up beside Sea Sprite and Brambleberry's warships was that the Lusker sailors might well desert. As improbable as it seemed, he couldn't deny what he saw with his own eyes. Luskan's fleet, and the men and women of Whitesails, were directly involved in supporting the bombardment of the host tower of the Arcane. The men and women of Luskan's fleet were in open revolt against Arklum Greith. "The fool with his undead," Kurth muttered. Arklum Greith had pushed too hard, too wickedly. He had crossed a line and had driven the whole of the city against him. The High Captain kept his gaze to the northwest, to Whitesails Harbor, and though he couldn't make out much from that distance, he clearly saw the banner of Mirabar among many on the quayside. He imagined Mirabaran dwarves and men working hard to load the courier ships with rocks and pitch. Full of anxiety, Kurth turned angrily at the hidden visitor. "What do you demand of me?" "Demand?" came the reassuring reply, in a tone that seemed truly surprised by the accusation. "Nothing. We are not here to demand, but to advise. We watch the wave of change and measure the strength of the rocks against which that wave will break. Nothing more." Kurth scoffed at the obvious understatement. "So, what do you see? And do you truly understand the strength of those rocks to which you so poetically refer? Do you grasp the power of Arklum Greith? We have known greater foes, and greater allies. Captain Deutermont has an army of 10,000 to march against the host tower. And what do you see in that?" Kurth demanded. "Opportunity. For that wretch Deutermont." A chuckle came from the darkness. "Captain Deutermont has no understanding of the forces he will unwittingly unleash. He knows good and evil, but nothing more, but you see shades of grey. Captain Deutermont will scale to unstable heights in short order. His absolutes will rally the masses of Luskan, then will send them into revolt." Kurth shrugged, unconvinced, and fearful of the reputation and power of Captain Deutermont. He suspected that those mysterious outside forces, that hidden character who had visited him twice before, never threateningly, but never comfortably, were sorely underestimating the good captain and the loyalty of those who would follow him. "I see the rule of law, heavy and cumbersome," he said. "We see the opposite," said the voice. "We see 5 men of Luskan who will collect the spoil set free when the host tower falls.
We see only 2 of those 5 who are wise enough to separate the copper from the gold. Kurth paused and considered that for a while. A speech you give to Tarl, Suljak, and Baram, too, no doubt, he replied at length. Nay. We have visited none of them, and come to you only because the son of Rethner, and Rethner himself, insist that you are the most worthy. Am flattered, truly, Kurth said dryly. He did well to hide his smile and his suspicion, for whenever his guest so singled him out as one of importance, it occurred to him that his guest might indeed be a spy from the host tower, even Arklam Greith himself, come to test the loyalty of the high captains in difficult times. It was Arklam Greith, after all, who had strengthened the magical defenses of Kurth Tower in Closegard Island a decade before. What wizard would be powerful enough to circumvent defenses set in place by the Archmage Arcane, but the Archmage Arcane himself? What wizard in Luskan could claim the power of Arklam Greith? None who were not in the host tower, as far as Kurth knew, would even be close, other than that Robillard beast who sailed with Dudermont, and if his guest was Robillard, that raised the banner of duplicity even higher. You will be flattered, the voice responded, when you come to understand the sincerity behind the claim. Rethner and Kensidon will show outward respect to all of their peers. It's Rethner's ship alone, unless and until he formally cedes it to Kensidon, Kurth insisted. Quit referring to that annoying crow as one whose word is of any import. Spare us both your quaint customs, for they are a ridiculous assertion to me, and a dangerous delusion for you. Kensidon's hand is in every twist of that which you see before you, the Mira Barons, the Watered Havians, Dudermont himself, and the defection of a quarter of Arklam Greith's forces. You openly admit that to me? Kurth replied, the implication being that he could wage war on Ship Rethner for such a reality. You needed to hear it to know it? Kurth narrowed his eyes as he stared into the darkness. The rest of the room had brightened considerably, but still no daylight touched that far corner ever would unless his guest willed it to be so. Arklam Greith's rule is doomed, this day, the voice said. 5 men will profit most from his fall, and 2 of those 5 are wise enough and strong enough to recognize it. Is one of those 2 too stubborn and set in his ways to grasp the chest of jewels? You ask me for a declaration of loyalty, Kurth replied. You ask me to disavow my allegiance to Arklam Greith. I ask nothing of you. I help to explain to you that which is occurring outside your window, and show you paths I think wise. You walk those paths or you do not of your own volition. Kensidon sent you here, Kurth accused. A telling pause ensued before the voice answered, he didn't, directly. It's his respect for you that guided us here, for we see the possible futures of Luskan and would prefer that the high captains, above all, above Dudermont and above Arklam Greith, prevailed. Just as Kurth started to respond, the door to his room burst open and his most trusted guards rushed in. The host tower is under bombardment. One cried. A vast army gathers at our eastern bridge, demanding passage. Said the other. Kurth glanced to the shadowstow where the shadows had been, for they were gone, completely. So was his guest, whoever that guest might have been. Arabeth and Robillard walked along Sea Sprite's rail before the line of archers, waggling their fingers and casting devious, countering enchantments on the piles of arrows at each bowman's feet. The ship lurched as her aft catapult let fly a large ball of pitch. It streaked through the air, unerringly for the host tower's westernmost limb, where it hit and splattered, launching lines of fire that lit up bushes and already scorched grass at the base of the mighty structure. But the tower itself had repelled the strike with no apparent ill effects. The Archmage Arcane defends it well, Arabeth remarked. Each hit takes from his defenses, and from him, Robillard replied. He bent low and touched another pile of arrows. Their silvery tips glowed for just a moment before going dim again. Even the smallest of swords will wear through the strongest warrior's shield if they tap it enough. Arabeth looked to the host tower and laughed aloud, and Robillard followed her gaze. The ground all around the 5-limbed structure was thick with boulders, ballista bolts, and smoldering pitch. Sea Sprite and her companion vessels had been launching nonstop against Cutlass Island throughout the morning, and at Robillard's direction, all of their firepower had been directed at the host tower itself. Do you think they will respond? Arabeth asked. You know Greith as well as I do, Robillard answered. He finished with the last batch of arrows, waited for Arabeth to do likewise, then led her back to his usual perch behind the mainsail. He will grow annoyed and will order his defenders along the shore to lash out. Then we will make them pay. Only if we're quick enough, Robillard replied. Every one of them will be guarded by spells to counter a dozen arrows, said the woman of Mirabar. Then everyone will be hit by 13, came Robillard's dry reply. Sea Sprite shuddered again as a rock flew out, along with 10 others from the line, all soaring in at the host tower with such precision and timing that a pair collided before they reached their mark and skipped harmlessly away. The others shook the ground around the place, or smacked against the host tower's sides, to be repelled by its defensive magic. Robillard looked to the north where one of Brambleberry's boats eased a bit closer against the strong currents of the Mirar. Sails!
Robillard cried, and Sea Sprite's crew flipped the lines, unfurling fast. From the rocks of the northwestern tip of Cutlass Island, a pair of lightning bolts reached out at Brambleberry's ship, scorching her side, tearing one of her sails. With the strong and favorable current, though, the ship was able to immediately reverse direction. Even as Sea Sprite leaned and splashed to life, Robillard and Arabeth filled her sails with sudden and powerful winds. They didn't even take the time to pull up the anchor, but just cut the line, and Sea Sprite turned straight in, bucking the currents with such jolting force that all aboard had to grab on and hold tight. Arklemgreith's wizards focused on Brambleberry's boat for far too long, as Robillard had hoped, and by the time the host tower contingent noticed the sudden charge of Sea Sprite, she was close enough so that those on her deck could see the small forms scrambling across the rocks and ducking for whatever cover they could find. From a more southern vantage on Cutlass Island, a lightning bolt streaked out at Sea Sprite, but she was too well warded to be slowed by the single strike. Her front ballista swiveled and threw a heavy spear at the point from which that attack had emanated, and as Sea Sprite began her broadside turn, her prow bending to straight north in a run up the coast, the crack catapult crew on her aft deck had another ball of pitch flying away. It splattered among the rocks and several men and women scrambled up from the burning ground, one engulfed in flame, all screaming. And those weren't even the primary targets, which were to starboard, trying to hide as a bank of archers the length of Sea Sprite's main deck and 3 deep lifted and bent their bows. 3 separate volleys went in, enchanted arrows all, skipping off the stones or striking against the defensive magic shields Greith's minions had raised. But as Robillard had predicted, more arrows found their way than could be defeated by the enchantments, and another host tower wizard fell dead on the stones. Lightning bolts and arrows reached out at Sea Sprite from the rocky coastline. Boulders and balls of pitch flew out from the ship line in response, followed by a devastating barrage of arrows as Sea Sprite veered due west and sped away with the fast current. Robillard nodded his approval. "1 dead, perhaps, or perhaps 2, said Arabeth. "It's difficult work." "Another one Arklemgreith cannot afford to lose," Robillard replied. "Our tricks will catch fewer and fewer. Arklemgreith will teach his forces to adapt. Then we will not let him keep up with our evolving tricks," Robillard said, and nodded his chin toward the line of ships, all of whom were pulling up anchor. One by one, they began to glide to the south. "Sea Tower," Robillard explained, referring to the strong guard tower on southern Cutlass Island. It would cost Arklemgreith too much energy to have it as fortified as the host tower, so we'll bombard it to rubble, and destroy every other defensible position along the southern coast of the island. "There are few places to land even a small boat in those rocky waters," Arabeth replied. Sea Tower was built so that defenders could assault any ships attempting to enter the southern mouth of the Mirror, and not as a defense for Cutlass Island. Robillard's deadpan expression quieted her, for of course he knew all of that. "We're tightening the noose," he explained. "I expect that those inside the host tower are growing more uncomfortable by the hour. We nibble at the edges when we must bite out the heart of the place," Arabeth protested. "Patience," said Robillard. "Our final fight with the Lich will be brutal, no one doubts that. Hundreds will likely die, but hundreds more will surely perish if we attack before we prepare the battlefield. The people of Luskan are on our side. We own the streets. We have Harbor Arm and Fong Island fully under our control. Whitesail's harbor sides with us. Captain's Court is ours, and Ilisk has been rendered quiescent once again. The Mirror bridges are ours." "Those that remain," said Arabeth, to which Robillard chuckled. "Arklemgreith hasn't a safe house left in the city, or if he does, his minions there are huddled in a dark basement, trembling rightfully so, in fear. And when we have bombed Sea Tower to rubble, and have chased off or killed all of his minions he placed in the southern reaches of Cutlass, Arklemgreith will need to look south, on his own shores, as well. Unrelenting bombardment, unrelenting pressure, and keep clearing your mind that if we lose 10 men, 50, for every arcane brotherhood wizard we slay, Captain Dudermont will claim victory in a rout." Arabeth Rorem considered the older and wiser wizard's words for some time before nodding her agreement. Above all else, she wanted the Archmage Arcane dead, for she knew with certainty that if he wasn't killed, he would find a way to kill her a horrible, painful way, no doubt. She looked south as Sea Sprite came around Fong Island, to see that the other ships were already lining up to begin the bombardment of Sea Tower. Sea Sprite's bell rang and the men tacked accordingly to slow her as a trio of ammunition barges from Whitesail's harbor turned around the horn of Harbor Arm Island and crossed in front of her. Arabeth looked over to regard Robillard and could almost hear the calculations playing out behind his eyes. He had orchestrated every piece of the day's action, the bombardment, the trap and attack, and the turn south, complete with supply Linesto the most minute detail. She understood how Dudermont had gained such a glorious reputation hunting the ever-elusive pirates of the Sword Coast. He had surrounded himself with the finest crew she had ever seen, and standing beside him was the wizard Robillard, so calculating and so very, very deadly. A shiver ran along Arabeth's spine, but it was one of hope and reassurance as she reminded herself that Robillard and Sea Sprite were on her side. From his eastern balcony, High Captain Kurth and his two closest advisors, one the captain of his guard and the other a high-ranking commander in Luskan's garrison, watched the gathering of thousands at the small bridge that linked Closguard Island to the city. Dudermont was there, judging from the banners, and Brambleberry as well, though their ships were active in the continuing, unrelenting bombardment of Cutlass Island to the west. For a moment, Kurth envisioned the whole of the invading army enveloped in the flames of a gigantic Arklemgreith fireball, and it was not an unpleasant mental image briefly, at least, until he considered the practical ramifications of having a third of Luskan's populace lying dead and charred in the streets. A third of the populace. He said aloud. "Aye, and most only soldiers in the bunch," said Newark, who had once commanded the garrison at Sea Tower, which was even then crumbling under a constant rain of boulders. "They could have 10 times that number and not get across, unless we let them," insisted Master Shanty, Kurth Tower's captain of the guard. The High Captain chuckled at the ridiculous, empty boast. He could make Dudermont and the others pay dearly for trying to cross to Closguard, could even drop the bridge, which his engineers had long ago rigged for just such an eventuality, but to what gain and to what end? "There's your bird," Newark grumbled, and pointed down at a black speck flapping past the crowd and climbing higher in the eastern sky. "The man's got no dignity, I tell ya." Kurth chuckled again and reminded himself that Newark served a valuable purpose for him, and that the man's inanity was a blessing and not a curse. It wouldn't do to have such a personal liaison to the Lusker garrison who could think his way through too many layers of intrigue, after all. The black bird, the crow, closed rapidly on Kef's position, finally alighting on the balcony railing. It hopped down, and flipped its wings over as it did, enacting the transformation back to a human form. "You said you would be alone," Kensidin said, eyeing the two soldiers hard. "Of course my closest advisors are well aware of this particular aspect of your magical cloak, son of Rethner," Kurth replied. "Would you expect that I wouldn't have told them?" Kensidin didn't reply, other than to let his gaze linger a bit longer on the two before turning it to Kurth, who motioned for them all to enter his private room. "I'm surprised you would ask to see me at this tense time," Kurth said, moving to the bar and pouring a bit of brandy for himself and Kensidin. When Newark made a move toward the drink, Kurth turned him back with a narrow-eyed glare. "It was not Arklemgreith," said Kensidin, "nor one of his lackeys." "You need know that." Kurth looked at him curiously. "Your shadowy visitor," Kensidin explained. "It was not Greith, not an ally of Greith in any way, and not a mage of the Arcane Brotherhood." "Bah, but who's he talking about?" demanded Newark, and Master Shanty stepped up beside his High Captain. Kurth impatiently waved them both back. "How do you?" Kurth started to ask, but stopped short and just smirked at the surprising, dangerous upstart. No wizard outside of Arklemgreith's inner circle could penetrate the magical defenses he has set in place in Kurth Tower, Kensidin said as if reading Kef's mind. Kurth tried hard to not look impressed, and just held his smirk, inviting the crow to continue. "Because it was no wizard," Kensidin said. "There is another type of magic involved. Priests are no match for the web of Arklemgreith," Kurth replied. "Do you think him foolish enough to forget the schools of those divinely inspired?" "And no priest," said Kensidin. "You're running out of magic users." Kensidin tapped the side of his head and Kef's smirk turned back into an unintentional, intrigued expression. "A mind mage?" he asked quietly, a Lusker slang for those rare and reputably powerful practitioners of the concentration art known as psionics. "A monk?" "I had such a visitor months ago, when first I started seeing the possibilities of Captain Dudermont's future," Kensidin explained, taking the glass from Kurth and settling into a chair in front of the room's generous hearth, which had only been lit a few minutes earlier and wasn't yet throwing substantial heat. Kurth took the seat across from Rethner's son and motioned for Newark and Master Shanty to stand a step behind him. "So the machinations of this rebellion, the inspiration even, came from outside Luskan?" Kurth asked. Kensidin shook his head. "This is a natural progression, a response to the overreaching of Arklemgreith both on the high seas, where Dudermont roams, and in the east, in the Silver Marches. Which all came together in this coincidental conglomeration of opponents lining up against the host tower?" Kurth asked, doubt dripping from every sarcastic word. "I don't believe in coincidence," Kensidin replied. "And yet, here we are. Do you admit that Kensidin's hand, that ship Rethner's hands, are in this?" "Up to our elbows, our shoulders, perhaps," Kensidin said with a laugh, and lifted his glass in toast. "I didn't create this opportunity, but neither would I let it pass." "You, or your father?" "He is my advisor, you know as much." "A startling admission, and a dangerous one," said Kurth. "How so?" "Have you heard the rumble on the island to your west? Have you seen the gathering at the gates of Closguard Bridge?" Kurth considered that for a moment, and it was his turn to tip his glass to his companion. "So Arklemgreith has frayed the many strings, and Kensidin of Ship Rethner has worked to weave them into something to his own benefit," said Kurth. Kensidin nodded. "And these others? Our shadowy visitors?" Kensidin rubbed his long and thin fingers over his chin.
Consider the dwarf, he said.
Kurth stared at him curiously for a few moments, recalling the rumors from the east regarding the Silver Marches.
King Bruenor? The dwarf king of Mithril Hall works for the fall of Luskan? No, not Bruenor.
Of course it's not Bruenor, who, by all reports, has troubles enough to keep him busy in the east, thank the gods. But it's Bruenor's strange friend who rides with Dudermont, said Kurth.
Not Bruenor, Kensidin replied.
He has no place or part in any of this, and how the Dark Elf happened back to Dudermont's side I neither know nor care.
Then what dwarves? The Ironspa clan from the mountains?
Not dwarves, Kensidin corrected.
Dwarf. You know of my recent acquisition, the bodyguard, Dut? Kurth nodded, finally catching on. The creature with the unusual morning stars, yes. How could I not know?
The one whose ill-fashioned rhymes grate on the nerves of every sailor in town. He has brawled in every tavern in Luskan over the last few months, mostly over his own wretched poetry, and from what my scouts tell me, he's a far better fighter than he is a poet. Ship Rethner strengthened her position on the street greatly with that one.
But he is tied to all of this?
Kurth waved his arm out toward the western window, where the sound of the bombardment had increased yet again. Kensidin nodded his chin at Master Shanty and Nayward, staring all the while into Kurth's dark eyes.
They are trusted, Kurth assured him. Not by me. You have come to my ship.
To advise and to offer, and not under duress, and nor under duress shall I stay. Kurth paused and seemed to be taking it all in, glancing from his guest to his guards.
It was obvious to Kensidin that the man was intrigued though, and so it came as no surprise when he turned at last to the two guards and ordered them out of the room.
They protested, but Kurth would hear none of it and waved them away. The dwarf was a gift to me from these visitors, who take great interest in establishing strong trading ties with Luskan. They are here for commerce, not conquest, that is my hope at least. And my belief, for were they openly revealed, we would be facing greater lords of Waterdeep than Brambleberry, do not doubt, and King Bruenor, Marchion Elastil of Mirabar, and Lady Illustrial of Silvery Moon wouldn't be far behind with their own armies.
Kurth felt a bit more perplexed and defensive, and a lot less intrigued. These events were not their doing, but they watch closely, and advise me and my father, as they have visited you, said Kensidin, hoping that naming Rethner almost as an afterthought had slipped past the perceptive Kurth. The man's arched eyebrow showed that it had not, however, and Kensidin silently berated himself and promised that he would do better in the future. Ship Rethner wasn't yet officially his. Not officially.
So you hear voices in the shadows, and these bring you confidence, Kurth said.
He held up his hand as Kensidin tried to interrupt and continued, then we're back at the initial square of the board, are we not? How do you know your friends in the shadows aren't agents of Arklam Greeth?
Perhaps the cunning lich has decided it's time to test the loyalties of his high captains.
Are you too young to see the dangerous possibilities? And wouldn't that make you the biggest fool of all?
Kensidin held up his open palm and finally managed to silence the man. He slowly reached under his strange black cloak and produced a small glass item, a bottle, and within it stood the tiny figure of a tiny man. No, not a figure, Kurth realized. His eyes widened as the poor soul trapped within shifted about. Kensidin motioned to the hearth.
May I?
Kurth responded with a puzzled expression, which Kensidin took as permission. He flung the bottle into the hearth, where it smashed against the back bricks. The tiny man enlarged, bouncing around the low burning logs before catching his bearings and his balance enough to roll back out, taking ash and one burning log with him.
By the 9 hells!
The man protested, batting at his smoldering gray cloak. Blood dripped from several wounds on his hands and face, and he reached up and pulled a small shard of glass out of his cheek.
Don't ever do that to me again,
he cried, still flustered, and waving his arms. It seemed then as if he had at last caught his bearings, and only then he realized where he was and who was seated before him. The blood drained from his face.
Are you settled? Kensidin asked.
The thoroughly flustered little man towed the log beside him and brushed it back into the fireplace, but didn't otherwise respond.
Hi Captain Kurth, I give you Morik, Kensidin explained.
Morik the rogue, to those who know him enough to care. His lady is a mage in the hostile perhaps that is why he's found a place in all this.
Morik looked anxiously from man to man, dipping many short bows. Kensidin drew Keth's gaze with his own.
Our visitors are not agents of Arklam Greeth, he said, before turning to the pathetic little man and motioning for him to begin. Tell my friend your story, Morik the rogue, Kensidin bade him.
Tell him of your visitors those years ago. Tell him of the dark friends of Wulfgar of Icewind Dale.
I told ye they wouldn't get across without a row, Baram insisted to his fellow high captains, Tarl and Suljak. The three stood atop the southwest tower of High Captain Turl's fortress, looking directly west to the bridge to Kith's Closegard Island and the great open square south of Illisk where Dudermont and Lord Brambleberry had gathered their mighty army. They will, Suljak replied. Kensi Rethner said they will, and so they will.
That crow boy is trouble, said Bahram.
Hell bring down Rethner's great ship before the old man passes on.
The gates will open, Suljak replied, but very quietly. Kurth can't refuse.
Not this many, not with almost all of Luskan knocking. Hard to be denying that number, Tarl said. Most o' the city's walking with Dudermont.
Kurth won't go against Arklam breathes more sense than that, Bahram replied.
Dudermont's fuss'll be swimming or sailing if they want to get to the host tower. Even as Bahram spoke, some of High Captain Kith's sentries rushed up to the bridge and began throwing the locks. To Bahram's utter shock, and to Turl's as well, despite his words, the gates of the Kurth Tower compound pulled open and Keth's guard stepped back, offering passage.
A trick! Bahram protested, leaping to his feet. She's got to be a trick.
Arklam Greith's bidding them on that he can destroy them. He'll have to kill half the city, then, Suljak said.
Dudermont's banner led the way across the small bridge with more than 5,000 in his wake.
Out in the harbor beyond Cutlass Island, sails appeared and anchors climbed from the water.
The fleet began to creep in, boulders and pitch leading the way. The noose tightened.
Jarlaxle smiled warmly and tipped his great cap to the east, to Driz Duerden.